The majestic Spa-Francorchamps, home of the Belgian Grand Prix, and for the second time in the FIA WEC Super Season, it is also our race venue. Round 7, the penultimate round of the championship. We are heading fast to the conclusion of the longest, most tricky of all endurance racing seasons that finishes not 1, but 2 races from now, with the 24 Hours of Le Mans for the second time this year. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you are. Welcome to a venue that woke up bathed in, not sunshine, but snow. A couple of inches fell overnight. That is now melted away. Bright sunshine is bringing some heat into the track, and hopefully we will have an entertaining 6 hours to set us up for the season finale at Le Mans. My name's Martin Haven. Down on the grid, Alan McNish and Louise Beckett. Alongside me in the commentary booth, Graham Goodwin. And Graham, we're very close now getting down to finding out the few remaining teams in the hunt for our 4 championship battles, and Spa will be whittling the field down even further.
Yes, you join me on a sunny now. Well, who's talking about snow? There's no snow here, is there, Jackie? It's lovely to see you in Spa and ever-changing weather conditions.
I must admit that Spa is always very special and unpredictable, because it's true that in the morning at 7 a.m. this morning, we could have ski at Francorchamps, and now we have sunshine. Will be for sure a little bit easier for the competitors.
What are you expecting from the race today? You're always here and you're always supporting all of the guys.
Well, I'm not an expert anymore, but you know how much I love endurance racing, and the nicest thing about it is the quality of the cars, of course. It's fantastic for the fans to know that Toyota is there with Alonso in it and all these talented drivers. But the competition, it's been always very high, especially in GT, Pro-Am and so on. And Spa has always been a very demanding track.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to see you. See you in Le Mans.
Thank you.
Well, it was predominantly dry yesterday for qualifying, so let's see how they got to their positions on the grid with the highlights.
Pit exit green, LMGT qualifying has started.
Qualifying at Spa as ever in 2 groups, the GT field, the pros and the AMs, followed by the prototypes. Because the circuit's a little longer in length, a 25-minute session ended very early for the MR Racing Ferrari crash on its first flying lap. It was a battle between the Porsches and the Aston Martins in the GTE AM class. TF Sport taking the pole ahead of Dempsey Proton and Project One's Porsches. Aston Martin featured strongly in the Pro class as well, as did BMW. They thought they'd done enough with Augusto Farbst and Antonio Felix da Costa, but as the drivers went out for a second run with their second drivers, the playing field changed dramatically. Everybody got out early because rain was forecast, and that meant that as they hurried to get through their cycle, there was a second stab for the first drivers, and that played well for Harry Tincknell and Andy Priaulx. Priaulx's second attempt putting them top of the pile ahead of Aston Martin. LMP2 and LMP1 went out together after the GTs, and with the threat of rain arriving, everybody was hurrying up. Wildcard entry G-Drive claimed pole position in the LMP2 category, but they don't get the extra point. That goes to 38 of Jackie Chan DC Racing. In the battle for the overall pole, Rebellion versus SMP ended up with SMP as the best of the rest. But as the spots of rain began to fall and brought an end to the session early, Toyota's number 8 car narrowly lost out to the number 7. The chasers in the championship bring the gap down to 14 points. They will start the 6 hours of Spa on pole position. can see down through the clouds the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps and these Ardennes hills in which it is nestled. And they disguise the oncoming weather until it's almost on top of you. Graham Goodwin, Spirit of Race, the chasers in the AM class for Ferrari. These guys need a big result here, don't they?
They need a huge result. Ferrari need a huge result for the Manufacturers' GT Championship as well. I think I'm right, nothing other than a 1-2 for any of the Ferraris in the overall GT standings will be enough to stop Porsche taking the Manufacturers' title. Look in the background there, that weather's coming our way. We've had snow, we've had perfect, it's about to get awful, and I think that's what Spa stands for.
Yeah, bright blue skies for the last hour have really helped, actually. They brought the track temperature right up. It was hovering around 0 when we arrived. Air temperature's not much better. It probably only is about 2 or 3 degrees now because the temperature is definitely dropping. But sun on the track has not only A, helped to dry it out, but B, helped to warm it up. And it's going to be tyre temperature that's going to be so critical. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, Pierre Fillon there, the head of the ACO, president of the ACO, and everybody else on the grid making their final preparations. Dempsey Proton, having lost a whole bunch of their points, they're now on the comeback trail, but any chance of a championship result for them is gone. However, the cars, as ever, have got speed. We ought to be looking at them, perhaps, like Project One, as being potential race winners here. If the weather goes poor, then the Porsche might be best placed of all. And
the other key thing, of course, is they can take points away from that championship battle. And that might well actually fall into play later in this race. But Yannick Dalmas there.
Yeah, he and our safety car driver, Pedro Cachero, may well be busy. Here is our pole sitter, Tom Ferrier's team, again producing a fantastic result. It was Charlie Eastwood, the Ulsterman, who had his first ever run in qualifying. And he, you know, at Spa, what a great place to have that. And then to help Sally Yolok put the car on pole position. He was absolutely cock-a-hoop.
And all 4 qualifying records went yesterday, some by quite a chunk, LMP2 in particular by a very big chunk indeed. That despite the fact there was a couple of errors involved in the way in which the G-Drive car took that pole position. We've got a heck of a tyre battle in store in LMP2. Harry Tinknell there on the left, a tall one. But it's going to be enthralling. It is not going to stay with the weather conditions we've got at the moment, with that sunshine, as Louise Beckett, I think, was saying on the grid. Still very cool out there, yeah. But rain is on the way, and possibly more. Whether or not we see Dr. Thunder and Mr. Lightning is quite another.
Lots and lots of fans here for the pit walkabout this morning and for the drivers' autograph session, always very popular. And Spa-Francorchamps really brings the fans out in their huge numbers. Lots of Belgians here. They'll have Stoffel van Dorn added to the Belgian ranks in the field, so that's good news for them. Lots of Dutch as well coming across the border. Lots and lots from France, from the UK, from Germany. And actually a lot of these drivers saying, yeah, this is just like being at the VLN at the Nordschleife. It's arctically cold. We're about to drive racing cars and it's snowed. So there's quite
déjà vu, really.
Yeah, quite a lot of déjà vu. But it's the big grey clouds overhead now that are dominating the sky. Spa-Francorchamps is always known for its unpredictability of weather. Expect all 4 seasons in one day. Looking into our pro class field in the GTs, AF Corsa with the slowest 2 cars, 9th and 10th in qualifying. That's not encouraging for Sam Bird and Alessandro Pierre Guidi. In at SMP, Stoffel van Dorn, as just mentioned, you just saw a shot of him there, slotted in very quickly into the team. And they will find themselves in 3rd place on the grid behind the 2 Toyotas as the best of the non-hybrid LMP1 cars.
There's some dramas for the Dragon Speed LMP2 car. Their LMP1 car not here for this race, but maybe some dramas for them on the grid with what looks like some braking problems for the 31 car.
Yeah, a little bit of work going on there as they've gone out to the grid, so we'll have to see how they fare. Better of the 2 Porsches, Porsche 7th and 8th ahead of Ferrari 9th and 10th in qualifying. The better of the 2 cars is the 92 car, Kevin Estre and Michael Christensen, the points leaders. Again, they were fairly upbeat this morning, actually. They're ready to take whatever the weather throws at them. Porsche, of course, with that predominantly rear-engine layout historically has always been good in mixed conditions. That mid-engine change doesn't really seem to have affected that. They've got on top of their early wet weather handling problems with that car, and it now is as good as anything else. For BMW there, Augusto Farfus on the right and Antonio Felix da Costa on the left, the Portuguese-speaking duo, the Portuguese and the Brazilian. They thought they had done enough for pole position. Augusto this morning was saying, there was nothing more we could do. We had everything we could get out of the car, but in the end, they were just pipped. BMW, of course, still looking for a first win in Super Season.
I have to say, I think they made a tactical error in not going back out again. Pipped first by Aston Martin, then with a fantastic final run by Andy Priaulx, being forward on pole position. Aston Martin up for this one. Without a shadow of doubt, Maxime Martin, of course, knows this place like the back of his hand. Yeah. And Alex Lynn too, another pairing there looking for a first win.
Well, Aston have had a first win with their brand new car, so they at least have got that tucked away. But as you say, it's not Alex Lynn and Maxime Martin who've got that. It was the Dane train, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Thiem. They were saying, well, this is like summer weather this morning, the Scandinavians. But our pole sitters for Chip Ganassi Team UK in their Ford GT, Andy Priaulx and Harry Tincknell, they were quick with Priaulx's first lap and then Tincknell's turn, but then clearly the track was still getting faster and the team responded very quickly, turned the car around, sent Priaulx back out, and he produced a really strong lap to claim, to help them claim pole position.
Because we know we're expecting poor weather, they had tyres to throw at those cars, and that's what the GTE teams in particular chose to do, and it gave us a spectacular qualifying session, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did, and that extra 5 minutes of time meant that we got a lot of second bites of the cherry from teams, and that kind of just ramped up the performance, but it ramped up the excitement as well. So looking into our LMP2 field, 6 in the class, Racing Team Netherlands. Gerard van der Garde will start that car that he shares with Nick de Vries and the boss of Jumbo Supermarkets, Frits van Aert. Look here, this is the run up to Les Combes from Eau Rouge, and on the right, as the helicopter looks at it, they've cleared away a lot of the trees, so the track is much more open. That will help in the weather. The water won't hang in the trees so much. It'll dry quicker, and there's a big new road being put in, lots of hard standing to accommodate food stalls and so on for the Grand Prix. And also down at Eau Rouge, you'll see from the helicopter shots some bright sandy kind of loop. That is the new rallycross track. World Rallycross come here next weekend. They've obviously had their weather sent a week early by mistake, being delivered early and left in our porch.
Back-to-back World Championships, FI World Championships here. It's happened not quite like that. We did have not back-to-back, but co-located World Championships of the WC not so very long ago, with the World Karting Championship at Bahrain the same week we were there. But it does look spectacular. It will use Eau Rouge and up to Raidillon. You can see it there.
You can see the tighter inside loop is the Joker lap, and the outside loop is the main loop. It goes up the hill, and then they basically come around a handbrake at the top of Raidillon.
Good news is that front bodywork is back on the Dragon Speed car, and Davidson is just buckling himself in.
He'll be being very cautious with the brake pedal on the final formation lap, making sure that everything's as it should be.
Mr. Maldonado standing in front of the car there for a moment. But this is a team with an outside chance of the championship still. Lots of mass in play, and of course with poor weather coming, that is the kind of thing that can really throw a curveball into a championship fight. 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing is the car that is still in the livery that the team started with this season. David Heimer Hansen towards the back of the car, and that crew came home with the win at Sebring on their debut in that car.
Yeah, and if you're leading the championship, then David, these guys in the 38 car, if you're leading the championship, then having half points is less of a problem than if you're chasing. 38 car with that new livery, it's gone away from the black and white of the 37 car, still run under the same banner, but with sponsorship by Richard Mille, so their Mille deal changes the car into something more resembling a Jordan Grand Prix car. G-Drive, fastest car in qualifying. Interesting, really. I mean, at G-Drive, everything they do is tailored to making the car right for Le Mans.
Absolutely.
Whether it's here, whether it's World Endurance entries or European Le Mans Series programs, everything is tailored just the 24 hours of Le Mans, in the way that Porsche classically did and Audi did for so many years so successfully.
TDS Racing run that car for G-Direct Drive Racing, a full rehearsal for Le Mans for them. The Aurus brand proudly on the side, the front, just about everywhere else. The car actually entered and homologated now as an Aurus, but it is an Oreca 07. Watch for that car in the race. It will not be scoring World Championship points.
Stoffel Van Dorn being given a final briefing by Vitaly Petrov. Don't worry if it shakes your fillings out. It does that to everyone.
They all do that, sir.
Yeah. Mikhail Elishin. Try not to flat spot the tyres for us, thanks very much. Yeah. Yes, track declared wet by the race director, and the significance there is not that it is actually really wet, but it opens the window. It allows the teams permission to fit wet weather or groove tyres. If it's not declared wet, you may not use anything other than a slick tyre. So he's giving them the option. And if it suddenly tanks it down with rain on the final formation lap, then we may see some cars coming through the pit lane for a change of tyre. At the moment, only a few odd drops are reported. Well, there's no doubt that Stoffel will add a few more ticket sales to the Belgium crowd here. He's a big name here in Belgium, obviously, with his recent Formula One history, and just adds to the draw of the grid. And there's a great view. This morning, a complete whiteout. Quite surprised how much snow fell. We were predicted maybe a little dusting, but actually everything was full-on winter. No sign of that now. The track is dry underfoot as we get ready for the start of the Spa 6 hours. Well, joining us in the warmth of the booth, Adam Manish, you've just been down there. Pretty nippy in the air now, isn't it? The temperature is definitely dropping.
Yeah, temperature's cold anyway. You know, this morning you've got an air temperature of about 5 degrees, and it is going to be a chilly one today.
À toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, ô patrie, nous le jurons tous, tu vivras, toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté, aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté, le roi, la loi, la liberté, le roi, la loi, la liberté.
Fine rendition of the Belgian national anthem to bring the crowd to their feet, and the teams now rush out with slick tyres, some of them fresh with their moulding shine still on. These all come straight out of the tyre warmers. Anything you use to get to the grid you will not be wanting now, because they'll be absolutely stone cold. Looking at the 6th place car on the grid, Neil Jani starts. The Swiss wrapped up well this morning at the driver's autograph session. I said, you should be used to this. He said, yes, I am. That's why I'm dressed properly. which is probably the right way.
It's a fair point.
Yeah, as my wife always says, there's no such thing as bad weather, just the wrong clothing. Yeah. She wasn't in Calgary when it was minus 34 Celsius, that's all I'm saying.
A few drops of rain on the camera, and heavy cloud approaching.
I think there's hail at the far side of the circuit, was a little birdie was saying to me just as I came up here, but it is very, very cold, and I think the difficulty is going to be with it being a rolling start and a slow lap around here, and it's a very long one. Any temperature that are in the tyres now will be dropping as soon as those tyres hit the ground, and by the time they get round here, braking into the first corner and at Lake Coombe at the top of the hill at turn 5, I think we're going to see, I would have said, a few lockups and some entertainment coming from that.
Yeah, the drivers were saying this morning, even the GT drivers were saying this morning, the safety car driver is really going to struggle. If it gets wet, it is a road car. Yes, it's a high-performance supercar, but it is still a road car. So Pedro Cachero will have his work cut out for him to lead the field round at a speed that's going to make any difference at all to these cars.
Now there's a few people on the grid as well, just playing around with the downforce levels that they're going to play. So, you know, G-Drive on pole position in LMP2, that was one team that had the nose and the tail off the car, just making a small adjustment. And the other thing that I'm not sure if you guys were talking about already, the Dragon Speed, the number 31 car that we just saw in the background, it's 4th place with Anthony Davidson starting. When he got to the actual grid itself, he said that the brake was very, very soft, and they had to bleed the brakes on the grid. Not something ideally you want to do. Hopefully that's resolved the problem and it's nothing more deep-seated than that. But Dragon's been doing a little bit of work in the few minutes to go before the start.
And as we said at the time, he's going to be very, very interested in what that pedal does every time he tries to use it to warm the brakes up and warm the tyres up on the formation lap.
Yeah, drivers are a bit like goldfish in that respect. Once they actually press the brake pedal there, then they have total and utter trust in what it's going to do until something else comes from it. But you'll be definitely using the brakes, and this is something I think you will see on this outlap, is a lot of people doing a lot of hard braking, hard acceleration, just trying to get some temperature into things, because I think it is difficult to appreciate in the warmth of the booth that we're in right now how cold it is. I put my hand on the ground and I can tell you it is cold. And I'm Scottish, so I should know.
That's the voice of our resident goldfish driver, Alan McNish. 5 degrees of air temperature, 9 degrees of track temperature. That might be a high for the race. Andre Negrão is aboard the 36 Senior Tech Alpine LMP2 car that leads our championship. And they will be looking for a good race as well, because they need to defend that. And part of what we're looking for here is maybe slightly odd strategies. I was suggesting that any driver worth his salt will be asking Rocket Pac-Man, could you just hover there, just there, just there, just there, right above my little bit of racing line. He is clearing the grid without any need for the marshals. We have a high-speed drone which will be taking extra footage of the start as well. Now, we're talking to him yesterday. He's going to try and find the drone mid-air for some sort of International Space Station-style link-up. He was due to be at the last race as well, but unfortunately a skiing accident. He cracked 6 ribs because it's only a gentle day skiing, only around 80 or 100 kilometers an hour. So clearly standing on rockets and twirling around in mid-air is not the only thing that he does for kicks. Well, there's the drone just down on the right-hand front corner. Jackie Hicks, like everybody else here, going, sooner
Not
you
a
than
chance.
me, mate. Yes. Yeah, give me a 917 in the snow, but you can keep your jetpack.
I've got to say, Zapata definitely is one brave man, but definitely very, very skilled. But it's that 100 meters in the air part of it that I'm not so sure about.
Yeah. See, the good thing about a car is if the engine stops, it just stops. Same thing with him, only the car is closer to the ground at the time.
It does give him time to think about it, doesn't it? Before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what a beautiful view above the grid there.
Fabulous. And the thing about him is, when you meet him, is that he's the most unassuming, you know, bloke, just full of life and energy, but you'd never think, yeah, he's an utter nutter. Well, this is the future of modern transport. My Morris Minor is going to get an awful lot more miles on it over the years, because that's... Wow, that is absolutely... He's just come whistling past our commentary box window in the main grandstands, and he's doing 75, 80 kilometres now. Oh, to be up in that suspended seat there
Absolutely.
as he flies underneath you. That's a view. That's a view.
What Martin's talking about here is we've got a grandstand suspended from a crane on the start-finish straight with a fantastic view for the fans. There's no truth or rumour as well that is Dindo Capello on that.
He's mad, but he's not that mad. So we are counting down to rolling the cars away on the 6 hours of Spa. The grid has been cleared, and we are getting ready to set our cars from 4 different classes out for the final formation lap.
1 minute board is out. Visors up, so I think he's about to come back down to earth.
And look at those pictures. It's blue That bright sunshine, blue skies overhead. The track is dry, shimmering in a little bit of a heat haze. There's the irony. Track temperature still in single digits. So the track has been declared wet.
30 seconds to start the formation lap for the 6 hours of Spa. Track has been declared wet. Rain lights on in low mode. "15 seconds to start the formation lap. Green flag for the start of the formation lap. Green flag for the start of the formation lap. We have started the formation lap for the 6 hours of Spa.
Legendary Le Mans winner, Mr. Le Mans, as he was known throughout his career, Jackie Ickx waves the flag 6 times victorious. And for many years, nobody thought that could ever be equalled. Of course, since then, Tom Christensen has not only reached that mark, but exceeded it. Jackie Ickx, still one of Belgium's most famous racing sons. Flags the field away here at the awesome Spa-Francorchamps. It is quite a majestic place to walk, to view, and I'm sure to drive as well. And heading out of the sunshine immediately into the shade, down into Eau Rouge, led by Sébastien Buemi and Mike Conway. The Toyota hybrids going 1-2. Let's hear from the team of car number 8.
The prediction at the moment is only a few drops at times, so nothing major, but we have to be ready for any case.
On the right-hand side, up the Kemmel Straight, as we look at it, drivers left, a lot of clearing of forest has gone on, so the water will hang in the trees much less than previously. Look below us, how far back the tree line is now, almost completely out of the spectator area, and that makes life a lot more livable for the drivers than it was even as recently as the 80s or the 90s, when the trees almost came down to the trackside barriers. Through the right-left at Les Combes, big stop at the top of the hill, very bumpy on line, saw lots of lockups there in free practice when we're out watching trackside. 92 Porsche, Kevin Estre on row 11 of the grid. Let's hear from them.
All in front are on quali except the Ford. Except the Ford in front of you is on new. Jimmy on new as well.
So what tyres is everybody else using? And that might be Jermaine in the opening laps. Estre, if he's on fresh tyres, may have a chance to get by. Look how dark the sky is overhead, Alan.
Yes, it is very dark, but that's interesting that some have gone with new, because if you've got a quali set, it means it's been used, which means that it's got a harder coating. In this circumstance, with these tyre temperatures and trying to get temperature into them before the start, then certainly if I had the option, I would have definitely gone for a new set.
Yeah.
So it looks like Ford have picked that option, and so do Porsche with Jimmy Bruni.
Well, coming down the hill, just below our weather radar there, into Bruxelles. The long corkscrew downhill right-hander. And this stretch of track, the drivers ahead of them can then see their way back up to the finish building before they get down. It's the double left-hander at Pouan. Lead is now taking us down through Pif Paf, and then back on the long climb up on the what used to be the old public road circuit, through Stavelot, Blanchimont, and up to the bus stop that ends the lap. Interesting message on the timing screen. We've had a message there for a while saying a few spots of rain. It's now saying slush increasing level 1 from 13:30, which is 30 seconds from now, or race start time. Safety car leads the field around, and now as they begin the climb, this is where they try and get themselves into 2x2 formation. See the kart track on the inside. I think everybody who's in the car is probably as relaxed as anybody else in the place here. Mike Conway, Sébastien Buemi, Stéphane Sarrazin and Thomas Laurent for SMP and Rebellion behind the Toyotas on the front row. Then SMP, Stoffel Van Dorn, Rebellion's Neil Jarni. Top 6 all LMP1 cars. Front row LMP1 hybrids. And then behind them, 7th and 8th on the grid, the top 2 in LMP2. with Jean-Eric Verne ahead of Stéphane Richelmy for the Jackie Chan DC Racing number 38 squad. That was the car we were just on board with. So they're now trying to form up. The safety car holds his pace until the race director is happy, and he'll then beetle for the pit lane entrance. But there is a lot of rain coming, and it is almost on us. Let's hear from the Aston Martin team.
Yeah, indicate grid position, close the gap, prepare for start, prepare for race start. Possible rain in 5 minutes, so you get 2 or 3 racing laps.
So Nicky Team has to close right up behind the BMW of Antonio Felix da Costa. We are getting ready for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 7 of the FIA WEC Super Season. It looks like a clean start. The lights go green, we're away. Number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway, leads down into the first corner. The Racing Team Netherlands, yellow car on the grass on the inside. Geert van der Garde trying to pick up places. Goes around the outside. He's picked up a couple of spots. About the second of the SMP cars. That's Stoffel van Doorn down the inside. And tries to go by Thomas Laurent. Can't get it done. Everybody in the LMP class safely through Eau Rouge out of Réunion and starting the long climb up the Kemmel Straight. Trying to weave for some tyre temperature, perhaps. Sébastien Buemi in second place. 4, 5 wide behind. Here comes Geert van der Garde. Dive bomb Jean-Eric Verne for the lead in LMP2. Right behind is 38, the black and yellow car. 36, that's the championship leaders with André Negrão in the blue car, the Alpine. But that was a big move from van der Garde.
It certainly was, and there's Anthony Davidson looking down the inside as we're riding on board with the Porsche here, which is sitting down in 6th place, but it's Ford 67 that led off the start, and the 66 car, which is its sister, is there in the battle with the 2 Ferraris.
And right behind the blue Aston Martin at the tail of the field, that's the AM class leader with the Dempsey Proton Porsche that started second in class right behind him. There is rain in the pit lane, rain at turn 1. The umbrellas are going up, and actually it's properly rain. In fact, that looks a little bit more sleety, yes. It's much more visible. So Louise Beckett down in the pits with her wellies on. It's still dry at the bottom of the circuit, but these guys are going to drive into a wall of water. Alan, where do they catch it?
Well, this is the question, where do they catch it? But the thing is, I'm surprised. I would be on the radio if I was an engineer saying to your driver, it is raining in the pit lane area, so that he knows what to do for the braking at the chicane here at the bus stop.
Mike Conway will be the first man to find the water in the lead Toyota. It is still dry as the Porsches start to climb the hill up through Stabilo. Leader across the line at the end of the first lap. Race start will be looked at by the stewards. And Mike Conway leads from Sébastien Buemi. A little bit of debut being thrown up, but they've gapped themselves away from Geert van der Garde. The LMP1 car's pulling away from the P2 leader. He's pulling away from Jean-Eric Verne, who in turn is pulling away from Stéphane Richelmy. The Monegasque in 3rd place.
Say van der Garde, that was a brave move he did at the top of the Kemmel Straight on lap 1, but he got it done. He threw it down the inside of Verne, who's not an easy person to pass. Anthony Davidson we saw trying to get down the inside of the 36 Alpine, and he's right in the slipstream now as he looks to go. Doesn't quite do it. It's a sort of half look more than an actual overtake.
Change for the lead in the GTE AM class. The Dempsey Proton car did get in front of the TF Sport Aston. Sally Ollett being cautious on the opening lap. Matteo Cairoli, the Porsche Junior driver, leads in the AM class ahead of Team Project One in 3rd place of Egidio Perfetti. And we're looking at the LMP2 battle. There's the championship leaders, Senior Tech Alpine. They've been very consistent on the podium at every race so far. And Alan McNish, points make prizes. If you can continue that, you almost don't have to win races if you're always there.
Yeah, but in this race, you've got to finish. And that's going to be the very important one with all of this different rain. And there's a lot of sleety rain at the other half of the circuit where they are right now. And it is increasing. And so you've basically got to try and survive these times. Not necessarily try to push and pick up places. Just survive, because easily, so easily, get a wheel on a curb and then your race can be over.
No sign, Graham Goodwin, of tyre marks here, so the track is still dry for half the lap, but there at the bus stop you can see the leader having a big moment.
And the Rebellion in third place, right behind the SMP. And this is going to be a long, long lap for them. Really, really long lap for the LMP2s and the GTEs. It's better if they think it is going to be wet to be able to do it. An SMP run wide.
Oh, that's Stéphane Sarrazin, the single-seater racer and rally driver, rally crosser, ice racer. He lost the place to Thomas Laurent. And the danger now, Alan, is that you suddenly hit basically what's sheet ice here.
Yeah, it is, but I'm going to be interested whether the GTEs, who are now coming up to the bus stop, actually come into the pits, or whether they are going to continue. Because at the top of the hill at La Source, it actually looks okay at the moment. Yeah. And so you wouldn't necessarily change for this part of the circuit, but for the other part of the circuit you would. But here you see 67, Harry Tinknell is across the line, followed by the BMWs.
Aston Martins are pitting.
Well, everybody is still staying out. You've got to survive
Aston
this.
Martins are in.
Aston Martins both in, 97 and 95. They're not even splitting their strategy. They're going straight for an intermediate or a wet weather tyre. It's going to be interesting what they go with.
Well, the thing there is that they are throwing it definitely to try to get it, so that hopefully the weather goes in their way. However, if it stays like this with 50-50, I would stick on the slick tyre, but you have to be so careful.
Looks like a full wet weather tyre, doesn't it, rather than an intermediate going on there. Ferrari versus Porsche. They're trying to come back from the tail of the field.
And this time, wipers are on the Kemmel Straight. The footprint of this weather is extending further. It is tipping it down here on the start-finish straight.
In fact, it's blowing horizontally past our window. You can see so much of it. It is almost full snow rather than rain. So Louise reports from the pit lane, it's hitting her, it's hail. So we have a hailstorm here, Toyota 1-2, and look at the brake. It just goes from bone dry into water.
Yeah, that's what it does when it's round here, and you see the Toyotas, and they're both coming in, so they're going to stack coming into the pit lane, both of them straight into the pit lane.
Well, stack in the pit lane rather than stack it in the barriers. It is absolutely a wind to storm.
It is.
There's a great view. Look at the background, and you can see how hard it is snowing. SMP, stay out.
Now they're staying out to see if there's a safety car. What they're doing is they're staying out and hoping there's going to be a safety car right now. Because logically, you wouldn't want to try to continue to drive in this. I expect there'll be a flurry of activity, everybody coming into the pits now.
Well, SMP have stayed out, 38 have stayed out, but have 37 come in. Dragon Speed stay out, so Anthony Davidson, born and bred in weather like this in the UK. See how hot the slicks are, that's why a bit of moisture doesn't hurt.
The interesting thing is that they don't have tyres ready. That's it, because this was such a late call, there's no tyres ready, and it's wet tyres going on.
But come on, how can you not have tyres ready and still call the car in?
It was one car had tyres ready because it's gone, and the other car didn't. And so Conway's tyre, the championship leaders, they had tyres ready, the other one didn't. So I think it was the case of, I've got to make a decision, follow the leader. Sorry,
other way round. It was not the championship leading car, it's the 7 that was ready.
7 that was ready, and the 8 wasn't,
Sorry, yes, apologies,
So both SMP stayed out. Jackie Chan DC Racing third now with the 38 car. The Ferraris is the 31. Ferraris have stayed out?
Yes, they have, as has the 88 Dempsey Proton Porsche.
You've got to roll the dice, haven't you? Anybody who is well up the grid is not going to take any chances. Porsche are going straight onto wets as well. There's Jimmy Bruni. Well, Ferrari and Porsche, Ferrari particularly at the back of the field, they've got to do something. They're getting nothing out of this on pace.
Can I just tell you about pace? In the first sector, the SMP that stayed out on slicks was 13 seconds a lap slower than what it was in the dry.
Yeah.
And there you see it there, Van de Garde, Guido Van de Garde in the SMP2 in the yellow, it's in the yellow Dallara up ahead of the Toyota, and this is now torrential rain.
Yeah, Guido Van de Garde had the bravery pills by the handful at breakfast, didn't he? You can see that's the sleet hanging in the air. That's not cloud, that's actually the ice coming down now over the forest. Well,
this was
5 minutes ago, look how lovely the racetrack looked at the start. Great view down into the first corner, massive trailing lockup from Stéphane Sarrazin to hold on to what was then third place in the first SMP cars. And Andre Negrão in the middle of all arms and elbows action in turn 1. There's Van de Garde, picked up positions on the outside. He cut back to his right as they came down the hill. And then the SMP cars are coming in as well, the first 2. So this is live action now, and this is the sort of weather we had in the middle of the night, I think.
Yeah, it is, but they were nearly 25 seconds off in the middle sector, and so therefore they lost more than the actual full pit stop on that particular lap. So the gamble didn't pay off and there was no safety car. And the snow is kind of stopping.
Yeah. It's certainly not quite as horizontal as it was, is it? Just a point here, Geert van der Garde with that move around the outside, at that point was still fourth. Yeah. So he led by the time we got up to Le Combe.
Yes. Yeah, he was definitely fully on it. Out goes the SMP, he comes 31 at dragon speed. And there was somebody on the radio there, wasn't there, very quickly to the SMP driver, whichever it was, Sarrazin, I think, to let him know somebody was coming in over his left-hand shoulder. It is vile through Eau Rouge and up the hill.
And it's got even worse weather again.
38 car has been in, so has 31, as we just saw. So everybody is now stopped.
Full snow now.
Yeah.
Yellow flag up at Le Combe, the lights going there.
Now, if anybody gambled on slicks, Al, they are going to have to, they're going to tell us, because they're going to have to come into the pits again very soon, aren't they?
I don't think anybody would gamble
on intermediates.
No, I don't think anybody would. I think in this situation you would go for safety as one of the Ferrari comes into pits.
Both Ferrari stayed out, as did the 88.
And the Saint-Pierre Guidi is in. Sam Bird is not in. Now, does that mean he's continued? Or he has not come around? Sam Bird is now in.
And it's the 88.
This is Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
Now, the important thing for the Ferraris is not to get frustrated about the fact that they've just lost a lot of time, because I think we've still got 5 hours and 50 minutes to go. There's a lot of other action going to happen in this race.
What are you suggesting? This may not be the only bad weather?
I would say this may be the only bit of entertainment and rolling of the dice that people will be doing.
The winners, well, the winner, the 95 Aston Martin, came in early, remember, and comes out ahead of the pack.
Yeah, he's got a big gap. They gambled on another way, and the amount of intensity of the rain increased over the majority of the circuit, and that was where they picked it. And both the Aston Martins, if you remember, came in. Everybody else in GTE Pro stayed out, rolled it for one more lap. The Ferraris tried to roll it for another lap and lost out massively.
Sleet is now increasing outside the commentary box window on the pit straight. Great onboard view from the Porsche, the Ford going by, and here at Rédillon, that's the corner that you will be watched for track limits there, and at Blanchimont on the return lap.
Expecting this weather to be with us for at least half an hour, according to race control, till 14:15, just over half an hour, in fact.
And the second factor with Eduardo Freitas, the race director, declaring the track wet before the start means I will not send the safety car out just because it rains, so be ready for that. It's down to the teams. Now, if it gets undrivable, he absolutely will, and
well, that was just
there yet.
Lack of grip, but the other thing is that because the track temperature is so low, you don't generate the speed through the corner, which generates the load, which generates the tyre temperature. And so the worse the conditions become, the more the tyres become cold and solid, and then the worse it is to drive, especially for the LMP ones. At least with the higher weight and the higher up weight of a GTE car, they tend to put a little bit of load in, and they're able to do it. But the LMP one are going to, I would say, struggle in these conditions.
Track temperature still shown as 10 degrees Celsius, but it's going to be dropping rapidly. The problem here is not that it's wet because of the rain. The problem is the ice from the snow. And Graham Goodwin points to the screen where the
air temperature,
the millibars have just plunged off a cliff.
It's the air temperature has just gone into a vertical decline.
Change for the lead and second place, rather, of the GT Pro class. The BMW there up to second, Antonio Felix da Costa. Kevin Estre up to third. Don't forget the Porsches are only 7th and 8th on the grid. There's the Aston you can just see in the lead, and that's the effect that the weather is having on the fans. No wonder they're all under the roofs of the grandstands.
The BMW struggled a little bit in free practice one in the wet and didn't think they were necessarily that quick. The Astons were very strong. Porsche struggled in the dry in qualifying, but again, historically we have seen, even although this is not maybe quite as extreme a layout with the engine hanging over the back, the Porsche is still quick in these wet conditions. And so I'd say it plays into Aston Martin and Porsche's favour as opposed to BMW and Fords and Ferraris.
Aston Martin guys were saying last night, we need it to rain or we're dead in the water here, because their straight line speed, their overall competitiveness in the dry wasn't what they'd hoped for. Geert van der Garde, Racing Team Netherlands, 4th place overall. This is the battle for Stoffel van Dorn. Behind him, the SMP car across the line goes by without too much problem. Next up is the Rebellion of Neil Jarni. So, Geert van der Garde driving an absolute blinder for Racing Team Netherlands now.
Yeah, that car, the Dallara, was very quick in Sebring, if we remember.
It was, yeah.
But at the same time, it was been also quick in every wet race we've had. It looks like quite a tricky car to drive in the dry, but in the wet, especially when Guido's at the wheel, as you can see, it's quite aggressively driven, but certainly getting the job done.
Yeah, it really is. It looks very close indeed to the BR1 because it is basically the same chassis built by Dallara. But for LMP2 regulations, the BR1 goes by. Look at the poor Marshall there. He's building up a layer of sleet on his flag-waving arm. And off goes the TF Sport Aston. We saw that a couple of laps ago, didn't we? This is the battle for the lead. Sally Jollet, the Turkish driver ahead of Norway's Egidio Perfetti. There's Perfetti on the inside.
Championship leader, of course.
Yeah.
The number 56 car, their brand new car, replacing the car that was destroyed in a practice fire at Sebring.
Replacing their last brand new car, which has now gone on to European Le Mans Series duty, hasn't it? Is this another new chassis?
This
is a different car again.
It's a brand new car.
Yeah, that was a switch for the lead then, because when Jolek went wide, then the position went across to Perfetti. So now it is Porsche that is leading this battle, and again I would suspect that that car is going to maybe move off into the distance.
And the lights behind are another Aston Martin 98 car, Paul Dalla looking for his 5th straight win in the GTE AM class here at Spa.
I'll read out full degree reduction in air temperature in a single lap. We've seen there, and approaching the same for track temperature. Off goes.
Yeah, Van der Garde, that's at Les Combes again, at the top of the hill. It's bumpy enough and tricky enough when it's dry. We're right behind Paul Dalla, the leader coming through. Weather forecast, hour 1, rain, hour 2, rain, hour 4, rain. Are you getting the picture? Could be a bit of a damp one. And that means that as much as in the car, Alan, the brains on the pit wall will be working overtime, trying to figure out how to deal with this, where the lap temperatures are, or tyre temperatures are going, where the lap times are going, and when to come in, when not to come in as the weather changes, if the weather changes.
I've got to say, from the driver's point of view, this is the worst situation possible because it is changing lap to lap. It is torrential. It's very difficult to see. And one small mistake round here because of the average high speed of the track, and we've seen it up at Les Combes, can cause a massive, massive problem. And so the drivers, if you do one stint in this, it'll be like doing 2 or 3 stints at Le Mans in the dry.
So the mental fatigue is the huge part of it.
4 arms as well, because you hang on to that steering wheel. And you're dancing so delicately on the throttle and on the brake.
Meanwhile, 3rd position, Seb Buemi is making progress back towards Thomas Laurent. 5 seconds quicker last time around. That gap now just 3 seconds.
Yeah, worth pointing out that the Rebellion of Thomas Laurent is in 2nd place overall because the Toyota got stacked in the pit lane, didn't it? So there is Geert van der Garde with Neil Jarni behind him, the LMP2 leader ahead of the 5th place LMP1 car.
Yeah, just to be clear, it stacked in the pit lane. The 2 pits were there, but it didn't have tyres available for the 8 car for Buemi. And for whatever reason, the wet tyres were not as available as they were for the 7 of Conway. And Conway's then got a 14-second gap up ahead right now. But as you said there, Graham, then Buemi is catching in. The last 2 or 3 laps have been 2-3 seconds. And so I suspect it's only going to be time. But also the SMP of Van Dorn as well seems to be a little bit quicker than Laurent Rebellion as well.
Kevin Escher hunting Antonio Felix da Costa. The Porsche driver was in our commentary booth yesterday covering the first race of the weekend for the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and France. An action-filled grid of 37 cars, quite a number of whom actually made it through to the finish. Now he's doing his best. This is the battle for 2nd place in the GTE Pro class. And Porsche Graham Goodwin with a 100-point lead over Ferrari in the Manufacturers' World Championship standings in GT. All they really need to do is have a half-acceptable result here, and they could walk away being world champions before we get to Le Mans.
Reality is, if they go to Le Mans with a 67-point lead, they are world champions. And remember, for the Manufacturers' World Championship, the AM cars are registered for those points as well. So it's whichever 2 of each of the manufacturers finished 1-2 in that order.
believe weather stays like this for the next 5 or 10 minutes. Weather like this for the next 5 or 10 minutes. Your pace very good compared to other car.
Our forecast says the weather remains like this for the next 5 to 10 hours, quite possibly. But they're absolutely right. He is going very quickly, Nicky Team, and leads the field by a couple of seconds over Antonio Felix da Costa, Kevin Estre battle. There that is in the murk. Estre with the 3 green lights on the side, green for the GT Pro, 3 for 3rd place.
Yeah, but I've got to say that Estre is actually dropped off the back of da Costa. Da Costa is catching on Team. So maybe the last lap was good enough, but I would have said that the lead is going to change a GT Pro on this particular lap, because da Costa certainly has caught up very, very quickly in Nicky Team.
Pole sitters, 67 Ford, Andy Preyer and Harry Tinknell. They're in 4th place at the moment, but their pit stop under investigation. And here is the battle for the lead. Aston Martin under pressure from the BMW. Now, if we think back to the rain in Fuji last winter, we saw Aston Martin and BMW very different fortunes. Here the BMW, like early in that race, really making hay in the rain, and the Aston dropping back down the order.
Yeah, the Aston, I think, has gone out of its tyre temperature window, and so therefore he's suddenly driving on ice. Before, when it was a little bit less cold, track temperatures dropping off, air temperatures now 2.3 degrees, then he had something to work with. But now it's just in that spiral downwards where he has got no tyre temperature and he's just sliding around. BMW is still able to generate something and has now got the lead, and the Porsche has followed him through. Look at the gap back to the Aston, and I'm sure by the time they get to the start and finish line it'll be about 2.5 seconds.
And look at the pictures of what's in the air. There's Eduardo Freitas, the race director, in the centre of your shot. It's not rain any longer, is it? It is actually snowing snow now. This is not sleet or anything. It's proper snow. And the track temperature will plummet, and you're absolutely right. The tyre temperature will go away with it.
Continues to come down, approaching 2 degrees now. It's fallen off a cliff over the last 2 or 3 laps. Track temperature, we don't get as immediate a reading, but that's coming down almost as quickly.
Yeah. And you said about the 67 Ford's investigation into its pit stop. It is also getting back into this battle. That was the car that was on pole position. Sort of got shuffled back around about the pit stop times, and it is now coming back into play.
And rapidly catching Nicky Team, just 2.5 seconds back at the line.
But look at Team 5 seconds off the pace in the last lap. That's the point where suddenly you just get into no man's land. And what can they do? They can't do anything else. They've just got to keep on running.
Yeah, you just got to hope that the weather improves a little and some tyre temperature comes back to you. Interesting.
Yeah, but sorry, just to say, the other one of Marc Martin as well, the other Aston Martin, it is on the same sort of lap time, so it is an Aston issue as opposed to just general point.
They changed tyres a lap earlier than everybody else. They changed tyres the lap before everybody else.
I wonder if everybody else runs out of grip in another lap.
But all on Michelin, so therefore I would think it's unlikely, to be honest, Graham.
Sure.
They only, they can't do anything.
He comes to 91.
Very slow into the pit lane there.
Well, don't forget, this is the car that had problems. It stopped coming in at the end of free practice 3. It also didn't quite seem to have the pace in qualifying that we expected. I spoke to Jimmy Bruni this morning, said, everything okay with the car? I said, yeah, as far as we're aware, everything is okay, but they are going for a more extreme wet, perhaps. Can't be just that they need fresher ones, they need ones that's got less rubber and more groove.
Clearly snow on the rear deck of that car.
No, that's the hail, isn't it? It's absolutely pelting down here still.
2.1 degrees now, so it's dropped a degree in the last 4 minutes.
And that pit stop has dropped the Porsche back way down the field in the AM class as well. Team Project One lead from Aston Martin Racing's 98 ahead of the 90 car of TF Sport, which was the leader some 5 laps ago. Eddie Cheever 4th in the 70 Ferrari. That's the car that didn't do any qualifying laps because of its crash. That's the MR car. Clearwater Racing's Luis Perez Compact in 5th place ahead of Thomas Floor in 6th in the Spirit of Race Ferrari. So no Ferraris in the AM class in the top 3. And Ferrari's 7th and 9th out of 10 pro cars as well. This is, I'm thinking, not Ferrari weather.
No. This is a replay of the Porsche just driving around the outside. Safety car. Yeah. Safety car is out, so Eduardo Freitas has decided to throw the safety car now.
Now that is not going to help anybody's track temperature. Great onboard view, tyre temperature, great onboard view from the Porsche, diving through on the inside at Piff Paff. There's Augusto Farfus, Nicky Katzberg, the far side. Two touring car drivers. Wasn't quite as wet as this before.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Pit entry closed. Safety car deployed. Pit entry closed. Leader, slow down. Leader, slow down.
So the safety car will close the field up. Well, it is a pretty grim, wet day, and especially not so much that it's wet, but that it is cold. We could see hail settling on the car. And unfortunately, as the safety car train comes past, that pit stop for the 91 Porsche drops them way back down the field, and that, when you've just made an unforced error, you don't need the safety car to enhance it.
Well, maybe not an unforced error. They came into the pits and they changed from a wet to a wet, and I presume it's just they wanted to actually put a hot tyre on, a really hot one, to try to keep some grip into it. But now with the safety car, they're going so slowly around the circuit, any temperature that was in that tyre when Jimmy Bruni went out of the pits will have already dissipated and gone.
Look at the screen. Any driver who's used to driving in the winter in Europe will recognise this. This is not now rain or indeed hail. This is big, fat, wet flakes of snow.
This is May in Spa.
Yeah, yes, this is May. This is what comes when you switch to racing in the winter.
One significant point, I think, spotted an Aston Martin, a factory Aston Martin behind the number 7 car, and I'm pretty certain that is the number 97 car. So the cars from 1st to 4th are ahead of the leader and will join the back of that train.
Right, in which case we could be in for a long safety car, because they will try and sort that out and avoid giving everybody an extra lap. Four-time Le Mans winner Yannick Dalmas is our safety car driver, along with Pedro Cachero. They're driving the two different cars here. Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane. Louise, you're outside SMP. This is like home from home for the Russians, right?
I did just say that. Do you feel like you're at home to the SMP guys? But they said this is crazy. It's plus 20 in Moscow now, and look at this.
Yeah, well, there we go. Yeah, so
I have
more
never,
snow.
I have never seen anything like this at World Championship level at all.
Yeah, you have.
Anything remotely like
Silverstone.
it. Villain, yeah, that was a practice session. This is a race. It's a World Championship race. We've seen it at VLN races before.
Yeah.
We've seen it at the Nürburgring 24 Hours before.
Yeah.
Never like this. And I have to say, massive plaudits to all the drivers out there, because we've seen very little, if anything, by way of what you might call a reasonably major incident.
No. Well, touch wood. Nobody so far. Oh, hang on a second. Back down to the pit lane. Louise Beckett, you have a pun?
Yes, courtesy of Motor Racing Photos, Snow Rouge. Hey!
She's here all week, folks. Try the chicken, it's foul. So safety car is out, and we have 5.5 hours of the Spa 6 hours still to go. 26 minutes in, and just to reset the field very quickly, snow forces safety car will be the headline at the end of the first hour of the Spa 6 hours. Toyota's pole sitter Mike Conway leads the safety car queue in the number 7 car. In second place is the number 3 Rebellion of Thomas Laurent. In third place, Sebastian Buemi, who lost a little ground in the pit stops when the number 8 team did not have wet weather tyres. The race started on sunny and dry conditions and has become potentially a bobsleigh race just about now. Fourth place for SMP, Stoffel van Doorn. The Belgian is probably going, yeah, what's the big deal? This is Spa, you knew what you were getting. In fifth place is the yellow car of Racing Team Netherlands, Geert van der Gaard. He is leading LMP2. He's also ahead of Rebellion's Neil Jani and SMP's Stefan Sarazan in their LMP1 cars. The hardy fans are out in great numbers here at Spa-Francorchamps, and some of the younger members must be wondering what on earth possessed their fathers to bring them out on a day like today.
And their mothers. There's lots of families here.
No, lots and lots of families.
I think they're loving it, actually. Nobody's, I was about to say, but he's still in the stands. We wouldn't leave in these conditions, would you?
Well, you might for a waffle. In the LMP2 class, Geert van der Gaard leads from pole sitters G-Drive and John-Eric Van. TDS Racing lie in third place. Mathieu Vazivière is in their car. Then in fourth, Jackie Chan DC Racing ahead of Dragon Speeds 31 and Senior Tech, the championship leaders, in sixth. There is never a day when I'm wishing I was a cameraman instead of being a commentator, and today is yet another big wave-by going on here, Graham, to allow the out-of-position cars to get back into the tray.
Would you like some good news on the weather front?
Go ahead.
It's not driving past the window now, it's just falling from the sky, which means the wind has dropped pretty dramatically, and certainly the message from race control now talking about snow decreasing until 14:05. Still an extraordinary message.
Now watch here, you're just watching from Jackie Chan DC Racing as a Porsche goes blatting by straight up the outside in the fast lane, going by a queue of cars. It's not the M25 on a Friday evening. He has been told individually by the race director, past the safety car. Every car that needs to be moved up, you don't have to do it by waving out the safety car window or anything else. The cars are being told individually to the cockpit by the race director, past the safety car.
That was the number 91 Porsche, the car we saw on pit road just a little while ago.
So the safety car driver, Yannick Dalmas, will be doing what he does, which is maintaining pace and trying to keep it survivable for our LMP1 and 2 cars and everybody else. And the race director is now trying to shuffle the pack so that we avoid too many cars losing out.
I'm going to make a suggestion now. I think you and Alan should swap places here. So Alan as the lead commentator and you as the winter sports guru.
Well, in the French booth, we have access to Olivier Panis, who races Trophy Andros in the winter, the ice racing series. Thomas Laurent has done that as well. A couple of the other guys in the field have done that. So, yeah, it's pretty vile. And I do definitely feel for our cameramen. The good news is this isn't a surprise. It's been forecast all week, so everybody has come pretty well wrapped up. Nevertheless, the rain stroke snow is abating, and there are gaps of blue overhead. In fact, outside of our window, there's barely a flake coming down now.
Absolutely. Should say, by the way, just one or two stories up and down the timing and scoring screens. One in GTM, third position for the number 70 car. Started dog last, remember, after that shunt for Ishikawa in, on his, I think it was outlet, wasn't it, in qualifying. So a great start for the number 70 MR Racing Ferrari, up now into third position behind Paul Dell'Olano's the TF Sport car. Sally Yolok was clearly struggling with those conditions, dropping back.
Safety car out here at Spa-Francorchamps. Let's hear from the leaders.
Mike, we expect the track to improve from now on and to dry up, because there's nothing on the radar coming at the moment.
Well, that's good news. Our screen says snow decreasing until 14:05. Now, does that mean that it increases again thereafter, or it stops totally?
I think that's where they're able to sort of predict to, which was 4 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not really quite sure that I would predict it's going to dry up, because that suggests completely drying up. I think it's going to be wet for quite a little bit of time, especially with this track temperature and air temperature being so cold.
Yeah. You can hear the 38 Jackie Chan DC Racing car spinning up its tyres. Big smiles from our Belgian marshals, or Belgian, Benelux, British, French, German, lots and lots of different nationalities in the marshals crew here.
Yeah. Full blue skies there. 1.8 degrees now at the air temperature, beginning to tail off though, that reduction, and last time we got a track temperature under 8 degrees, 7.8 degrees.
Still 2 or 3 above the really difficult sub 5 degrees of track temperature. Suddenly the tyre companies don't really want to know at all. But look at this, some fabulous pictures like the members meeting at Goodwood last year. Lots and lots of snow. So the pass around is nearly completed, and by the time it has been and the wave-by cars catch the queue, we may be ready to go green again. Safety car remains out at Spa-Francorchamps in the most remarkable weather. Let's hear from the 92 Porsche team.
It's stopped snowing, stopped raining here. We expect a minimum of 30 minutes without more rain.
Well, that's good news for everybody concerned. The storm has blown by. Look to the left-hand side of the weather radar map. That looks clear for a while. We could get a little spurt more racing. Martin Haven, Alan Manouche, Graham Goodwin in the booth with you here trackside at Spa-Francorchamps. Louise Beckett hiding somewhere in a garage, not actually patrolling the pit lane in what has been a snow-struck race so far. We're barely half an hour in. We've already had a safety car because of heavy snow, Alan, but that is diminished, and there is possibly some heat still in the tyres, so I think we might be looking at going green maybe in a lap or so.
I think the thing is, it's what happens when you go into the first corner at La Source at the hairpin and you brake. That's when you find out where your tyre temperatures really are and your brake temperatures as well. But as you said, the snow stopped play. I think it was more visibility than actually anything on the ground itself. And that's something that was certainly not expected.
Well, mercifully, none of the drivers went off. The visibility problem is that marshals posts can't see each other because of the driving snow, and that's where the marshals and the rescue workers are potentially in danger if there is an accident. So. Yeah,
but at the same time, I think visibility from the driver's point of view wasn't exactly as good as it could have been. As saw Andy Prio biting his fingernails, because that's the worst situation in a way, when you're in the pits and can't do anything about it.
Yeah, warm and dry, yeah. A lot of the drivers this morning were saying, no, it's going to be great being in the car. This is the first time I won't complain about how hot it is. I said, I bet you will, 5 laps in.
Well, good news is that the air temperature's now just popped above 2 degrees Celsius.
Do you know, if you took pictures of the start, then of 20 minutes after the start, and now, nearly 40 minutes after the start, you think, well, that's 3 different race weekends.
May I just say to you that I tweeted something just before the start of the race.
Was it your wife's pussycats?
And it was referring to 4 seasons in 1 hour. And I didn't actually think it was going to be true, but I think we've got 4 seasons in 1 hour.
I think we're close. Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota team, currently lying in 3rd.
When we restart, are you okay to stay with the schedule, or do you want to have the wet ones we run in SP2? I think it's better to have the wet ones if we think that the wet ones are better on the wet.
That was a lot of mentions of wet in the same sentence.
I hope they can pick the bones out of that. I have no idea what was going on with his answer, have you?
Yeah, it's Toyota Gazoo Racing, brought to you by Wet Ones.
That was a line from a Rowan Atkinson sketch that never, you know, Blackadder sketch. Wetter than the wet day in Wetty McWetville.
I think it's basically which wets do you want to have on in these conditions, because it is, I wouldn't say it's drying by any stretch of the imagination, but if they do make a change, it's preparing what the next thing is. Remember, Sebastian Buemi was stuck sitting in the pits waiting on tyres coming to the car, so I think their engineers will be a little bit more sensitive than most.
I should say, by the way, that you see the start again. Buemi did not manage before the safety car came out to get by the Rebellions. The Rebellion still sits in 2nd place. Alan.
Okay, I was just looking at that start. Jean-Eric Verne was a mile away from everybody else. He was a good sort of 5 or 6 car lengths by the time he crossed the start and finish line, got a real jump. And so it just shows you how good a job Guido van der Garde did to get up to the point of leading by the end of the first lap.
I wonder if Jean-Eric then ran into the back of the LMP1 cars a little and had to check up, because coming down to Eau Rouge, he definitely didn't have a big gap. And there's Van der Garde. Look at the slingshot of the yellow Racing Team Netherlands car. He was about 3rd in the queue, just went straight up the inside channel. That's a genius move.
Went by the 38 and the 31 together, and then toughed it out up the inside of the G-Drive Auris.
Well, I think he's been watching Mika Hakkinen videos of the early 90s and his lead up to this.
Pit entry is now open. Pit entry is now open.
I'm not sure anybody is going to do anything other than...
You might, because you might come in, because if you've got no tyre temperature, you would come in to actually change tyres so that you've got a hot set when you go back to green racing. That's a lesser risk in that situation. So I think you would there.
Louise Beckett in the pit lane, you're saying that might be the case at Aston Martin.
They are the only ones with the team ready and tyres out. Another set of wets for the 97.
All right, let's see what happens. Thank you, Louise. I think if we don't get the safety car lights coming off this lap, which we won't, I think next lap, because if we don't get racing now, there's going to be some more weather arriving soon.
Yeah, but if you're sort of in that situation, you would still maybe do it if the lights went out.
Well, let's hear from the Aston 95 team. What's the plan, Stan?
Current position, you will stay in to go to slicks if we require. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, but no.
So negative, Nicky, you stay out on these tires for now. If we go to slicks on your call, you will stay in the car. Confirm?
All right.
So they are going to stay out at the moment. They're not going to come into the pits, but at the same time, that was just a preparation point to tell Nicky Team that he will stay in the car. And the very good thing about that is when he does go to slicks, then it isn't going to be completely dry, and so therefore he'll understand all the areas of the circuit. And the outlap on those slick tires, you can gain or lose 10 seconds quite easily just by learning the adaptation of the circuit.
You can see from the helicopter shot how much spray there is in certain parts of the track. The double right-hander at the bottom, Paul Frere, no longer very wet, but coming back up the hill as they pick up speed, still very damp, Graham.
Full sunshine here now on the pit straights.
Gorgeous.
Air temperature beginning to creep back up. Just keeping a track of what's happening with track temperature on the readout we've got here.
Hovering around 7.5, 8 degrees. Safety car stays out. Let's hear from the GT Porsche team.
Yeah, copy that. Visibility.
Well, one of the issues that a number of the GT cars, particularly the AM cars, will have at the restart is in the safety car queue behind them are a lot of wave-by P1 and P2, well, P2 cars predominantly. So that's going to interrupt their battle because the AM battle is nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail towards the back of the group. 97 Aston is in. 51 Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi has come in. And don't forget that 95 led the race with Maxime Martin. Then the tyre temperatures dropped off a cliff, Alan, and so they'll be putting in wets that have come straight out of the oven, same as for Dempsey Proton. And as always, fill with fuel to allow you the maximum flexibility when the weather changes again, not if.
Track temperature on the up.
Ah, not really.
Up half a degree.
Well, I tell you what, if that was the interest rate, everybody would notice.
Yeah. I think we've got to be relative with the track temperature and air temperature increases here. They're pretty minimal.
It's not
in
great,
reality. It's either freezing cold or just very, very, very cold.
I'm judging it by there's a lady in about the 5th row back who's just turned her collar down on her winter coat.
So we're going on the fur colorometer, are we?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I've got you with that. That's definitely something I can relate to.
Not that I'm looking at you, madam.
So safety, oh sir. So safety car comes down the hill with the train behind. There's a Gidio Perfetti, just a few cars between him. In fact, quite a few cars now between him and Paul Dall'Alana, who's second. They're about 8 seconds apart on the track in the GT AM class, and that means that there's probably 4 or 5 cars between them.
I would expect the race to go green anytime soon.
Yeah.
You know, we're in a position where now the thing will be spray from the visual point of view as opposed to necessarily the snow and everything else, but the circuit conditions aren't too bad. There's not too much standing water aquaplaning, but
it's Eduardo Freitas and Yannick Dalmas now who are making the call, aren't they? Yannick, how much grip is there? Race director, it's still pretty touch and go.
Yeah, but a street car to a car with downforce is quite a different animal in that respect.
No, absolutely. Matthias Lauda, nicely wrapped up warm, the Austrian. Well, let's get down to the pit lane with Louise Beckett. She's caught up with Ferraris. James Collado, the world champion, and his teammates are not doing too well at the moment.
Yes, we've seen the 51 come in and change from wets to wets, but James Collado, I'm assuming what the change there was compound?
Well, actually, we did quite a big mess up. Yeah, I wasn't going to swear. Yeah, we basically boxed one lap after the others because the tyres weren't ready, and then basically we put the wrong tyres on the car. So hard compound in the snow is obviously not the best situation. However, the snow stopped, and we've come in, we've done a splash appeal to try and win something on strategy and put a new set of hard wets. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It will be really tricky to start with, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Are you looking forward to your drive?
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it more fun, you know, sliding around and not being able to see where you're going and stuff. I quite like that, so we'll see. But, you know, you never know what the conditions are going to do, which is what I love about Spa and what I love about racing. So, yeah, I'm revved up.
He sounded revved up there, and I've got to say he sounded very convincing, but I wouldn't want him as my lawyer. In that one. There's the eyes of Yannick Dalmas, one of my ex-teammates and 4-time Le Mans winner, as you can see.
Sounded like a football chairman expressing full confidence in the manager, didn't he? There?
Yeah, just prior to the manager's departure.
As the door closes on the manager.
Just as we left the shot of Yannick, he was clearly on the radio and talking to race control.
Always is, yes. It's
the benefits of international hand signals.
He's French, what can you do? He's, the message there was, Yannick, you're on the camera.
Also in and out, by the way, the 36 Signatec Alpine has been down pit lane.
And the third place car in GTE AM, the number 70 Ferrari, Eddie Cheever bringing that car in. Interesting what they were saying about James Calado, about their car going on to hard wets. That means they're expecting to be on them for a long time as the track gets progressively less wet, and they're rolling the dice. They're last but one, effectively nowhere, and so you may as well have a gamble. If you play safe, you're probably not going to gain anything.
Yeah, the risk is, though, warming those tyres up and or keeping temperature when they come out the oven. And with that, it's a case of delicately building it up and hoping that it stays at the same level of water on circuit or reducing.
Well, they'd have been praying that as they were coming out, we'd get the message, safety car in this lap, and so they could beetle round to the back of the safety car queue, keep some heat in the tyres, and then actually start racing. But we still don't have any indication that the safety car is coming in. Again, from the speed that they're doing now, you would sort of think that most drivers would be getting ready to go green. I think the safety car is gradually picking up the pace. Visibility is still going to be a major issue, Graham Goodwin, isn't it?
Absolutely, though you can see things are improving almost lap by lap. More laps means more water moved.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what does the race leader think? He'd have the best view. It's Mike Conway.
I mean, still above spray and above steam coming up off the track. It hasn't dried that much velocity though.
Again, that's part of political broadcast on behalf of the Toyota party, directed exclusively at the race director. TF Sports number 90 Aston comes in from what was 4th place. He'll be coming down the pit lane. There's your AM class leader. The 90 Aston was the pole sitter and led early on.
And championship leader.
Yes.
BMW course still leading in the GT Pro class. The number 82 car in the hands of Da Costa.
Our leader also, Graham, in LMP2 stopped in the pit lane. That's the number 36 Signatec Alpine car.
Championship leader.
Yeah.
Yep. Race leader, Racing Team Netherlands, 5th overall. But yes, an interesting one. Not quite sure what that was about. Presumably wets to wets for the 36 car.
Again, yes, they've stopped fuel only, says Louise Beckett from the pit lane. Well, maybe, again, they're looking at a longer, drier run.
You'll gain more. You'll gain more by that, and they're going to be in the middle of the pack, in the middle of the spray anyway. Yeah. And so it's not as if they're at the front of the field and can make a break with clean vision. And so I can understand that particular sort of movement. But yeah, now the circuit. I know that Conway said that it was there wasn't much reduction in spray, but certainly visibility is much better, and I don't think it is going to get a lot better than it is right now, and especially from a tyre point of view, until they actually go back to driving, then they're not going to be generating any tyre temperature.
And with them going at this speed, they're not moving much water either, so that's not helping. Rebellion, the number 1 car is Neil Jarni.
Problem is the camel spray. If you need more speed over there, then the spray will go afterwards. I think it's okay. It's just camel spray visibility. The rest is okay.
Yeah, that's a topic, but that is going to be the same in 30 minutes' time.
Yeah. Except the more they move in the air, the more it'll blow away.
Safety car
the slower they go.
Lap. Safety car in this lap.
Safety car coming in.
Here we go. We're about to go green, so it is still a little windy. It is still pretty frigid here at Spa, but we are about to go green for the 2nd time in the 6 hours.
Yep, and I would suggest everybody looks at that yellow Dallara sitting back there in 5th place of Guido van der Garde. I think that's the car that can actually maybe get into the ointment of the LMP ones up ahead of them right now.
Lights off on the safety car after some 20 minutes. Safety car brought out because of snow and lack of visibility at Spa-Francorchamps. We're 11 minutes away from the end of the first hour. We're about to go green once more. The number 7 Toyota, the pole sitter, leads. Number 3 Rebellion in second, ahead of the number 8 Toyota. After a flurry of stops from slicks onto wet weather tyres cost the number 8 a little bit of track position. We're on board with the number 1 Rebellion in front of us. Guido van der Garde looking to get around our GTE Am leading black and yellow Porsche. We're getting ready to go green once more, and Thomas Laurent in Rebellion is looking at the back of Mike Conway's Toyota and trying to figure out where he can get by the hybrid car. It won't be off this corner for sure, as the hybrid boost comes in and drives the front axle superbly. Egidio Perfetti staying well out of the way of the P cars behind him as we restart.
Yeah. And Toyota just looking to see what it can do with Thomas Laurent. I think it'll be out here in the run down the hill to Eau Rouge. He'll use his hybrid boost and slips past quite easily.
Van der Garde, by the way, has got the Porsche between him and the two pursuing P1 cars at the restarts.
Yeah, no longer, because Perfetti stayed out the way, didn't he? But the Toyotas are now 1-2. Rebellion up to 3rd, 4th place, Stoffel van Dorn, the local boy. Oh, and contact between BMW and Porsche.
First and second, that's Estra and Da Costa going side by side. Da Costa and the BMW just on the inside, and Estra has got to lift. But coming out of this corner, I think's where Estra's definitely got the advantage now.
Flies by him out of Radion and up the Kemmel straight they come. Gulf Porsche's got the Labra LMP2 car behind it.
And then as well behind them, Nicky Thiem in the Aston Martin is going to be there ready to swoop on Da Costa as they come up into Les Combes.
So he's in 3rd place. Harry Tincknell, the pole sitter for Ford, is in 4th right there. Look at this. That is 1st, 2nd and 3rd behind the Gulf Aston, and 4th and 5th. They're all in a train together because Martin Tomczyk is there in the 2nd BMW. So they're covered by 1.1 seconds at the line. And Jimmy Bruni driving a long way around the outside. He's come from 2 seconds back.
He came from...
look at this! He's trying to get by Tincknell. Tomczyk's on the inside. Tincknell didn't see Jimmy Bruni coming, and even if he did, he didn't have the grip to fight him off. And the Ferrari behind is Alessandro Pierguidi. No, it's not. It must be Sam Bird. He must have been shuffled back, Sam Bird.
Remember, then he came into the pits. The Porsche came into the pits to change tyres as well.
He's come from 9th to 4th in half a lap.
Yeah. Oh boy, oh boy.
Tyre temperature.
Yeah, so 92 Porsche leads, Kevin Estre, Antonio Felix da Costa 2nd. The Gulf Porsche's an AM class car. That's currently 5th in the class. There's the Aston that's 3rd. And look at the Porsche trying to find its way by the Labra LMP2 car. The Labra car just can't get the power of its Gibson onto the track, and the Porsche can unleash the flat 6. Turbo 4.
Yeah, definitely there is a big difference here, and the Porsches have got the speed at this moment in time without question, much quicker than anybody else to switch on their tyre and get the grip. Aston Martin's not in a bad shape either, but the BMW is the one that sort of seems to have dropped off in the Ford in this particular condition.
Yeah, BMW clearly couldn't keep the temperature in their tyres enough behind the safety car. The Aston's in 3rd, the 2nd of those Porsches up to 4th is Jimmy Bruni. He's made 1 stop more than anybody else. BMW in 5th, Ferrari in 6th, trying to get inside. They're both trying to get inside the Gulf car. If I were Ben Barker, I'd be staying driver's extreme left, fringing the grass and staying out of harm's reach. He does so. Through go the GTs.
Aston's got to run down the hill, and Tincknell in the Ford is getting squeezed across as a Ferrari tries to get down the inside of the BMW and got it done. The Ferrari has got it done on the BMW in the run down the hill, but now the straight line speed of the BMW is catching back up. And then Tincknell in the Ford is going to have a look coming up at the top of the hill as they come out of Eau Rouge as he gets a bit of a gap.
Yeah, gets a long run going in the spray. This is the battle for 2nd position still in the class. The Aston, no, 3rd in the class because the Aston Martin's gone by. So you've got Porsche leading, Aston in 2nd, and then these battles further back. Ford and Aston on the brakes right at the bottom of the shot. And that's Stefan Mucker and Maxime Martin. Poor director doesn't know where to look. This is like the touring cars in Hungary last weekend. There is the second place BMW, still squeezing through on the 88 Dempsey Proton car. We got somebody off at turn 5, which is Lecombe.
Yes, rejoined.
Yeah. So no dramas now for us, except those that we can see on screen. So the Porsche suddenly all over the place. Nicky Thiem dropped down to 4th place in the Aston Martin. Jimmy Bruni up to 3rd. Kevin Estrelise for Porsche. Antonio Felix da Costa off is the Dragon Speed car.
Anthony Davidson there, and he's had a little bit of a collision with the Collis car.
I was wondering if there was a left front puncture, but
no, he's just got sort of got knocked into half a spin there, survived round the outside, and will continue on his way.
Yeah. Well, the Bicollis car of Tom Dillman was trying to get by Anthony for 13th, 12th overall, and there was contact, as you saw.
Cost Anthony about 10 seconds in rejoining.
Actually, I think it was Anthony trying to get by the Bicollis.
The other way around. Yeah, may have been. Now here's the battle for 3rd overall, Stoffel van Dorn versus Thomas Laurent. And the Belgian goes by in the SMP racing car. Flies by Laurent for 3rd place. The Bicolles will head to the pit lane. Looks as though Tom Dillman's LMP1 car is heading in. TDS Racing are in as well. Look at this GT battle, fantastic stuff. You've got Porsche, BMW, Aston, AM-Class Aston, Ferrari, BMW and some Fords all in the same battleground.
Top 7 in the same shots in GT Pro. Aston Martin and BMW going head-to-head. BMW up the inside. Here comes the 71 Ferrari. There's contact there.
This is touring car racing. This is fantastic stuff.
No, it's grand touring car racing.
Yes.
Yeah, but a little bit of damage there to the back of the BMW, I think.
The Ferrari is Sam Bird, the 71 car. He's really got some grip. BMW dives to the inside 82 car, Antonio Felix da Costa chops off the nose of the 95 of Nicky Thiem at the apex at the exit curb. Just a little rub. Nicky Thiem on the outside at Lecombe. Bravery pills. Hangs on.
Very, very good racing between them, just giving them enough room and a bit of a squeeze and pushing around, and to be able to be that precise in these conditions, I've got to say, is quite impressive.
And nobody's got enough grip, have they? That's the thing here. The car is just floating around. Sam Bird going a long way around the outside.
3 wide into the turn, 2 wide out of the turn.
Yeah,
and if you're behind,
Sam Bird's just trying to get into a place where the others aren't, so he can pick up a position.
Oh, the Aston Martin nearly had him off there. The Ferrari looking down the outside now into the double left. And right behind, Andre Negrão going, oh, come on, guys, settle down. Some of us need to get by. Yeah, good luck with that. You'll have to wait until you're on the climb out from Stavolo, I think.
He's going to try and go around the outside of 1 or 2 of them, but he's got to be careful.
Yeah.
Very, very careful. BMW is struggling a little bit here relative to the Ferrari and the Aston, but he's wide enough and positioning the car well enough that actually nothing can be done about it.
And the straight line, though, of the BMW, palpably quicker in these conditions, certainly.
And the Ferrari coming back around the LMP2 car.
Aston's got him down the inside into the right-hander there at Stavolo, so that's been done. But now the BMW is coming straight back at him again.
And he's going to have to sit and try and follow the LMP2 car's slipstream, see if he can go the long way around the outside at Blanchimont.
No, he won't get it done.
Wibble. He was right there, wasn't he? He was quite prepared to sit around the outside. And it was up to Nicky Thiem to make sure there wasn't quite enough room for him to do so. So Nicky Thiem hangs on in 3rd. It is a Porsche 1-2. They're going by the re-liveried Clearwater Racing Ferrari, the red and black car. That car is 2nd in GT AM. And look at the drive the Aston got there through the bottom 2 corners, the lowest part of the track. That's fabulous.
Just got some traction down. He was off the rubber line. The BMW was sort of wheel spinning, and already the BMW has dropped back and been gapped, and now Sam Bird, he's looking, instead of looking up ahead of him at the Aston Martin, he's looking well and truly in his rear view mirror to see what the Ferrari is going to be doing.
Behind another train of 3, the 2nd BMW, the Ford and the 2nd Aston Martin together as they come up through Raidillon.
Yeah, Da Costa versus Bird is a reliving of many of their Formula E battles, but you're right, the battle right behind Harry Tingle matching Martin. And the other BMW, Martin Tomczyk, just in front of them.
Oh, Aston Martin down the escape road. He was trying to have a look around the outside of Tincknell and wasn't able to get it done. And Martin is now going to, and he's actually gained the position by doing that, so he'll have to give that position back to Harry Tincknell going down the hill.
He will get it back, though, because the 67 Ford has been judged to have been unsafely released after their pit stop, so he will have a drive-through penalty. Martin deep in under brakes, and then suddenly there was that AM-class car in the way.
Luckily enough, he never tagged the back of the AM-class car.
That could have been the end of their race. So back with Sam Bird versus Antonio Felix da Costa. Bird has got by for fourth place now in the AM class, in the pro class. Now, Louise Beckett saying that some of the teams are bringing out the intermediate tyres at the end of the first hour. Is this an opportunity rather than a problem? If you do a drive-through penalty, can you change tyres as well?
No, you've got to do a drive-through penalty under green racing.
Right.
Under absolute green racing, so therefore it is a penalty. If you were able to do something else at the same time, it wouldn't be a same sort of penalty.
Okay, so here's another question for the 67 Ford team then. If they serve a drive-through penalty, that puts them right out of the equation. Why not then gamble on tyres and try and fight yourself back into position? There's the Bicolis car. It's had a big shunt.
Yeah, it has. That's up into La Source. That's into the first corner.
He's hit driver's left, hasn't he?
He's totaled it.
He goes off.
He's been totaled.
Oh, that was Jackie Chan DC37 car.
Yeah,
punted him off, I'm afraid.
Yeah. I've got to say, that wasn't Dillman's fault.
No, it certainly wasn't.
Yeah, but as soon as you get on the grass, you've got less grip than they already have, which is not very much. And so Ollie Webb holding his chin there. Yeah. So that's going to put them well out of contention.
He's not ready to get in the car, by the way. He's wearing his driving gloves because it's pretty chilly. Now he's got an entire lap of Spa to do with not much front end left.
And damage.
Yeah, there'll be a drive-through by the 67. He'll have to do that within 3 racing laps. So right now, I would want to do it as soon as possible because of the possibility of a safety car.
He is doing it exactly right. And we have had a change of lead at the end of the first hour. The number 8 Toyota has taken the lead from the number 7 car. So Sebastian Buemi leads from Mike Conway, the pole sitter. There's not going to be much left of the front end bodywork of the Bicolis by the time it gets to the pits.
And here we've got Guido van der Garde jumping over the top of the hill. That's track limits beyond belief, but in these circumstances I kind of can understand it here, as a lot of different things have happened very, very quickly.
Yeah, so change of lead here at Spa. 1 hour down. We've already had a snow-induced safety car, and as we go back to green flag racing, some 7 or 8 laps in, we've had a change of lead. Sebastian Buemi now 7 seconds in front of Mike Conway. The only explanation must be that Conway went off somewhere, but we haven't seen why or how.
Well, lap times between the two are close enough that it's not due to just speed that Buemi has caught up and overtaken Conway, because Conway had quite a reasonable gap at the end of the first lap. And but currently right now it is that 7.2 second gap between this car, Buemi, championship leader, and Mike Conway, the car that does need to win this race to really keep them in the fight when they go to Le Mans, the next one.
One of the significant change, the recovering after that out-of-sequence pit stop 36 car has actually now rejoined the train of P2 cars.
Yeah, that's the points leader, Cinetic Alpine. So, as you say, he has cleared the GTs. That is in 7th place. On board with the number 7 car. So Mike Conway started from pole position, led through the snow, behind the safety car, and then came back out now. Did Toyota have... Toyota had tyres ready for the number 7 car. Safety car is out for why, Keats? For why? We haven't seen anything.
My guess is debris.
Okay, possibly at La Source, yes. Let's hear from a race director.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Slow down behind the leader. Please slow down behind the leader. Safety car deployed.
Leader being Sebastian Buemi, who is currently coming up to Blanchemont corner. He's got the bus stop and then the start and finish straight. what this will do is bring all the people that had some issues, like, for example, the 67 Ford, who had that drive-through penalty, bring them back into contention a little bit more. However, I don't think it's going to be the last safety car of the day.
Entirely likely not to be. Well, there's the debris that the marshals can't get while cars are going by at speed. And again, you can see what little track temperature we have. The moisture is starting to evaporate from it in the wind because of the sunshine. So you get that little microclimate. May not be warming the tarmac much, but it's warming the water on top of it enough for it to be steaming off. Well, here is a replay of this incident. You can see the two Jackie Chan cars tucking in, and I'm afraid in the 37 car, that is going to probably...
to me,
that's probably going to be a penalty, isn't it?
I think it is, because he moved over in the braking area to take up his line without thinking that the Collis car was there. The actual bit of bodywork is from the back of that Jackie Chan DC racing car. It's from the left rear legality area, and that's a point that it is something that if it's not on the car, the team have to change it anyway by the regulation. However, on this car, there's significantly more damage.
Yeah, definitely. I'm afraid Jordan King, who won his first race in the FIA WEC in Sebring in that 37 Jackie Chan car, he'll probably go and have to serve a penalty, or somebody will because of it. Lots of damage on the front, and that may be knocked on into suspension and so on, so this may not be the shortest stop for the number 4 car.
Yeah, I would think it's going to be a little while. Taking all the advertising holdings off for a start.
Yes.
Could say, by the way, 2 incidents for the Pi Collis, and Michael, neither was its fault. Here we come. The 2 Toyotas, nose to tail now.
And Mike Conway, that was where it happened. Goes off, but that's not a loss of 7 seconds. Where did that 7-second gap come from?
Yeah, but if he's then sort of trying to be a little bit more careful. Now, we saw that when you switch on the tyre, if you remember back to the Aston Martin, switch on the tyre or switch off the tyre, then suddenly there's a huge difference in terms of performance. But Buemi has pulled out about half a second a lap on the laps that I'm watching after the switch. So I think Buemi's a little bit quicker in these conditions than Conway, but that's where the lead was changed between the two.
Interesting that Sebastian Buemi was saying one of the reasons that he started the race in Sebring and Fernando Alonso drove right at the end is that Alonso is better at working temperature into the tyres on the front of the car. He said it's just his driving style. He builds heat in the tyres faster. That's why he did a lot of racing at night in Le Mans so successfully, and again in the darkness at Sebring when the temperature dropped. So Buemi and his teammates are trying to figure out how they can adapt their driving style to try and do the same on the front, to try and build that heat in the front that Fernando does naturally.
Fernando is always very aggressive on the steering inputs, and that definitely builds quick and feedback as well as temperature into it.
First hour of the Spa 6 Hours, race 7 of 8 of the FIA World Endurance Championship Super Season. A chilly morning in the Belgian Ardennes after overnight snow had cleared. The car's coming to a sunny, dry track, but in single-digit temperatures. The forecast not that benevolent, but you wouldn't know it to look at the pictures of the start unless it had a thermometer. Sunny, bright and shy. Toyota 1-2 ahead of the battles between SMP and Rebellion Racing. In the LMP2 class, the leaders were mugged, the points leaders were mugged at the start, but Gero van der Garde for Racing Team Netherlands making fantastic inroads into the field with a super brave opening lap. In the GTE Pro and AM classes, much jockeying for position in the early going. Ferrari and Porsche at the tail of the field after qualifying, trying to find some race day pace. The first 20 minutes were dry and highly combative. Gero van der Garde in the yellow Racing Team Netherlands car moving himself firmly up into the LMP2 lead. But then rain arrived, costing third place to the SMP team as Rebellion moved ahead. Everybody pitted for tyres as snow started to arrive in the form of rain and sleet. Once they're on wets, lead change in the AM class as the TF Sport, the pole-sitting Aston Martin, ran off wide. Project One going through to take the lead. Didier Perfetti having a good opening stint, and then the snow set in properly. Perhaps the first time in an FIA World Championship race we have had a safety car for snow. The visibility dropped to near zero. With 20 minutes left in the first hour, the cars were released behind the safety car and back to racing. Mike Conway, the pole setter, led again for Toyota. The number 8 car had lost a little bit of ground in the change to wet weather tyres, but soon made it back up into second place ahead of the best of the Rebellions. Topsy-turvy changes in the GT class. BMW coming to the fore in the rain, and then as their tyre temperatures dropped, Porsche and Ferrari suddenly the cars to have. They carved their way through to the front of the field. At the end of the first hour, Mike Conway making a mistake as he lost tyre temperature and the lead. The number 8 car going in front and then pulling away sharply from the number 7 Toyota. In the GTE Pro class, the Aston Martin, BMW, Ferrari, Ford and Porsche battle continues to rage. Toyota lead in LMP1, Racing Team Netherlands in P2, Porsche in GTE Pro and AM. Safety car is out at Spa after the first hour. Here's the standings. Toyota 1-2 from the SMP versus Rebellion battle. Racing Team Netherlands leading LMP2 from G-Drive, their one-off, and then 38 and 37. But the 37 Jackie Chan car caused the incident with the number 4 by Collars Racing Machine. That may be due a penalty. Porsche 1-2 in GTE Pro ahead of the 95 Aston and A, of course, a Ferrari. 67 Ford serving a drive-through for unsafe release, dropped to the tail of the field from the pole. GTE AM, Project 1 ahead of Gulf Racing, Porsche 1-2. Then Ferrari from Clearwater ahead of the 98 Aston, and the TF Sport Aston Martin down in 8th position after another pit stop late in the end of the first hour. So the pole sitters in both GT cars at the tail of their respective fields. There is some incriminating evidence, a bit of the rear end of a Jackie Chan DC racing car at the hairpin at La Source after contact with the number 4 by Collars car, which is in for what seems like a ground-up restoration. All sorts of damage, not just from the contact with the other car, but also with the barriers on driver's left as they got speared off at La Source. So safety car is out to clear up that debris. They have started waiver rounds in the field as well, which means that we will be out with a safety car for another couple of laps. Tom Dillman was the man in the by Collars car when it was clattered rudely out of the race, at least for the moment. Louise Beckett is down with the team.
Some really bad luck for Tom Dillman there. First of all, you were just getting over the contact with the Dragon Speed, and then this. Tell us what happened from your point of view.
To be honest, the Dragon Speed I didn't feel much. It came a bit out of nowhere. I think it just understeered into me, but yeah, I was just doing my race. We are here to do a lot of mileage. We have a new engine, so the goal, you know, was to do a lot of laps. I was just doing my race. I was doing my line into turn 1 in La Source, and the LMP2 moved over under braking and threw me in the grass. So I believe not much I could have done there. The guy in the P2 thought he was alone on the track, maybe. But yeah, it's a shame. We have a lot of damage. Hopefully we can get back out and do some more mileage.
The team are working hard to get the car back out.
Yeah, sure. They are hard workers, and I'm sure we will get back out before the end, unless there is really a big issue, but I think they will manage to repair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Alan Manish, they need the mileage. They've got a brand new engine, say the Gibson V8. In is the race leader, number 8 car for Toyota. Now, will this be needing fuel?
I would say it's on the point that normally you would do probably 21 laps under wet conditions, but with the safety car and well, 2 safety cars, then there's possibility. But I would suspect that they actually fueled when they did the first tyre change anyway. So I think there's maybe a bit of strategy that comes into there as well.
Now, what are they going to do in terms of tyres? They're taking fuel. That's the first job, always fuel, even if the car comes in wrecked. So it is just a fuel stop. Sebastian Buemi stays on the same wet weather tyres that he was on beforehand.
But he's got to wait at the end of the pit lane. It's not as if he can go out. He's got to actually stop at the end of the pit lane. So he'll go right to the back of the field. So it's not a case of that he drops down to probably about 9th, where he normally would have been if he had been able to go green, but he can't because goes until the last car passes the end of the pit exit, then this will stay red and he is to stay there.
So that is a double error by Toyota during the change to wet weather tyres, because when the car was sitting there and there were no tyres, they could have topped it up with fuel and didn't.
Yeah, they probably did. Yeah, they probably did top it up with fuel. But at the same time, here they're looking for the strategy later on, because this isn't wet, and it's not going to clearly dry up in the next little while, and they don't know when it's going to dry up. You see some sort of dryish parts there, and I think it's to split the strategy of the two cars as well a little bit. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily a mistake. They know the rules. They know when they came in that it was going to be red at the end of the pit lane. That's not a surprise. It's been like that for 10 years.
Now he joins in behind the delayed number 70 Ferrari. His car had worked its way up to third place, the car in front, after not qualifying because it had a crash on its first flying lap. The car had worked its way up in the hands of Eddie Cheever to third place. And then after everybody changed to wets, it came in and made a second stop. And so that has dropped it down to the tail of the top 10 in the GTE AM class. MR Racing did a good job overnight to replace basically all the body of the car and probably quite a lot of the suspension as well. It went wide out of the top of Eau Rouge Radiant and basically smote all four corners off the car. Race leader then is again the number 7 Toyota. I think we may be in for a few more twists and turns in the story before we get to the end of this race, whether that's at the end of 6 hours, Graham Goodwin, or whether we are forced by weather to bring a halt to it. If weather intervenes again, at what stage do we say, OK, that's enough to award half points, and at what stage do we say we still need to carry on before we can give anybody full points?
We've already got half points because there have been 2 green flag laps for the leader. 75% of the race, in other words, 4 hours, 4.5 hours, excuse me, I had to check myself there. 4.5 hours will be full points, and you can be guaranteed that race control will be working very hard indeed to make sure we get that far. Pretty exemplary stuff still, I'd say, for the majority of the field. It was a big miss from Jordan King, I'm afraid, in the Jackie Chan DC racing car, and but, you know, I'm not going to call in these conditions good or bad driving from anybody.
Super slow-mo of the Toyota there. And you think with the super high-tech cars like this, can they really not have a slightly better wiper than would be available on a 1960s BMC product? Into the pit lane comes our third car in the LMP2 class. This is G-Drive Racing's one-off race here. And Jean-Eric Verne goes back out with fuel only aboard.
And still has to sit at the end of the pit lane as well. There's a bit of something that's actually a cover for the air vents to stop water coming into the cockpit, driver's cockpit area, and that would allow them to tear that off in a fuel stop. And that's what the white thing flapping was, as you see the safety car that is tootling around again. Yannick Dalmas at the wheel.
Is it Yannick or Pedro? That might have been
Someone.
Pedro, but
it was Yannick first time around, wasn't it?
Yep.
This is beginning to dry rather rapidly.
That is Yannick.
On the phone to a friend.
He does like to wave, doesn't he? Is he waving at us, do you think?
I think so. I like to think so.
Chatting as ever to Eduardo Freitas. Lights are off. Are the lights off, or is that just the way the sun reflects on the top of it?
The lights go off at the bottom of the hill as you're starting to climb back round at Stavolo area.
Track temperature coming up again as the sun breaks out through a gap in the clouds. 11 degrees of track temperature now. This is all good news for potentially releasing the cars. There's the cars that are 3rd and 4th overall, the 2 Rebellions. Thomas Laurent ahead of Neil Jarni.
I was about to come back to you on the wipers when you said about a 1960s car. A 1960s car, unless it was a single-seater car, wouldn't have that curvature of screen, and it's the curvature of the screen which is the hardest thing to be able to get a consistent, I would say, wiper to run across of it. Talking that, listen to car number 7.
What do you think about tires, Mike? You could do around 3 more laps on the safety car now.
I mean, yeah, the wet tires may be better for a short time, but it will go to 6 in maybe another like 10 laps.
There. It will go to slicks in about 10 laps. You can see the dry line.
Absolutely.
The issue is not necessarily driving around, it's overtaking, which is going to be a bigger issue for these guys than it will for, say, a GTE car, because the LMP ones are going to be going offline and overtaking.
Constantly overtaking something, aren't you, pretty much? He'll have about 3 laps before he's back in traffic, just as at the start of the race.
Yeah, but if you are first in the line, you would probably, you know, take that risk. Yeah. Because you can get away with it to try and make a break right now to get a cleaner run through traffic.
Louise Beckett in the pit lane reports there are slicks and intermediates on the apron. SMP, Rebellion and Racing Team Netherlands. So this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th overall, including our LMP2 leader in the pit lane. So the only ones staying out are Toyota. Everybody else is rubbing their hands with glee, going, bring it on, fuel and slicks, here we go. It's
Everybody's
everybody
coming into the pit lane
wow.
now. All the GTE pros are in the pit lane. The only one is the Porsche of Jimmy Bruni that stayed out.
Definitely slicks ready for the Rebellion.
There we go. Well, as you saw, there was a lot of dry racing line fast emerging. There is still above us a lot of blue sky. There is still a lot of sunshine. There's a bit of a breeze. Not a really stiff wind, but there is a bit of a breeze, so the track will dry quite fast.
It is the slick intermediates.
Yeah, on this
we
car.
have 29 cars in the pits right now.
It's going to be a tough one for Louise Beckett to be able to commentate in each one of them. As you see the sole car of Conway, we heard his radio conversations talking about 10 laps time, and everybody behind has gone the opposite. In that situation, often the car behind will be told, do the opposite. Do the opposite of the leader. And then it brings you a different strategy. But now he is actually really, I would say, in a tough position because everybody else is on slicks. If he does it a lap later, he's right at the back of the field without it.
That's exactly right. Mike's sitting there, everything in his mirrors has just vanished. He's going, guys, what's happened? What are we doing? Suddenly what seemed like the perfect plan is now immediately in question because he is the only car on track. He can't see anybody else.
3 cars didn't pit. Obviously, we've just seen the number 8 pitting. 91 Porsche didn't pit, but that leaves both of the Totas out on wet tyres.
So the safety car queue is currently 3 cars long. Make it 4 if you include the safety car. Well, let's get down to the BMW pit here from Antonio Felix da Costa. What is the thinking at BMW?
I'm just going to grab Antonio very quickly. What a drive, what a stint.
That was insane. Yeah, started off dry. An interesting first lap, lost out to the sister car, but was just hanging up. And then a good pit stop, which put us just behind the Aston Martin, and then took a few laps to get the tires to work, but then it felt like we picked up a lot of pace, and the Aston was struggling, so I managed to go through him. And then it was just massively snowing out there, and it was insane. Just flat out down through Eau Rouge with snow flakes coming through. It was crazy. And then there at the end, we struggled again with the tires coming out of the window, so lost out a bit. But it's a long race, 4.5 hours to go. We'll see how we do.
Have you driven in conditions like that before?
Never. That was the first. Oh well, not at the racetrack at least. So that was. I was smiling at the same time. You know, I was having a lot of fun. So it was really crazy, but it was cool.
And we saw Augusto's have conditions like that in touring cars. So hopefully he'll be okay in the car as well.
Full trust on Augusto. I'm sure he'll do just fine.
Thank you.
It wasn't quite as snowy in Hungary last weekend, but it was quite as mad. Toyotas are in, and so is the Porsche. A miscue. Number 7's in.
Now, the 8 car had just been in, remember, but didn't change tyres.
And remember, this car as well, he radioed to say that he's only got 3 laps before the fuel window anyway. And so, therefore, it was, maybe not ideal, but the other car...
Slick's also gone on the Porsche. I would think almost everybody would have put slicks on, who has just stopped. Fuel going in as well.
That looks like a full slick on that car, whereas when we saw the Rebellion, that was a slick intermediate.
Yeah.
Which, for those of you just joining sports car racing, then Michelin have a tyre that runs on intermediate conditions when it's damp on the ground, a little bit wet, no standing water, so no puddles, but it looks like a slick. It really is not good for your brain, but it's amazing, the actual grip levels of it.
Down in the pit lane, Louise Beckett, there's a bit of a split thinking in LMP2 about who's doing what with tyres.
Yeah, as you said, there were so many cars in here, I couldn't move. So where I was in front of G-Drive, and I saw them go out on inters, TDS go out on slicks, and then, of course, the BMW going out on slicks as well. Just making my way down to Toyota now to speak to them.
Great stuff, keep safe.
I think we've also got to remember that there's in LMP2, you've got two tyre manufacturers. You've got Dunlop and Michelin. And in that respect, well, one of their tyres, the Dunlops that we see here on the G-Drive, will work in a different way than necessarily the Michelins. And that's going onto a slick from an intermediate tyre.
I think he just put the intermediate on. He's just come in for a second time.
That's the second stop.
Yes.
Yeah, they miscued on that, haven't they?
Yeah, but he's also looking at the fact he was at the back of the field anyway. And therefore, when he does pit now, he does it under safety car, so therefore his time loss is going to be less.
And the safety car is coming in this lap, so he won't have to catch the safety car queue.
This is a big problem for the number 8 car.
Number 8 car.
Still out on wets.
On wets, stuck behind the safety car. They have got a full tank of fuel, so he's kind of committed to that, or they have to swallow another bitter pill.
Yeah, but he's got to remember that he's looking at a pit stop time, and if he can gain enough speed during this point before he has to pit, which is 6 or 7 laps time, he should be okay. But look how difficult it is for the Ford to try and generate tyre temperature. You saw a big wiggle there of the 66 as it came down the hill. The BMW stacked up behind. But now we are going green.
That's 7th, 8th and 9th. Toyota is in behind the safety car, so he'll lose more time even coming into the pit lane. Everything goes green, and first across the line is the number 70 Ferrari.
First in the overall order, though, is a P2 car, and it's the P2 car that stopped early, was right at the back of the field. 36 Signatec Alpine leads the race.
And that's first and second in LMP2, because 38 Jackie Chan DC Racing is second overall and second in LMP2, and a GT Porsche lies third overall. That is the 92 car of Kevin Estre.
Yeah, but the 7 Toyota, of Mike Conway has now gone through and overtaken Buemi, who has gone into the pits, and so 7's going to have probably a good 25-second gap to Buemi by the time Buemi comes back out the pits.
Stoffel Van Dorn third in the chrome blue SMP car, so that's first and second and third. Mike Conway's Toyota is in 5th position overall behind the GT Porsche of Kevin Estre. 8 is still in the pit lane, still changing tyres, still fueling. Pulling off that little bit of tape that we saw on one of the windscreen, one of the headlamps.
Watch for the reaction of the local crowd, I think, within a lap here, because I think Stoffel Van Dorn is going to lead this race.
Stefan Mucker just hanging on in front of the 2 BMWs. 81 now has Martin Tomczyk, 82 Augusto Farfus. Tomczyk stayed in. Antonio Felix da Costa handed over to Farfus to go out on slicks. Katzberg yet to drive the 81 car. Tomczyk started it, stays in, and the Ford being eaten alive up the straight, and this is going to get worse because the BMW breathes better at top speed. Look at that, Farfus behind, trying to get by Tomczyk, his teammate as
touched him.
Did he, or did the Ford just wriggle out of the way? I think it may have got away without contact, but both BMWs went by the Ford up the hill.
They did, and that Ford is struggling. You see how slow it was there, and this is the battle for the lead, and LMP2 leading, but Stoffel Van Dorn is just going to overtake. SMP are going to lead this race. By the time they come out of Blanchimont, I'd say the next corner leading into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah. Down the inside, he's going to go. He'll have the dry line, and sensibly Andre Negrão realises the game is up. 2 minutes stop and go for the number 37 car for causing collision with car 4. That wasn't 37. It was 37, wasn't it? Yeah, so Jordan King, unfortunately, he will lose out. Stoffel Van Dorn, the Belgian, leads in Belgium. That's another photo up there. Andre Negrão in second place, leads LMP2. Stefan Richelme behind him by just 1.95 seconds in the black and yellow 38. That's third place overall and second in LMP2. Kevin Estre leads GTE Pro. He's in 5th place overall. And it's lunchtime somewhere. So SMP Stoffel Van Dorn leads. And right now, Mike Conway, his last lap was a 2-minute 15, 2-minute 13 for SMP Stoffel Van Dorn, so Conway is not catching him yet.
Conway moves up to 4th by passing the 4th place car, the 92 Porsche.
Yeah, luckily he had more speed than the Porsche by a mere 13 seconds on the lap, but again, here are the 2 BMWs. Fighting their way into the AM class. That's Clearwater in 3rd, 98 Aston in 2nd, Matthias Lauda. So they split the AM class battle for 2nd. Spirit of Races Thomas Floor leads in the AMs.
But look at the gap from the BMWs back to the Ford they were battling with just a lap ago.
Yeah, and the Ford 66 they're battling, and it's actually just the one Ford, it's Muka, that's lost 5 seconds since they had the contact less than 1 lap ago going up towards Les Combes.
And not only has he been passed by the 88 Spirit of Race Dempsey Proton car of Giorgio Roda, but he can't get back past him either.
I think actually that Muka's got a bit of a problem. Prio's just gone ahead, in fact. Yeah. So Muka's dropped down a position again, so he's 3 places in 1 lap.
Right now, the 2 quickest cars on track are the lead car, Stoffel van Dorn at 2:13.773, and not the chasing Tota, but the other SMP car, back in 6th position, also in the 2:13s. A couple of seconds quicker at the moment than the better place, the 2 Toyotas.
Yeah, remember the Toyota went onto a slick intermediate tyre as well, which obviously you could be on that crossover point where the slick is actually better.
91 is Jimmy Bruni in the Porsche ahead of Nicky Team's Aston Martin and Sam Bird's Ferrari. This is the battle for 5th in GTE Pro.
Harry Tincknell not looking the happiest after that drive. Harry, there was a drive-through. We know that tyres are struggling out there, especially for the Fords.
Yeah, well, no, it was interesting start. Obviously, first couple of laps in the dry, and then I'm not sure what it was, sleet, hail, something was going on, but that came down rapidly, and yeah, all switched to wets, but unfortunately we were the wrong way around in the pits, so we had to do a pushback, lost a lot of time, obviously 66 in front of the 67, so that meant that we came out 4th, and after that, yeah, the spray, it was actually, the pace was okay, then the safety car came out, and the Ford inherently always struggled to warm its tyres up, and we kind of got bullied a bit on the restart, and we've just seen that again now, even on the slicks, but we're on the fight back now. We know the car's quick in the dry, and it's quick in the wet as well. It's just that tyre temperature is absolutely vital around here.
What happened with that drive-through? I didn't see, I have to admit.
Yeah, it was just, you know, obviously we're having to do a pushback to get round the 66, and it's such a tight pit lane here, and, you know, I just stayed in the middle lane as long as I could, but it was judged that it was unsafe release, so you just go when the board goes up, unfortunately, so it's just one of those things, but we'll come back fighting.
Thank you.
No worries.
Change between the Aston and the Ferrari on track.
That's for the lead in GT Pro, as both cars are overhauled by the number 8 Tota. And that is a change for position, by the way. That's the Tota recovering back into the top 10.
That's 54 seconds off the lead, though. And I think that's the important thing. He's in the top 10, but he's 54 seconds back. So that's basically half a lap off his sister car. His sister car, sorry, I made a mistake earlier on. He actually went out in slicks. That's why he was slow to get up to speed.
While we were listening to Harry Tincknell, the 37 Jackie Chan DC racing car came in to serve its 2-minute penalty for taking off the number 4 by Collar's car. And also, there was another Porsche stop for the 92 car. Kevin Estra still in the car. Safety car procedure of car 98, that's the Aston in the AM class. Contact between the Aston and the Ferrari. The Porsche is right there trying to push its way through. This is 3 cars for the lead. Maxime Martin, Sandro Pierre Guidi now in front.
And the Porsche's on the outside.
And Bruni goes from 3rd to 1st in 2 turns.
Round the outside in 1. That was a little bit not giving too much room by Pierre Guidi. And just a little bit of a tap, but then Jimmy Bruni was able to pick up the pieces. That's Jimmy Bruni that struggled yesterday in free practice free coming into the pits. That was Jimmy Bruni that was in early on in the pits and now leading the race.
And we're on board with Nicky Team in 4th place, and he too is catching Maxime Martin. So the Aston split their strategy, did they? Intermediate maybe on Maxime Martin, maybe slick on Nicky Team, I'm not sure.
1.7 seconds separates the top 4.
Tell you the thing they're doing now, sorry to say there, the thing that they're now doing, which they didn't do 1 lap ago, is they're getting over the curbs and they're getting over the far side of the curbs. And so there's a lot of grip coming back in comparison to before.
Ooh, I thought the 95 was going for the pit lane there. He's lost so much time on this lap, but he stays there in 4th place. SMP with Toyota hoving up behind.
Yeah, 4 seconds in the last lap. I think the slicks are definitely the way to go, and the slick intermediate is probably struggling a little bit in comparison right now.
Mike Conway chasing Stoffel van Dorn for the lead of the race. Right in front is the number 90 TO Sport Aston Martin. The AM class car of Sally Yollett will get gobbled up. He's got prototypes in both mirrors, tries to stay out of the way. Van Dorn gets the break of that bit of traffic. Mike Conway now on the inside, using that hybrid drive to launch the car up the hill. Spirit of Race in the pits, the GTE AM class leading car of Thomas Four. And here is the battle for the lead. Conway tailing Trape off the headlamp as well.
It's just the sealing tape around about the right front headlamp that has came away. He'll accelerate out of this corner and overtakes by the time they get to the source.
Stoffel Vandoorne has no answer to all that hybrid boost, and Conway streaks by to take the lead away. So the third different time that Conway has led the race.
And Conway stays on the dry, whereas Vandoorne went across to the wet part of the circuit as well to try and cool the tyre down that little bit. This circuit, even though it's very, very cold, has got such long, high-speed corners that it produces, as soon as you've got dry running, you produce a lot of load and temperature into the tyre. Of which we saw that the 95 Aston Martin was making a radio transmission. Nicky Thiem was talking on the radio, but unfortunately we didn't quite hear it. I'm sure it was a little bit of what on earth's going on with Sam Burke right behind me, and then up ahead of me I've got Martin, my teammate.
Don't forget, 2 laps ago, Nicky Thiem led GTE Pro. Now he's in 4th and being gobbled by anybody who's got a car, basically. Here come the BMWs. They're in 7th and 8th.
Here's a mark of the mixed fortunes of the 2 Aston Martins. Fastest laps of their relative races for the 97 and 95 last time around. 2:21.6 from Nicky Thiem, 2:24.2 from Maxime Martin.
Blimey. Martin Tomczyk and Augusto Farfus being split by the G-Drive LMP2 car. And this car is down in 18th place overall with Jean-Eric Vergne. It's a really topsy-turvy race because of the safety cars and because of the conflicting desires for what tyre drivers are putting on their cars.
Remember, Alan said 54 seconds was the gap to the leader for the number 8 Toyota. Was that 2 laps ago, Alan? It's now 42 seconds, 2:01 now from Sebastian Buemi, and on the tail as he came through the last timing beam of the number 3 Rebellion.
3 seconds a lap faster at the moment.
There are some days when you just can't catch a break. Pit stops under investigation for the number 81 car and for the number 67 Ford. So they've already had a drive-through penalty for an unsafe release in 1 pit stop, and now the pit stop sequence from the last time round is under investigation when Harry handed over to Andy. So that is a tough break for the car that started on pole and, of course, crashed out of the race here last year at the beginning of the Super Season. So the Fords 9th and 10th. It is going to be a long day for Chip Ganassi Team UK. Racing Team Netherlands have been in and out of the pit lane. Geert van der Garde, who led LMP2 earlier on, has handed their car over to Frits van Aert. And Van Aert out on slicks. Remember how vociferous he was of being sent out on wet weather tyres in very tricky, or in not on wet weather tyres, in tricky conditions a few races ago. Hopefully he'll be faring well here.
TF Sport move ahead of the number 88 Dempsey Proton car. Sally Yolok ahead of Giorgio Roda. In, though, for the number 17 SMP racing car, Stefan Sarazan, out of the car.
Giorgio Roda runs out of grip. Strub set of slicks going on to 17, and Roda now in danger from behind because the Spirit of Race car of Thomas Floor is the next in his mirrors, the silver car. Meanwhile, the number 8 Toyota just about to dive in front of the number 1 Rebellion of Neil Gianni, and that will be a change for 5th overall and for 3rd in LMP1. Well, here, little contact between the 88 and the 90.
Has he got a puncture? Has Roda got a puncture, do you think, there?
Possible.
Because he had a little tap there on
yes.
his left front.
He seemed very slow up through Radion as well.
Well, he ran wide there, and I think he turned into there. If it was left front, he wouldn't have the grip, and he'd go straight and then lift off.
Jimmy Bruni now 2.2 seconds clear of the GTE Pro field, ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. Maxime Martin 3rd, Nicky Thiem 4th. And they have got their speed back, haven't they? Maxime Martin with the orange nostrils, the second of the 2 Aston Martins. I beg your pardon, it's Nicky Thiem with the orange nostrils right behind Maxime Martin. So it's the Astons are coming back up the table. Look at the damage on the 95 car, cracked front. Contact with somebody.
Into the pits for the number 11 car, Stoffel Vandoorne from 2nd position.
Slick tyres going on that thing.
And that will push Cineatec Alpine up to 2nd overall with Maxime Martin, with Andre Negrão.
He stayed on to wets. That's why he was dropping back so quickly. I thought he was on an intermediate tyre, but he wasn't. He was on a wet. So his lap time on the wet was actually very good, but that's why there was a big 5-second gap. And now Conway's just done a 2 minutes flat, which is not a quick dry time. They should be in the 56s, 57s, but it means that it's getting right on that point. It's definitely slicks.
Both of the Totas in the 2 minutes range, as out comes the number 11 car.
In comparison, the Rebellions are doing 206s and 209s on the last lap. That was a light call for the pits. Luckily, the driver of the Ferrari, Matteo Cressoni, had his wits about him.
There's so many accidents in the pit lane here with people taking the line and cutting back, and that's why there's a cone there, and you've got to make it over the cone. Looks like Roda didn't have a puncture, but he was going slowly, but the Ferrari's now up ahead of him, and he seems to be back to speed.
Yeah, Thomas Fools got by him for 6th position. Sally Yollet up the road in 5th position, so much you can't even see him in this shot. Pat Lindsay 4th for Project One. Thomas Prining's Golf car in 3rd.
It was a close one.
Yeah.
Wasn't it just?
Yeah, for the run down to Eau Rouge. Again, that's where your heart is really in your mouth. Matteo Cressoni, the Clearwater Ferrari that was just missed by SMP, is 2nd in the AM class. Matthias Lauda leads for 98. Well, let's hear now from the man who did so spectacularly at the start of the race, Racing Team Netherlands' Guido van der Garde.
Guido van der Garde's looking very cool, as if like nothing's really happened. You had an awesome start to that race, and tell us about the rest of it.
Well, it was very tricky. I mean, yeah, the start was very, very good. I think up on Rouge I was quicker than anybody. I had a super toe, and Chef Vern, he was braking quite early, so I thought, okay, let's try to pass him. And I think I passed 4 guys straight away in one go. So then I was leading a race. A couple of first laps were quite good. The car was feeling really, really nice. Then it started to rain, a lot of snow coming down. You stick the rain tires on and you see what happened, but I think the pace was very good. On the end, we just chose the wrong tires because we were on inters. And we thought, let's put Fritz in, and now he's driving. So yeah, it was a very entertaining first stint.
How do you feed that back to the team and to the next drivers getting in the car?
Wow, you know, the most important thing is that you have to see how the track is going, or if it's getting dry, if it's getting wet. Especially with Fritz, our gentleman driver, he's coming into a half wet, half dry track with slicks. So you have to tell him where are the wet points, where are the dry points. So hopefully he's doing a good job now. But it was very spectacular there.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fritz van Aert will now be in for a long stint, and hopefully it'll stay mostly dry for him. Looking at the battle here, Porsche of Kevin Estre, the 92 car, was the leader of the GTE Pro class when it was snowing and raining. Now down to 6th position with the BMWs of Augusto Farfus with the blue nostrils, and right behind him Martin Tomczyk with the red nostrils. So this is 6th, 7th and 8th in the GTE Pro class. Stop for Dragon Speed from 3rd in LMP2. Anthony Davidson handing the car over.
And there you see 2nd and 3rd in the same shot, 2nd being Negrão in the Signatec Alpine, and there is 3rd place Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, still 45 seconds behind his teammate Mike Conway, who's up the road right now.
Buemi last time round 1:58.6, the first sub 2 minute lap from anyone in the field, and just the 8 seconds quicker than Negrão in 36. He moves up to 2nd overall, still 2nd in LMP2. Conway's last lap was a 2 minute flat, and a 2 minute 6 from Negrão, a 1:58.6. Now a 2 minute lap that time from Sebastian Buemi.
Oh dear.
That's Fritz van Aert, and the 2nd of the Aston Martins. So that was the Aston of Maxime Martin.
No, it's Nicky Team.
Oh, is it Nicky Team? It was Nicky Team.
Yeah, that's a bit of bodywork there, so that car's definitely going to be coming into the pits. Have a bit of a check over a front splitter nose for something else in and around there.
Pit stop for the Rebellion number 3 car from 7th place, Gustavo Menezes, as Kevin Estre holds off Augusto Farfus and Martin Tomczyk still. Cars distinguishable by the slight variety in their M Sport stripes. Looking back from the Porsche, he's got real pressure from behind. He's got nothing in hand as well. All 3 cars have just set their fastest race lap. 2 minutes 16.4 for the Porsche, 0.5 for Farfus, and 0.2 for Tomczyk. Gustavo Menezes. Let's hear from Louise Beckett down at Rebellion. Louise, I'm trying to make sure that we can hear you. I can't make that work. All right, well, Louise is saying that it was, in fact, a slick intermediate that came off the Rebellion, and a full slick going on for Gustavo Menezes.
Yeah, the circuit has actually dried up to this point quicker. We heard Mike Conway saying it was going to be in 10 laps early on behind the safety car when they elected not to change, but it was 4 to 5 laps before it was in a position where you'd be on a slick tyre going quicker than any other tyre.
And it looked so wet when he was talking like that as well. I mean, it was absolutely streaming wet. Yeah. Stewards will look at the contact between the number 29 car and the number 95 Aston Martin. They will probably find that Fritz van Aert hit the Aston. He was in a quicker car trying to go by, and there will be a penalty, I'm sure, for that.
Well, there's a precedent now of the same incident before of a two-minute stop-and-go penalty. Yeah. So I would suggest that they can maybe prepare for something like that. I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't see the replay, so I wouldn't...
didn't see the lead up to it.
Yeah. It was very much like the Tom Dillman incident with the 37 car, where the prototype pulled in front of the Aston but hadn't quite cleared him as he tried to take the racing line into La Source.
He seemed to get caught up as well, as if 2 bits of bodywork cooked up together.
Yeah.
Lap times are beginning to come into the 59s for Mike Conway, with the fastest first sector of the race, and the fastest second sector of the race goes to Stoffel van Dorn, down in 6th position.
SMP was quickest there in qualifying yesterday as well, and this is the battle for it, because directly up ahead of Stoffel van Dorn is Neil Yanni in the Rebellion.
This for position. This is for 5th overall and 3rd in LMP1.
Spotty Van Dorn's got used to the sports car. Oh, and he's been gifted it. The absolute gift by Neil Yanni. Yanni going a little bit wide onto the damp and running wide at Les Combes, and gifted the position, so Van Dorn didn't even have to work for it.
That was a full open goal there, wasn't it? Keeper went the wrong way entirely. Neil Yanni giving away 3rd place in LMP1.
Immediately down into the 57s now, Mike Conway. Track coming back to him. We put that car, number 1, on the slick intermediates, didn't we? I think.
I don't know, did we? My thought was that Conway was advocating we'll stay out and then go straight on to slicks.
Yeah, he went straight to slicks.
I'm talking about Gianni.
Oh, yeah, Neil
Gianni went to
okay.
slick into, I think.
Yeah, so Gianni with Gustavo Menezes in the Rebellion behind him. They're now 6th and 7th, and Igor Orodchev is closing up. It's the number 17 SMP car. Gustavo Menezes came off and into, didn't he, just now, and onto a full slick in the number 3 car. What are we seeing here? The number 8 Toyota. Well, he doesn't get his nose inside the 88 car, so doesn't make any contact. There's Fritz van Aert, Racing Team Netherlands.
Battle for 4th position in LMP2, 10th overall between Fritz van Aert, fighting off, for the moment at least, Mathieu Vazevière.
Yeah.
For how much longer?
Fritz van Aert, boss of the Jumbo supermarket chain, hyper-successful businessman, versus young, hot shoe, single-seater race, Mathieu Vazevière.
Boss of Mathieu Vazevière, Inc.
.com, yes.
Absolutely.
And Fritz van Aert's turned in early, locked an inside wheel and gone straight on.
And that is Vazevière moving around in his mirrors and distracting the driver just when he should be watching the track in front and getting his braking point right. And we talk about that all the time. Move around, try and distract the driver. With the gentleman driver, it works more significantly.
Yeah, number 1's in. This is Neil Yanni in, going on to the slick tyre.
Louise Beckett.
So there's a bit of a dive around there with the Golf Porsche squeezing its way through.
He's up to 2nd position now before Thomas Preining ahead of Matteo Cressoni in the...
There's first.
That's 1, 2, 3. That is the top 3 in the GTE AM class. You're absolutely right. Cressoni not pleased with that, leaving the door open for the Golf Porsche.
3 places, 3 makes.
The Austrian Thomas Preining, of course, is one of the Porsche young junior drivers, their factory driver. Races in the Super Cup, or raced in the Super Cup, now a GT ace. And at the front of the queue is Matthias Lauda for the 98 Aston team. So Preining in the Golf car ahead of Matteo Cressoni. Cressoni no slouch either behind the wheel of a Ferrari.
Van Dorn, meanwhile, is with Stefan McKelmy for 4th overall.
Through comes the number 1 car, no, number 3 car.
Gustavo Menezes is in the 3 car, squeezing his way. He's about maybe 8-10 seconds ahead of Neil Yanni, who's just come out of the pits with that change onto slick tyres.
And Yanni, in fact, has dropped down to 6 in LMP1 behind Igor Orodchev, who's 6.5, there he is, was 6.5 seconds behind. I'm not sure that's 6.5 seconds behind at the end of that shot. Here's our Pro Class leader, Jimmy Bruni. Maxime Martin second in the Aston. The traces of where these cars are going to look like some kind of heartbeat thing. You're up and down like this here in Empire. The Porsches qualified 7th and 8th, then ran 1-2, and are now losing ground. The Ferraris qualified 9th and 10th. The first Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, despite a wrong tyre call, is now up to 3rd.
And in the same shots.
Yeah.
He's at the bottom of he's at Eau Rouge as they come through Radion.
And the Astons have gone from heroes to zeros and back again into the sweet spot of the tyre. So it's how you call this, I can't imagine.
Yeah, but the 2 Fords are the quickest in GTE by over a second. The only problem for those guys is they're about 45-50 seconds off the lead with all of the different problems they've had.
Yeah, they need a safety car, but they're not going to get one for a while, perhaps.
We've got 4 hours and 11 minutes of this race to go, so if it stays dry, then that time can be caught up just by pure performance, but I'm not sure if it's going to stay dry. I'm not sure if you're not going to get a safety car.
Van Dorn is up to 4th after struggling a little to get by the Jackie Chan 38 car, but he's done that now. 6 seconds gap he's now going to make up to get past the LMP2 leader. Sits still 3rd overall after having led with that topsy-turvy time in and through the pits from some of the LMP1 cars. So Van Dorn 6 seconds to get by a gap to make up on Andre Leclerc.
Just saw the AM class battle, and the leader, the 98 Aston Martin of Matthias Lauda, now Mike Conway, still in the number 7 Toyota, started from pole position, getting on for 2 hours ago. An hour and 50 minutes already run of this 6-hour race, so we're nearly at 1/3 distance. Mike, I know it's cold outside. You can't just stay in the car because it's warm in there. It could be warm in the garage as well. There are rules about that sort of thing. Down through Rivage, Beau Rivage, Bruxelles, depending on your vintage. And then piling on the speed down the hill. And Graham Goodwin, this is super steep down here. The cars pick up speed like almost nowhere else on the planet here at Spa.
Talked to a couple of people coming here for the very first time in the press room. And my offer to them was, go to the top there, go as you look down to Bruxelles and down towards Pouhon. You won't believe the level of rise and fall here if you've not been here physically before.
It is a fabulous track to walk in the same way that no TV pictures give you any clue of the undulations of Imola, then they don't here either. This is a great place to walk around. No, I didn't run it, Alan. Stop looking at me like that.
Did you walk it?
No, I walked most of it. Yeah, free practice 1, that's what that's all about, getting out and in the sun, on daylight today, in the sunshine, warm, sunny, dry.
And his man pick him up with a golf cart.
The greatest racing cars that you can see on the planet. Fantastic stuff. Mike Conway closes really quickly on the back of the Ford. This is Stefan Mucker's car. Dives by him. Mucker currently 10th or last, as the Ford team are probably not calling it in the GTE Pro Class. Battle for GTE Pro honours, Porsche, Aston and 2 Ferraris in the top 4. There's the first of the Ferraris, the 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi. Right in front, the lime yellow Aston Martin of Maxime Martin and Jimmy Bruni in that Porsche there, the first of these 4 cars in the shot. That is the top 3 in the GTE Pro Class. They're in 13th, 14th and 15th overall. And an indication of how close the racing is in all 4 classes, actually, Graham.
As Stefan Ricciardi makes his way through that group, he's still 5th overall at the moment, by the way, as we've got still a battle battling back this time for 2nd position in GTM. The 61 car in the hands of Matteo Cressoni goes back by Thomas Preining, as through comes a flying Jean-Eric Verne. He has absolutely got the hammer down.
You just saw going out to shot the Aston Martin 98 that leads in the AM class, and the battle between the Ferrari and the Porsche has allowed Matthias Lauda to get about 3.5 seconds up the road. Now, whether he stays that far away or not remains to be seen. SMP and Senior-Tech Alpine, that's a change for 3rd overall. We're on board with Andre Negrão, was 3rd. The Senior-Tech car of Stoffel Van Dorn was the race leader about 15 minutes ago after a slew of wet weather to dry tyre pit stops, and is now back down from 4th up to 3rd position. Look how much dry line there is now. There's not much in the terms of wet patches.
Oh, no, actually even dry off the line in that respect.
Christian Reed at the Dempsey Proton team.
He's just got out of the 77 car, handed the car over to Ricardo Pera. Not the best of days for them, down in 8th position.
Spirit of Race, Thomas Floor was the leader in the AM class as well after the second of our safety cars a while ago. He's now handed over to Francesco Castellacci on this lap.
Topsy-turvy stuff. The class where the most topsy-turvy stuff has been going on is LMP2. We're quite used to, in the World Endurance Championship, seeing LMP1, LMP2, GT Pro, GT AM. It's almost like they've thrown the LMP2 grid across the timing screens at the moment.
I would never say that GTE Pro is anything but topsy-turvy today, though.
Yeah, well, and 'twas ever thus. Have we ever had a GT race where the people that we thought were going to win won?
It's a motorised bar fight, isn't it, really? It really is. Fantastic.
It's a bar fight. 97 Aston in second place, but the Ferrari has got the speed. The Porsche is getting ever closer as well. They are getting ever closer to the Porsche of Jimmy Bruni, but Alessandro Pierguidi in that 51 Ferrari, the reigning world champions, he and James Collado, they're the car with the speed. You can see how dry it is now, because actually LMP2 cars are being quite cheeky in getting by the GTE Pros. Even this Labra competition car, number 50, this is Erwan Creed trying to find a way by.
And if he's going to do it, he's got to make the move and do it, not sort of put his nose in and half stay there. That's the biggest issue when you're either overtaking or being overtaken. If someone half commits to it, you don't know what earth's going to happen out of it.
Changing the GTE AM class, Thomas Preining just pitted in the Gulf Racing Porsche, so that means Patrick Lindsay in the Project 1 Porsche up to 3rd.
Yeah, and just jumping back a little bit off screen, Van Dorn's just on the fastest middle sector of anybody, and also basically equaled any of the Toyota's fastest laps as well.
1 minute 28 back from the lead Toyota.
Off goes the 88 car. Dry-free practice, the SMP was very quick.
Giorgio Roda.
That's at the top of the hill, I think, at turn 7, as you come through Lake Comet's the right-hander. So it looks like he's kind of gone off early in the corner, so probably something on turning, I would say.
So, stuck there.
Yeah.
Was that the 61 car?
I think there was a discussion there because the Toyota was also in and around, so I presume there's a little bit of confusion. You know, 2's company, 3's a crowd and
Matteo Cressoni in the Clearwater Racing Ferrari.
Top of his beach there.
Thomas Preining, by the way, has just pitted the Gulf Porsche that was involved in that battle earlier on with the 61.
And in fact, that wasn't a battle for position either, because Gianluca Roda was down in 8th place in the AM class, and the Clearwater Racing Ferrari is 2nd in the AM class. But the 88 car, the driver from Como in the Italian lakes.
Sorry, I said Giorgio, didn't I? Gianluca. Daddy Roda.
Yeah, and you've got Giorgio and Giorgio Jr. Actually, they're not helping, really, with everybody G. Roda.
And Andrea Roda.
Well, yes, he's the only one that makes sense, because you can tell which one he isn't.
Sadly, Danny's off the Roda at the moment.
Oh,
so,
very good. Louise Beckett missed an opportunity for a pun there. Battle for the lead in the Pro class, and the gap between the Porsche, the Aston and the Ferrari is now down to nothing. They've got the SMP coming up behind of Stoffel Van Dorn, I think. That's going to fly by them up the hill. Around the outside. Doesn't even wait till they get to the uphill. We're still going down the valley, aren't we? Down towards the lowest point. He goes through Piff Paff.
And we've got a full course yellow, I think, going to come out to recover that Porsche.
And that will stabilise this battle in favour of the Porsche of Jimmy Bruni. Everybody will have to go down to the pit lane speed limiter, 80 kilometres an hour.
Go full course yellow. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
There is going to be a penalty coming up for that rebellion, because you have 5 seconds to get down to 80 kilometres an hour. I bet he didn't make it.
Yeah, about 5 seconds from that point.
Yeah. Now, into the pit lane comes 1, 2 and 3 in GTE Pro. There's some quick strategy calls.
And a battle for the pit crews now.
Were they all coming in this lap? I doubt it.
They should be able to do about 25 laps or an hour on a tank of fuel, so I don't know when their last pit stop was.
SMP number 17 is also in for Igor Orodchev. The leader is in the pits, Mike Conway. The door opens.
Yeah.
Well, he's out of the car.
Let's keep an eye on that. He struggled to close that door, didn't he?
Yeah, had to have a couple of goes at slamming it. Don't know who gets in.
Yeah, but if you had to change a door, it's not exactly a long time to do it. There's a clip and you just lift them off, put another one back on.
Kamui Kobayashi it is that climbs aboard the lead car.
Yeah. In sequence, it normally would be. Toyota lead at the end of 2 hours of the Spa, 6 from Toyota number 8. SMP Racing in third. Our LMP2 leader is in 4th place overall. Second in LMP2 in the pits is the 38 car, and G-Drive in third. Porsche, Aston Martin and Ferrari nose to tail into the pits in the GTE Pro Class battle, and in GTE AM, 98 Aston ahead of 61 clear all to Ferrari, with a Porsche from Team Project One in third place. By Collis, after lots of damage, still in the pit lane, being repaired. Lots of damage also for the 95 Aston that was nerfed off the road by the Racing Team Netherlands car. Haven't seen any penalty applied for that. And a slew of pit stops. The top 4, 5, 6 cars in GTE Pro all making stops. Leader making a stop. LMP2 leader stays out, at least for the moment. And this will be an opportunity for fuel and driver changes as well. 2 hours in, you've got to now think, particularly if you're in a Pro-Am category, how many laps your gentleman drivers need to do, how much time they need to do behind the wheel, and also maximum stint lengths for the starting drivers start to come into question. Full course yellow is out to remove the 88 Porsche from the gravel traps. Let's hear from Aston Martin. Louise Beckett has caught up with Nicky Thiem.
Nicky Thiem's been in the car since the start of the race, picking up a fair bit of damage to the 95.
Yeah, Lewis is goddamn rock and roll out there. It was really chaotic in the beginning. Really nice start, and then it started to rain, and everyone was a different set of compounds, which is fun. And we picked a rain tire for a little bit less rain, so a struggle in the beginning, and in the end had some great fights. A lot of body rubbing, but what they say, rubbing is racing, they say. But yeah, probably a little bit too much. Then I had a coincidence with the Dutch Mafia at the first corner, so pushed me into the wall. So pretty lucky that we're still alive.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and rest up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rock and roll, Dansky Jr. says. I'm not sure that he's far wrong there. Little bit of touch and go racing with just about everybody. There's Kevin Estre out of the Porsche that led into the pit stop sequence. Now Ferrari's Alessandro Pierguidi has actually come out in front in that little group. In comes the car that was third, Stoffel van Doorn. The Belgian will get out. He's been in from the start of the race, and Graham Goodwin.
Staying in.
Is he staying in indeed? Okay, well, Graham Goodwin, he has definitely laid down a mark here. Okay, you know what, you guys, I can do this. Of course, he's one of 2 former Grand Prix drivers in that team, with Vitaly Petrov in the background there, looking on from behind the fuel stand.
I don't think he tested before coming to this race meeting. I think he was due potentially to come to the Aragon Michelin tyre test, didn't do that. Stoffel van Doorn, what an introduction he's had.
Yeah, so he hadn't been in the car until free practice 1. No wonder he was first out of free practice. Yeah. Now that's the 61 and 88 contact. It wasn't for position, but you've got to think the 61 Ferrari driver distracted by the fear of having a Toyota coming up the inside.
I think you're spot on. I think that was just an unfortunate misunderstanding. Yeah. It was slightly clumsy from the 61, but that to me...
Well, both are in a Pro-Am class.
Yes.
And I have to say, if you're the race director, if you penalise that unintentional contact, but Fritz van Aert hasn't got a penalty for unintentional contact that was not influenced by a car behind him, then there's something slightly wrong in the house of Macbeth, whatever it is. I've lost the train there.
Might just will be a little bit busy on the paperwork front up top at the moment.
Well, we did say, didn't we, to Tim Mayer, who's here as one of the clerks of the course, that he might still be here a week Wednesday sorting through all the paperwork.
We're 20 seconds away from the end of this full course yellow. It's amazing. It's only been 2 hours.
Under 15 seconds to go green.
enough to fill several ledgers, I think, in race control and also many drivers' diaries. We're about to go green once more.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green. Track is back to green. Track is back to green.
And as if by magic, the shopkeeper doesn't appear, but everybody is suddenly back up to racing speed, except for the TF Sport Aston Martin. Ewan Hankey either. The limiter didn't release, or the 38 car goes around, and that is Hope in Tung. Stone cold tyres and just a little eager with the throttle to get away from the GT cars.
Did he get it turned back around?
You can see
not appeared yet.
The 51 car weaving to try and build some heat into the tyres.
He's not got that car moving.
No, he hasn't yet, has he? So they'll be vigorously waved yellows. I think that was just his nose moving now as he come by us. I can't see out the window. Everybody else is streaming by in the pit lane. Is the rebellion?
He's dropping places.
Andre Lotterer taking
now
over.
Now he comes through. Now he comes through.
Yeah, so that was a disaster there, I'm afraid. Number 1 car, Neil Jarni handing over to Andre Lotterer.
That's put him back, by the way, as we are waiting for the next car to come through, the G-Drive Racing car.
He's still second in LMP2, according to the timing screen.
He's dropped a huge amount of time. I think he's dropped about a minute to
the leader, Signatec Alpine.
No, a minute to the chasing car, now in the hands of Gibber Benitez, who's aboard the Arus. 9th position, 8th position, sorry.
Yeah, Joop van Uyten gets ahead of the number 1 Rebellion as it makes its pit stop, and the young Dutch driver, just 25 years old, made his real sports car racing break last year in the European Le Mans Series, arrived with a big bang, and very quietly spoken young man, but also very quick indeed. And Van Uyten behind the wheel of that G-Drive car, currently lying in 3rd in LMP2. We'll pick that battle up in a moment as we rejoin our GTE Pro Class battle. The lead BMW, Martin Tomczyk, chasing down Davide Rigon in the Ferrari. This is a battle for 4th position. Tomczyk has been in since the start. Again, hogging the car and not letting Nicky Katzberg have a look in yet.
Now, you remember, we had the 3 leading cars come in nose to tail for that section of pit stops under the full course yellow. Big loser there has been Alex Lynn, who's dropped back off that trio, despite the fact I think the pit stop times were almost identical, were they not?
They were very similar, I think, probably.
But the big winner is the 51 car. They, of course, are now 4.5 seconds to the good from Richard Lietz in the 91 Porsche. And Alex Lynn is a further 2 seconds back in the number 97 Aston Martin.
Kind of reflects the pace that the Ferrari was showing before the pit stop sequence, actually, is that it was closing in from behind and actually was sort of pushing the BMW up towards the Aston that led at that stage. Still got a smattering of blue clouds overhead. Hard to imagine now the scenes of snow, and heavy snow at that we had an hour and a quarter ago. We had a safety car for snow. I'm sure that's an FIA World Championship first, technically for visibility, but visibility through the snow. And then we had a second safety car for accident damage and removal of debris after the bicolores was knocked off.
There's going to be no further action after investigation of that incident we were just talking about, Martin, between the 88s that ended up in the gravel in the hands of Gianluca Roda and the 61 car.
Again, I think that's sensible. It was unfortunate, and I think that is all. Really unfortunate for the 88 car, because they've lost a lot of time.
But by the way, through those pit stops, Clearwater Racing have taken the lead in the class. Matteo Cressoni is now ahead. Meantime, you called it. He's got it. 2 minute stop-and-go penalty for the number 29, Fritz van Aert, for that contact with number 95. We heard fairly graphically, but I think quite politely from Nicky T.
Oh, yeah,
that's the one.
on this. He just moved across and caught the front. It was very, very close the distance. The problem is that the GTE cars can brake as late as the P2 cars in quite a few situations, that being one of them up into La Source. And a bit of a misjudgment there, 2 minutes, and it's got to be done in the next 3 laps.
Yeah, and so Fritz van Aert will come in and serve that 2 minute penalty.
That's going to cost him dear. That's going to cost him at least 2 positions in class.
Antonio, a fantastic run, Martin. They were having a really, really good run from the beginning.
The 88 Porsche has been brought back to the team into the back of the garage. So one of the many numerous roaders is going to take over from one of the other many numerous roaders. Stewart's still looking at full course yellow speeds. There may or may not be penalties to serve there. Meanwhile, here's our race leader. Toyota back to a 1-2. Just 43.9 seconds between them. And last time round, Kamui Kobayashi, the race leader in the number 7 car, fastest race lap so far, 1 minute 57.3. compared to a 59.2 of Fernando Alonso in the 8.
Yes, Andy's quicker again on this lap as well, as we're now looking from Christensen's Porsche to the back of Sorensen's Aston Martin. Sorensen then defends a little bit. Christensen round the outside, and as he can't quite get it done there, has to do a switchback. And he'll have another look, I'm sure, going up in towards La Source.
Martin Tomczyk's BMW not far in front, so that's 5th. We're riding with 6th, that's 7th right behind us. Louise Beckett reports, by the way, the 88 Porsche came back into the pits with still wets attached. The Porsche goes ahead of the Aston. Aston Martin did say last night, we need it to be wet. And they certainly rose to the top when it was wet. Through goes the P1, P2 battle.
That is for position. That's Jan van Utten trying to fend off Andre Lotterer. That is for 8th position overall. Not going to be able to do that there, the young Dutchman.
Lotterer goes by him up the hill already. Van Utten, at the beginning of his sports car racing career, Andre Lotterer may well not be in World Endurance next year. Of course, he's got the Formula E campaign to focus on.
Meantime, this is a battle for 2nd position in GTE Pro, because Alex Lynn has caught the 91 Porsche. I said a little earlier, just dropped back off that. Well, he's had the hammer down. Rickard Leitz has now got his mirrors full of the brightest of bright yellow Aston Martins. This is the battle for 2nd position in GTE Pro.
2 minutes 15.7 last time round for Richard Leitz, the fastest, for Alex Lynn rather, fastest race lap for that car. In fact, no fewer than 7 cars out of 10 in GTE Pro have just set their fastest race laps on the last lap.
And that's a change for position as well, but there'll be a bigger one as the Dragon Speed Gonzalez goes past Van Aert in Racing Team Netherlands. But remember, this 29 Racing Team Netherlands got a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty.
Poor director, look at this. Back with the Porsche. This is Richard Leitz and Alex Lynn. In front of them, Ewan Hankey in 4th place in the AM class in the blue TF Sport Aston Martin. And they are struggling to get close enough to make a pass on him. As through goes, I think, the number 3 Rebellion of Gustavo Menezes.
Very rapidly.
Listen to them howling up the hill. This is real trouble for the Porsche driver, because he's got to try and force a move on the Aston. And the Aston will leave the door open for the 2nd Aston once the Porsche's got his nose in. So the battle for 2nd in GTE Pro goes by the 4th place GTE AM car.
Gustavo Menezes, by the way, we saw power through there. It's because he's trying to catch for 4th overall, the 36 Signes Alpine. Just remember the car that stopped out of sequence. It really, really paid off. They led the race. They've been dropping back on pure pace over the last half an hour or so. But it's left them very, very well placed. Championship leaders, of course.
And behind them now comes the G-Drive car. Meanwhile, BMW versus Porsche. So this is Martin Tomczyk and Michael Christensen. Tomczyk interestedly watching qualifying for DTM this morning in some fairly chilly conditions as well. And the G-Drive car goes by, and so does the Aston. Oh, has a big lunge at the Porsche around the outside, then finds a wet patch. The Porsche comes back underneath for 2nd place. You've got to be opportunistic in using whatever traffic you can, Alan, if you're in a tight battle.
But it was also quite good of Lynn there to realise that he was going to be under question for gaining an advantage, and immediately not giving, just giving the place without any questions. But the Porsche is in a place now where he's got a lot of attentions.
Now these guys lapping 2:18 last lap. The car behind, the Ferrari that's just gone under the camera, doing 2:16s. So Davide Rigon, the fastest man in GTE Pro at the moment.
No, he's not, because below that you've got Augusto Farfus in the BMW at 2:14.9.
Wow. And
then you've also got Prio in the Ford at 2:15.3. And so the people that are actually quickest on track are not at the front.
Right, and this is what we've seen all the way through, isn't it? You lose ground,
slide,
and then it comes back. The BMW just clinging on. 81 car Martin Tomczyk ahead of Michael Christensen. Christensen couldn't find a way to get through and use that mistake, but now he might. But then the BMW will just creep away as they get way up the speed range.
Better through the corners, the Porsche, but on the straight, nothing to match this BMW today.
BOP definitely in terms of that, with the very different configurations with front engine, rear engine, different size of engines, weights of cars, that sort of thing, or base weight, heights. Then clearly they put their performance at different areas of the circuit, but it's very difficult to fight a car that's quicker.
Right front puncture.
Wheel. No, it's not even
lost
there.
The wheel.
Wheel's gone.
He has lost the wheel.
17. That is Igor Arudjev.
When did that last have a pit stop?
Is that a 9.56 a couple of laps ago? That's the familiar Porsche 956, 962 wheel shedding trick.
There it is there.
Yeah, he was in 2 or 3 laps ago, no more. Fritz van Aert is in for his 2-minute hold.
Turn 9.
And he's got a bit of a track to get back down. That's half a lap, so 4 kilometres.
Meanwhile, back with BMW versus Porsche. Aston Martin and BMW closing in behind. Sorensen and Farfus, and again, Alex Lynn having a lunge. That's a replay. It's not actually a replay, but it is a replay of exactly last lap. The number 88 Porsche that was rescued from the gravel and came in on very mucky wets has just come back into the pit lane with a puncture after 1 lap on its slicks.
And also Racing Team Netherlands, Fritz van Aert has been in after his 2-minute stop-and-go penalty. Just popped back out of the pits.
Porsche off there. What's the battle there? Is that the BMW Porsche battle?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so Tomczyk Christensen, and in amongst them, trying to find his way through, Stoffel van Dorn.
Yeah, the BMW there was trying to stop Van Dorn coming down the inside, so it didn't compromise him in his battle with the Porsche. However, Van Dorn had too much speed, and so therefore was able to get the job done. That's where it's very difficult in GTE, when you've got LMPs lapping you, but you're also in that battle, because you've got to try and not compromise yourself, but still allow them to get through with the least possible time loss.
As the weather has changed, so has the balance of power in GT. Here's how it is at the moment. Ferrari, then Porsche and Aston Martin, the battle you're looking at now. Ferrari, BMW and Porsche. And there's the 88 car back in. Then BMW in 8th, but the 2 Fords, 9th and 10th at the moment, and struggling a little bit as it stays dry.
Full course yellow's coming.
Full course yellow is coming indeed.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow. Be advised, we are telling the marshals to pick all the debris around the track, and especially at T16.
I'm guessing
so be advised, we will have marshals here and there all around the track, cleaning debris, and especially at T16. Debris at T16 are on both sides of the track.
Right, 16 is the first left before they get to Stavola, to Blanchimont. Fernando Alonso in 2nd place now will inherit the lead, because Kamui Kobayashi, the race leader for Toyota, is in the pit lane, and Nando is on his way out of Pif Paf.
Meantime, Arudjev has made it back.
Oh, didn't see that. Big lose for Fernando Alonso in Pouhon.
Yeah, he's got onto the curb in between and looked it around, so therefore I wouldn't think those tyres are going to be in the best of shape.
Well, Fernando Alonso shaving the tyres down to the carcass there, possibly. Now, will he be forced to come in now? They're not going to be that good for much longer, are they?
No, but he's got quite a way to go to get back to the pits. Yeah. But I presume that was on the previous lap where he spun, because it was under full speed.
Yeah.
And they've been under full course yellow for, what, a couple of minutes now.
Well, enough time for the race leader, Kamui Kobayashi, to pit and be already out of Eau Rouge. And as you can see here, well, slightly faster than I would be walking up the hill, but climbing very slowly up the hill, definitely.
If you can walk at 80 kilometers per hour, then
yeah, that'd be quite
I've seen
quick.
It's very funny.
Here's the 3 wheels on my wagon SMP. And the nuts disappeared, and then the wheels disappeared. Now, it should not be possible, as the the marshals. Yep, that's where it is. It shouldn't be possible, because basically when the nut goes on to the hub and screws on, even if it does come loose, there are retaining pins that are designed and by homologation regulation meant to be in there to stop the nut coming back off, which would then stop wheels bouncing off. And so if anybody that watches Formula 1, remember a few years ago, Williams were getting penalised quite severely for wheels falling off. And it was brought in these regulations as well.
So, 3 hours and 43 minutes remaining, full course yellow here at Spa. Toyota 1-2, and Fernando Alonso is in the pit lane from 2nd place, copying the move of his teammate Kamui Kobayashi, the race leader.
But he also, remember, he had that spin, and I would think a tyre set change as well. Having a bit of a check. Fuel goes in first of all, clean of the screen.
Maybe they shouldn't change his tyres and make him suffer them for the next hour.
Yeah, but that's all okay if he's gone through to the carcass and the tyre explodes.
Yeah, no, it's not good. Well, they didn't change the tyres, so...
Yeah. Must be okay, no vibration.
Maybe they haven't seen the replay.
Yeah, but you know that it's down to the driver and the data. Here he is coming through the left-hander, gets onto the curb, and the right rear, as soon as it touches the AstroTurf that's over the other side of the curb, just spins around.
It's paint there now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is now.
It's changed, yeah.
In between?
It's through the outside. It's just on the exit. There's AstroTurf now.
Oh, and there's one spot as well in the last corner.
Right.
And it's taken away the cone.
That's Andre Lotterer. No. Gets it fired up and gets going again.
What's happened there? That's under full course yellow.
Mike Wainwright in the Gulf Porsche thinking, hang on a minute, what are you doing? Yeah, full course yellow, so he's on the limiter at 80 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see a replay of that.
Comes through now.
If
comes crawling by us as if nothing happened.
Never up to me. Wasn't me.
Yeah.
You never saw it.
Nothing to see here, Governor.
Here we go. And he's coming into the right-hander.
Oh, he bounced over the curbs on the right.
Very weird.
Just caught it. Then it goes adverse camber. Here we are on board. And he touches the curb on the right, I think, and then...
No, he was gone before he hit the curb.
Yeah, he was spinning before he got to the apex. In fact, he only got to the apex because he was spinning.
As you come over there, there's a crest.
Yeah.
And you basically, you can get at the rear, whereas a lot of momentum comes around.
Good news for fans of the Bicolis team. The car is ready to go out again.
Lost it on full course zero, like in amateur, sorry.
Oh, fair point. I don't think we could really
What did he say?
I lost it in full course yellow like an amateur. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Saving his best days for Formula E. Right, into the pit lane comes the 51. AF Corsa Ferrari that is our race leader. This could be a very well-timed pit stop because in 40 seconds they will go back to
30
green.
Seconds, under 30 seconds to go green.
That is a very well-timed pit stop. That pushes Richard Leeds and Alex Lynn into the lead battle. Davide Rigon, and then Christensen and Sorensen and Farfus. That's this trio.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green.
Back to green and battle recommences. 3 hours and 40 minutes remain of the Spa, 6 hours. It started in sunshine. We had a safety car for heavy snow. We've gone from wet weather back to bright sunshine and dry track. And the battles rage on. The Aston Martin, you can see there weaving to try and get heat in the tyres of Marco Sorensen with Augusto Farfus behind. They battle for what will be 7th position in the GTE Pro class. The Porsche in front is Michael Christensen. And the race leader in the class, Richard Leeds, I think will retain the lead, having made a fuel stop under full course yellow. So that could have been a very slick bit of pit work indeed from the Porsche GT team. Looking at the TDS car, Mathieu Vazivière chasing Roberto Gonzalez in the 31 LMP2 car. Dragon Speed in 4th in class, and TDS in 5th in class.
Did Porsche stop? It was Ferrari stopped. Did the Porsche?
I beg your pardon, it was the 51 Ferrari, wasn't it? So that's Alessandro Pierguidi, drops down to 5th in the class, 4th in the class, in fact, you're right. So Leeds and Lynn, as they were battling each other, they go by the LMP2 battle goes by the 67 Ford.
You're quite right, what you said something over an hour ago, Alan McNish. It's been a long afternoon indeed for the Fords.
Right. 5 minutes ago, the 67 Ford was 10th. It's now 8th. It's got by Nicky Katzberg and Olivier Pla, possibly at the restart. Let's have a look here. Porsche, Aston.
That was a touch on the rear of the Porsche from the Aston. Here we go, bang.
That's the lead battle. Richard Leeds getting a love kiss from Alex Lynn. And did you see the Ferrari right behind? That's the 71 car. And that is Davide Rigon, who took over from Sam Bird. So that's 1, 2 and 3 in GTE Pro, with the 2nd Ferrari, the 51 car, in 4th. Don't forget, when it was snowing, the Ferraris were last.
So the net loss to the Ferrari is about 4 seconds on the road, 5 seconds on the road, but have fully fueled now.
Yeah, just say, when you design a car, you don't design it to drive in snow.
Piss and touch.
So therefore, from that point of view, I think you have to say that it was maybe outside the design criteria of any of the manufacturers.
Exactly so, but isn't it interesting how the balance changes all the time as the track conditions change? And look at the darkness that's coming our way. Not that slightly ropey band from Norwich, but it is approaching very fast indeed. Nothing on our screens is forecasting when the weather will arrive, but out of my window, the weather will arrive. Through comes the race leader, Kamui Kobayashi, up to the top of the hill. And Richard Leeds, Alex Lynn, and now 71, Davide Rigon. That is your lead trio, and they are covered by about 1.5 seconds in GTE Pro. It only takes 2 cars to make a race. Graham Goodwin, we must have 26 races going on here.
It's
fantastic battles.
It's again been a very different FIA World Endurance Championship race, but it's been absolutely fantastic stuff. Real battles up and down the field in GTE from the off. A real mix-up at times between the LMP2s and the LMP1 cars. Some massive pace from the S&P Racing number 11 car in the hands of Stoffel van Dorn, who still, by the way, sits in 3rd position and still is 1 minute and 41 seconds now. He's dropped maybe 10, 11 seconds to the leaders.
We're nearly halfway through the 6 hours. He's still on the lead lap. That's how topsy-turvy it's been. It's only in the last 20 minutes that the Toyotas have got themselves back in front, and the top LMP2 car is still 5th overall.
We've seen the number 4 by Collis go back out. Jordan King, that wasn't ideal for you, was it? What happened?
Yeah, we were racing with a sister car into turn 1, and there was a P1 car behind, and I didn't really see him coming, steaming down the outside. Obviously, it's a quicker car, so it's a bit annoying that they're getting involved in our race when they could just overtake in a straight line. So it's a little bit frustrating that we picked up a penalty for that contact when really it wasn't our race to be having. But yeah, pace is really good actually. We would be up in, just looking where kind of the penalty would have jumped us up to, and we would be up in 2nd place, probably something like that. So yeah, it's a bit frustrating for everybody involved, but we're slowly clawing our way back up.
How was it driving in those conditions?
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky at the start. When the snow came, it was just like a whiteout in front, so it was hard to actually see, down the road. But I was enjoying it. I enjoy the wet, and it was slippy, and we were making good progress. So yeah, I didn't mind it, but it was quite scary at times.
Right, thank you.
No worries.
Jordan King, Southam's fastest racing driver. So his first ever sports car race across the bumps and the turmoils of Sebring in sweltering heat. His second ever sports car race in conditions that would have made Santa think twice about to get the reindeer out of the shed. So far, I think it's fair to say he's seen a fairly varied bit of sports car racing, weather and conditions. But as he said, unfortunately, he was caught up in the incident with the Racing Team Netherlands car. With the number 4 car, the by Collis car, that's now back out on track. So they did suffer. So the 37 car is 6th in the LMP2 class. David Heinemeier Hansen, the American gentleman driver, is now at the wheel. And Heinemeier Hansen, for whatever else he does in terms of data and his day job of dealing with ones and zeros, by golly, he can drive a race car as well as he can drive a laptop.
Yeah, he's actually catching the car ahead of him. He's got about just under a minute, actually about 45 seconds to catch the Mathieu Vazevière pedalled TDS racing car, but it's quicker than Mathieu Vazevière.
By 2 seconds on the last lap. Now, there's Vazevière in the TDS car in the middle of our GT battle, so that doesn't help him. No. But again, Vazevière is a fully fledged junior single-seater driver. He was a Lotus Formula 1 junior. He raced in GP2, in World Series cars, so he really is a hot shoe talent. Heinemeier Hansen, as you say, is a software developer of prodigious ability, but he is also a very quick peddler of a sports car.
Last lap around was the fastest LMP2 driver in the back. Faster than Pierre Thirier, faster than Hopintung, Joop van Uitert, faster than Gonzalez, Vazevière, Nick Poulet, and indeed from Fritz van Aert. So he is making up some of that ground lost.
Yeah. TDS car comes down the inside, and almost now want to switch the lights on in the commentary booth, literally in the last 5 minutes. Not figuratively, literally in the last 5 minutes, as it's gone from being bright sunshine to really quite dark down the pit straight. Looking here at Ford versus BMW. And this is the car of Andy Priaulx ahead of Nicky Katzberg. So Katzberg has finally been able to persuade the team to get Martin Tomczyk out and let him have a go. Priaulx and Katzberg involved in some frantic touring car racing last weekend in the World Touring Car Series with Augusto Farfus among others at a slippery Hungaro ring. And those conditions will be even a tiny amount of what they've experienced so far in this race. Let's get down to the pits with Louise, who's with Neil Jarney.
Neil Jarney's just getting over the crazy conditions out there, were they?
Yeah, in the beginning, visibility was really bad. And on top of that, we had radio issues, so I can't hear all the time what the crew is saying. So it's kind of hard to judge when to come in, what to do with tires and so on, but yeah, it was an adventure.
We saw you had a moment where you were battling with the SMP. They were on new tyres. You, I'm assuming, were on old because you had that moment and then came in.
Yeah, we were on an Inter, and yeah, they were on a slick. That was the better tyre right then. We missed the window when to come in, but that was the time when we had no radio. So I was like driving, not knowing what's going to happen, and then suddenly we had radio, so I came in. Yeah. Well, still a long race.
It's a long race, but it's going to be quite a gamble. You and I just looking, there's black clouds up above again, so probably it's all going to come back again.
Yeah, it's coming and going. I think it'll be a lot of strategy still for the next 3-4 hours, because you just need to be at the right time on the right tire. It's either Inter, it's full wet, semi-wet, or slick. So we have a lot of tire options to decide on.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Seeing our weather radar on the right-hand side in the inset, that massive blob of weather with the really heavy stuff, the yellow and the green, in the centre of it. Now, most of the weather has been, as you look at the map, basically blowing horizontally across, left to right, so that might well miss us, but if we get the fringe of it, then we should be in for a little bit more rain. Back with Richard Leitz and Alex Lynn, the lead battle in GT, still Graham Goodwin, and the Ferrari still can't quite get to them.
Yeah, it's so even, isn't it? And just another quick mention of LMP2 as we see Mathieu Vazevier just duck out and go by the Aston Martin. He is being caught by David Heinemeier Hansen. Last time around, a 2:04, 4 seconds quicker than Mathieu Vazevier.
Yeah, last time round, David Heinemeier Hansen, 2-minute 4.7. Fernando Alonso, hybrid Toyota, 2-minute 1.1.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and he was massively impressive on his comeback at Sebring. And now again, Alan McNish, what do you think of this gentleman driver? Those kind of, those kind of times.
I've got to say that's not very gentlemanly, if you ask me. I think he's done a stunning job. He's came back in, he's got quite a good amount of experience in different categories of racing, gone off and done different things, but I'll tell you, he's came back a different driver into the World Endurance Championships. Sebring, he was my driver of the day, actually. Yep. And if he continues with performances like this, then I think he's going to be one of the standouts, and a lot of teams will be looking at him in a very different light for next year.
Well, the more you drive, the better you get. You learn something every time you're in a car, and you know, all of that applies, even if you don't think it will.
Yes, but at the same time, you've got to have a different, got to have a skill set to be able to develop it, and he's showing he's got a consistency. Now, he has got a very logical mind process anyway, so he will work at whatever he does, but he's very, very strong, very impressive, and it's good to see him back.
He's the ideal racing driver for a professional racing team because he's blindingly quick and brings money.
Low maintenance. Low maintenance, but he can blend into any situation.
Hold on a second. Talking about low maintenance and high maintenance, BMW around the outside of the Aston into the braking area. Runs a bit wide, so the Aston's going to have a little look coming out of the bus stop up into La Source. Aston will get halfway alongside, but the BMW, I think, will have the straight line speed.
Marco Sorensen makes sure that Augusto Farfus is going to have to go the long way round the outside to try and retake 6th position. And Farfus can't get it done there.
No, he can't.
But Sorensen will lead him down the hill. Farfus now needs to sit here through Eau Rouge and then climb the hill. And as they get to the highest speed, the BMW will go by. What he needs to do and what he's trying to do are different things, though.
He lifted off a little bit too late, I think, there.
A few drops of rain being reported from places around the track.
Some stewards' notifications as well for speeds under full course yellow. Number 11, third place car of Stoffel van Dorn is one of them.
First time he will have experienced full course yellow the way we do it here.
And we're talking about Heiner Hansen as well, and that is also under investigation as well, the 37 LMP2 car of Jackie Chan DC Racing.
Now, was he in the car when we had the last full course, or is that another Jordan King?
Oh, leader of GTE AM Clearwater Racing, also under investigation.
Yeah. And the leader in GTE Pro.
91 Porsche of Richard Leeds. Oh dear, yes, this guy, that would really upset the apple cart.
3 classes, 3 podium position people, 2 of them leaders. Radio race director.
Rain at T14, 15 and 16. Rain at T14, 15 and 16. And now at T13 also.
Well, I think then we're going to give it, and nearly everywhere, because it's on the bottom edge of the circuit, the far end of the circuit where the kart track is.
It's right where we are here. You can see it's wet there, can't you?
That's into the S's and the 2 Aston. Aston didn't quite give him enough room there, and also you can see the rain on the lenses of the camera and on the paint of the curb as well.
Yeah, down at Piff Paff, and here we are at the bottom of the circuit at Stavelot, starting a long climb up the hill.
This is where you have to... Sorry to interrupt you there, Martin, but this is where you have to square off those corners, brake in a straight line, accelerate in a straight line, and even if it's not ideal for your trajectory around the corner, it's the safest and easiest way to do it in these damp and greasy conditions.
Great slow-mo view of our lead battle in GTE. Porsche, Aston, Ferrari, 1, 2, 3, as close as that. Richard Leeds leads Alex Lynn and Davide Rigon in the GTE Pro class. Here's the battle with the 67 Ford of Andy Priaulx. He's in 8th, ahead of Nicky Katzberg in 9th position in the BMW. And coming up behind them at La Source. Oh, and on the grass, a lunge for the lead from Alex Lynn, trying to go around Richard Leeds. Didn't get it done there. Coming up the hill, oh, go on, says Harry Tingnell. Now, I don't know if that's for Andy Priaulx or for Alex Lynn, his compatriot.
I think it'll be for this particular battle that's going on.
Intermittent showers expected as we catch the fringe of the next batch of weather. Spits and spots here as they come out of Rivage and drop down through Speaker's Corner. And this is still a frantic lead battle. Those 3 cars, Porsche, the yellow Aston and the red Ferrari, that's 1, 2, 3, covered by a second. And if it goes wrong between Alex Lynn and Richard Leeds, then Davide Rigon will suddenly be in the catbird seat in that Ferrari.
Yeah, well, it depends how wrong it goes. He could be in the middle.
In the middle of it. Well, 4th place is the other Ferrari, there, of Alessandro Pierguidi, so that's 1, 2, 3, and then the little gap back to 4th place in GTE Pro. Big drops of rain here at Stavelot.
Just 2.5 seconds back is Pierguidi, and quicker last time around by over a second, so he is reeling this trio in. There comes Alex Lynn again.
In fact, he was 2 seconds quicker than Richard Leeds. Lynn going the long way around the outside, tucking in, and through he goes.
He basically leaned on Leeds there, and Leeds kind of lifted off, and that's put him into the firing line of the next car, which is Davide Rigon round the outside as well.
He's going to block past there, and Leeds is down to 3rd in 2 corners, and here comes the Ferrari behind the 4th place car of Alessandro Pierguidi.
He's got a better drive out the final turn, but he's not going to do it there.
Not on the outside. Pierguidi is closing in very fast again. 2:18 on that lap to 2:21 of the Porsche. So the 4th car in this shot, the Ferrari, is the quickest of the bunch. Here comes the Porsche. Wow.
No, that was a little bit naughty, I've got to say.
Choppy. Leeds lacks nothing in bravery or traction, does he? Back up to 3rd through Eau Rouge and over Rédillon.
I've got to say, with what the Ferrari did there, I think I would have done exactly the same. Just muscle your way past.
Red mist.
Because to move at that particular moment was a little on the limit.
And the other Ferrari is right there as well now.
Top 7 in GTE Pro, 11 seconds the gap.
Andre Lotter there going, oh, I'm not sure which is the safe way to go here. Yikes, says James Collado. That was close. And it's not Collado's teammate who's in the 71. Collado's teammate is Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51. The world champions are in 4th place and closed very fast. Look at Alex Lynn, how much he's cleared off in the Aston Martin.
Well, these guys are battling, but
3 seconds.
But also he was quicker anyway. It's 2.5 seconds, 2.58 actually. And if Porsche's gone wide, Lisa's gone wide in the same way that Alonso did, except he hasn't spun. That's allowed Rigon to get past once again.
Fantastic stuff. Right behind is the number 11 SMP car. Through he goes, the 3rd place car of Stoffel van Dorn. And behind him is the race leader, Kamui Kobayashi, the number 7 Toyota, carving his way through as well. They're having to kick the door in here, the LMP1 cars, to get through. Stoffel van Dorn trying to stay on the lead lap. And Kamui Kobayashi is going to lap him soon in that SMP car. 5 seconds added to the MR Racing Porsche. There it is, the 3rd car in your shot there.
There's a change with Paul Del Rama going ahead of Patrick Lindsay for 2nd in GTE AM.
So the MR Racing car is not in this battle. It's a lap behind it, in fact. And the GTE AM class leader is Matteo Cressoni in the Clearwater Racing Ferrari. As the graphic shows you, he's a long way up the road from Dalla Lana and Pat Lindsay. 2 gentlemen drivers battling for every inch, just as the way Matthias Lauda and Egidio Perfetti did earlier on. And up the inside, the Porsche had the inside line all the way up to Les Combes, and then the Aston gets a little bit less traction on the slippery curb, and he's back down a spot into 3rd. There's Matthias watching from the garage.
And he's had another go. The Aston's down the inside again.
Yeah, having a little look there. Porsche drifts out wide, and there the position changes hands once more. And Pat Lindsay on the curbs comes back underneath. Through goes the MR Racing Ferrari. That's the stopper in the bottle there, and it clears and allows through the Rebellion. That's the number 1 car of Lotterer, and Pierre Thirier in the Signatech Alpine. That's 5th and 6th overall, 0.3 of a second apart.
Lindsay definitely played a really good game there, and especially coming out at this point where he was able to sneak down the inside and hold it.
The rear diffuser on the right-hand side is moving. We are trying to understand what we can do, but everything is long, what we can do. So it's a working in progress. For the moment, lap time, you are really fast, and you did a really good job in the previous lap. Keep going, and I will you update.
Loose diffuser.
Right, so he's had somebody run into the back of him, you'd assume then. He's down to 3rd place, and Alessandro Pierguidi in 4th, trying to catch and pass Richard Lietz in front, and this will put Ferrari from 9th and 10th on the grid back up into 2nd and 3rd. At the moment they're 2nd and 4th behind the Aston Martin of Alex Lynn. Number 4 by Colles car returns to the pit lane with problems. Number 17 car, after losing its wheel, is still circulating. So far we have had no retirements from the race, despite a couple of incidents for the 88 Porsche, the 17 car which lost a wheel, and the number 4 car which got quite heavily damaged in a lapping accident.
I see a change of position for 9th overall. Job van Uite, who's been catching Hope in Tung for 7th, is now under pressure, about to be passed by the 2nd of the S&P Racing cars, the recovering number 17 from Igor Aruchev.
Yep, Aruchev with that, who lost a wheel, now going back past. Meanwhile, 95 versus 82. This is the battle for 6th in the pro class. Marco Sorensen in the Lime Aston Martin ahead of Augusto Farfus. Through goes the number 1 Rebellion, number 3 Rebellion in fact. And as they climb out of Radion and up the Kemmel Straight, the BMW here now with the advantage. He's in the tow, it's got better top-end speed. How close will we get? Racing Team Netherlands and SMP just in front. Racing Team Netherlands, your boy Van Uiten is still in front, but here, again, Marco Sorensen clings on.
There's a bit track limits.
Hypermotion, yeah, well, you know, when it's racing, and through goes the BMW. So maybe the Aston brake just a fraction too late and offline. BMW forced the error that he wanted to. Nicky Katzberg, beg your pardon, Augusto Farfus goes by Marco Sorensen. The BMW's coming on a little stronger now. Nicky Katzberg in the 17s, Marco Sorensen in the 17s. Sorensen deep in under braking, too deep in under braking, drifts out a little wide over the runoff area, and through comes the 82 BMW of Augusto Farfus. So Aston Martin leading with Alex Lynn in the GTE Pro class. Their second car, Marco Sorensen, the 95 car, in 7th position in the category. Here's our overall race leader as we fast approach the midway distance. Kamui Kobayashi, really important for the championship that the number 7 Toyota team comes away from here with victory. They narrowed the points gap by 1 by taking pole down to 14 points. But it's points and a half at Le Mans, the final race, the championship. Of course, as Toyota better than perhaps anybody ever in the history of Le Mans knows, nothing can be guaranteed when you go to the Circuit de la Sarthe. So the 7 car, if they can win here, then they give themselves a real shot.
That race doesn't like anybody writing its headlines for it. And it's all too easy to forget after a season of dominance for Toyota how long we've been in a situation where Toyota had never won the race.
At just 30 years.
Absolutely.
And if they've won once in 30 years, who knows how long the drought will be.
Andre Lotterer, after describing himself as behaving like an amateur, has just done the fastest lap of the number 1 Rebellion's race, 1:58.986, and that included the fastest middle sector of the race so far.
Fastest lap of the race of all from Mike Conway in the number 7 car, and that's a 1:57.3. Last time round for Conway, 1:57.9, so he is absolutely flying at the moment and is currently nearly a minute ahead of Fernando Alonso in the number 8 Toyota. But more pit stops, undoubtedly more weather. Who knows how many more safety cars, full course yellows, etc. Looking here at Racing Team Netherlands, Fritz van Aert diving to the inside of our GTE Pro Class leader, because right behind him is Job van Uytert. This is the...
Well, Job van Uytert is still working on trying to catch Hope In Sung for second. Igor Rudjev has gone by him for 8th overall, but he's actually far more concerned, and being held up here quite badly, far more concerned about Hope In Sung, who's now, what, 12 seconds up the road. That gap has doubled, by the way, in traffic.
Opposite ages of the Dutch driver range here, with Fritz van Aert at 52, Job van Uytert 25. Matteo Cressoni, our leader in the GTE AM class. And into the pits comes Stoffel van Dorn. The Belgian driver has done very nearly half of his first ever World Endurance Championship race single-handed. And he's got 2 teammates who actually wouldn't mind to go. If you don't mind, thanks very much. And he comes from 3rd place for SMP Racing.
Massively impressive as a first crack at sports car racing, a first crack obviously in LMP1. Yes, he'll know this place well. In comes, by the look of it,
G driver ready to come in as well.
But almost 3 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes, and what can only be described with very challenging conditions indeed, the start of that, and led the race.
If he doesn't have the grin of an idiot on his face after that, I don't know what we need to do to make him feel the enjoyment of all this.
Like you on the easiest interviews Louise is about to do, I should think he's going to have a smile as well as his face.
Three hours, 15 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of Spa. Toyota 1-2, Kamui Kobayashi leading Fernando Alonso by nearly a minute. Gustavo Menezes, the best of the rest. Number 3, Rebellion in 3rd. LMP2 led by Cinetec Alpine in 6th position overall. Alex Lynn's Aston Martin, the GTE Pro leader, in 15th place overall, ahead of a frantic battle. GTE AM in the hands of Matteo Cressoni and Clearwater Racing's Ferrari. I'm Martin Hayden alongside me, Graham Goodwin. And Graham, the warning is that more rain is arriving in the next sort of 5 minutes or so.
And not just a few spots either. It won't be, we don't think, heavy rain, but it might be significant here. Another fastest lap of the car's race, by the way, last time around from Andre Lotterer. Looking to make amends for that Slightly clumsy spin just a little while ago. Still 5th position and looking to work on the gap to the 4th place number 11 S&P racing car. Into the pits, by the way, in and out for Huub van Utrecht in the number 26 car, the G-Drive Racing Aarhus. That car making great progress up the road. Drops back behind the Dragon's Peak car for the moment down into 4th position, but that puts you back out for another full stint.
Well, if you just joined us, it looks like a typical day at Spa. Dry, fairly warm and sunny, and a little bit of cloud in the sky. We've already had one safety car for snow, another one for accident damage. It is going to be a frantic race to the finish. Let's hear from Belgium's Stoffel van Doorn.
What a debut, Stoffel. That was incredible. The weather, leading the race and part of it. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a very good job. You know, I'm happy I managed to stay out of trouble. I felt confident in the car, and you know, we managed to overtake a couple of cars. And yeah, it was just a very, very good start. You know, I think everything went smooth from our side. I didn't make any mistakes, so that was the target.
Smooth in snow.
Excuse me?
Smooth in all that snow.
Yeah, it was tricky at the time. It were very difficult conditions, but you know, we managed it well, and you know, I'm happy that I managed to do a good job for the team, and for me as well. It was a very learningful experience.
Have you driven in conditions like that before, racing conditions?
No, this was completely new because I had to get used to, you know, passing traffic, no visibility. There was snow on track as well at some point, so yeah, tricky conditions.
Well done, thank you.
Well, great start from Stoffel van Doorn. Very tricky conditions indeed. Not sure I've ever seen a World Championship race. Safety car for snow. Jean-Eric Verne, somewhere between terrifying and a huge amount of fun, I guess, for you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Although snow for me means skiing, and when I see snow, I want to be in the mountain, not in Spa in those cars, because it was a bit dangerous. But you know, I think it was we all drove pretty safely, and it was a good call as well to put the safety car. So yeah, it was fun in the end.
I think actually one of the things that we remarked on is that nobody went off. And I mean, those are some of the worst driving conditions I've seen in Spa in a long, long while.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was quite impressive, especially that we could not see you know, anywhere in front of us, on the side, behind, in the mirrors. I had fog everywhere. So no, it was you know, very good that nobody crashed, nobody went off the track. So that was, you know, good driving from everyone, as well from the amateurs, because, you know, we're also racing with the amateurs. So they all did a very good job.
Listen, in terms of the G-Drive team, this whole race is all part of the preparation for Le Mans. It's a kind of just an occasional entry into the championship. Your main focus is European Le Mans Series and then the 24 hours. So what are you learning here about the downforce levels, and what can you take away from this about how you're going to have the car set up for Le Mans?
It's not. I mean, it's more preparation for the team and as well for our new driver, Job van Utrecht. He's new in the category, and it's good as well that we all can race together before Le Mans, because I cannot do the first two races of the LMS because of Formula E clashes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, so far everything went very well. Qualifying yesterday as well in the race, we've been a bit unlucky. We ran out of fuel, and then we made the wrong tire choice. So I think I was down to 25th, but was able to come back very quickly on the other guys. And you know, the race is not over. Still 3 hours to go.
I don't think the changes are finished, and we're already seeing pit stop for the number 7 Toyota. Now, Graham Goodwin, is this a scheduled stop, or is he coming in out of sequence?
He's dropped 20 seconds to the second place car in the first 2 sectors. The number 7 car is undoubtedly in trouble.
Now, we saw the number 8 car practicing a low fuel strategy coming in on the limiter for half a lap in free practice, but it looks as though these guys are having a pit stop forced upon them. Whether it goes back in the garage or not remains to be seen. Fuel and tyres, no driver change. Kobayashi isn't due to get out. It's a long fuel stop. I wonder if they were just a fraction shy on juice. Now what are they waiting for? Fuel's done, tyres done. Okay, I'm looking for something to happen here. They are being held. It's not qualifying. It's going back in the garage. They were waiting for something to be confirmed, I think, from the data computers. And this could be potentially the end of the championship for the number 7 car. They really needed a win here. They're 14 points behind. Okay, there's only a few LMP1 cars, but if they score poorly here and their teammates win, as seems likely now with half the race down, then that could be the end of the championship challenge.
And worse still for the number 7 car, the non-hybrid cars are closer than they've been in previous races. They're going to lose positions at this point in the race to those cars. Got a slightly, well, I don't know what you call your look at this one, Jeff. It seems almost like, you know, maybe they've got a bit of bad luck coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really the same category, is it? I mean, the Toyota and the other ones, they're not racing in the same category, I have the feeling. So it's really the race between the two Toyotas, and as well, it's not much of a race either, because it's not like they can crash or
Well, let's hear from the number 8 Toyota team. Number 7 is in the garage.
Okay, Fernando for info. Car 7 is in the box now. They have a problem.
Okay, they have a problem. Well, they were being very discreet there, not that anybody else can possibly benefit from knowing what the problem is. Looks as though the number 7 car may have an electronics issue, and that could well be down to the hybrid drive system.
Has lost second position already to the first of the Rebellions. I want to ask Jeff about actually this tyre battle, because it's really coming on strong now. The new Michelin we saw at the end of last season. We've got the new Dunlop now, which debuted at Sebring. You guys had a chance to sample that, perhaps with a little less success in the conditions at Paul Ricard, but here it looks to be back up to where Dunlop intended it to be.
Well, Paul Ricard, I cannot judge. I wasn't there, but quite clearly today, I mean, I've been extremely happy with the tyres on one lap qualifying, but as well in the race pace that we had when the track was dry. So yeah, so far I'm very happy with the Dunlop. I don't know if they are better than the Michelin or whatsoever, but you know, with the car setup that we have, the philosophy that we have, it's been working brilliantly.
Now, in terms of the mixed conditions, the snow, the rain and everything else, what different tyres did you run through? Obviously you started on slicks, then it really rained hard and we got the heat, the hail and the snow. Did you go onto a full wet? Did you then come back onto intermediate or straight jump to slicks?
Well, I got a bit confused, so I went from slick to full wet to, hopefully, I mean, I wanted snow tyres that didn't have, so
no chains, no studs.
So I had to stick with the full wet. Then went on to dry, but just for one lap because we pitted straight away for slick tyres. So yeah, I think we lost a pit stop in there. We should have gone straight away on the slick tyres. But you know, we're here really for Le Mans preparation. Obviously, if we can go and grab that win, we're definitely going to go for that.
More important to win in June.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, if there are mistakes to be done, they have to be done here.
Now, in terms of the strategy, keeping you in as the conditions got better was obviously the right call, because you don't want to throw a new driver in onto a track that he's not seen on a slick in slightly different conditions. Are you going to get back in, or are you done now?
No, I definitely will go back in, and yeah, I think it was a good choice because I was feeling very good in the car, and I think I was driving 1 or 2 seconds quicker than the guys in front, so it was good to come back, and I am due to do the end of the race.
All right.
So after Job, who is going to be my Russian teammate, Roman Usinov, and then myself for the end of the race.
All right. Well, Job has clearly been a very good addition to the team. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you for coming up and chatting to us, Jean-Eric Van. He's just survived the first ever wet Formula E race. Now he's surviving his first ever snowy World Endurance race. Now the number 7 car in the garage is now drops the tail of LMP1, barring the Bicolis car. But the team are ready for number 8 to come in as well, Graham Goodwin. So I wonder whether there is something that they might also check on the number 8 car physically or by data, as a legacy of what they're seeing, because clearly when the number 7 went into the garage, there was a female engineer there pointing inside the car and giving instructions. They clearly knew what the problem was and what they needed to do, and so I wonder then whether there's something they can check on number 8.
So to clarify what we saw, well, I thought the car looked like it was running slower than it should have been on track. It lost something like 10 seconds in the first sector, another 11 or so in the second sector, so the pace had gone. I wonder whether the hybrid boost has gone.
Yeah. Well, you know, I always say, if the driver hasn't hit anything and it's still got all the wheels, it's electronics, and the most complex electronics of any racing car now is controlling the hybrid system, and that didn't look very good. Kamui Kobayashi being heralded away there, or shuffled away, wasn't he? That was shoulders down. That was not looking hopeful. Number 8 is in.
Rob Loipen as well there, and the body language there did not look great either. So in comes the number 8 from the lead. 2 minutes to the good now, ahead of Gustavo Menezes in the number 3 Rebellion. The SMP car 39 seconds back. On the weather front, as we watch the car coming down pit lane, by the way, that shower has now passed. We are back in this bizarre day in the Ardennes to full sunshine here.
Right, Alonso is in to hand over the car to Kaz Nakajima. And the ruined tyres will be taken off, or the flat-spotted tyres that Alonso looped around, and Nakajima will get a fresh set and full fuel. A little change going on in the front end. That'll be a suspension adjustment of some kind. No other checks going on at the moment on the car. I'm sure the hybrid system probably tells the data loggers all of its secrets. That left rear doesn't seem to be going on entirely as you would hope, but away he goes.
And just to confirm, as you can see in the background there, the number 7 car is still in the garage, is now dropped out of the top 10 overall.
SMP in with Egor Orodchev. Just saw him coming down pit road as the Toyota left. So one Toyota left in contention at the moment. The second car has already lost 2 laps, the number 7 car, our pole sitter that was the race leader. And as we get to the 3-hour mark, the championship balance looks as though it may be swinging towards the number 8 car even further. However, we've got 3 hours of this and 24 hours of Le Mans before we know who the champions will be. And as we know, again, from Toyota's own bitter experience, you don't know until after the checkered flag at Le Mans who's actually going to win the race. Fast heading to the midway point, the Spa 6 hours. The battles rage in bright, sunny but cold conditions in the Belgian Ardennes. After a safety car for snow, after a safety car for damage, after heavy rain, we are now back in dry conditions and looking at our GT battle between Richard Lietz in the Porsche, Alessandro Pierguidi in the Ferrari, still squabbling for third. Alex Lynn's Aston Martin leads by 2 seconds for Davide Rigon's AF Corsa Ferrari, and he is 6 seconds up the road from this battle. Alessandro Pierguidi closing on the Porsche, but still can't get back. Let's hear from Toyota's Fernando Alonso.
In the lead, how was it?
It was difficult. I think the whole race has been quite tricky with the snow at the beginning, and then not knowing which tires to put. Obviously the transition to dry was a little bit quicker than we expect, so I guess for Seb was not easy to run on dry tires with a damp circuit, but for me it was much easier. You know, I found stable conditions, and there's still a couple of hours to go, and I think it's not over yet. I think the rain is going to come.
We saw the spin there. How are temperatures? How are tyres coming up to temperature, or are they?
Yeah, it was not too difficult. I think this circuit put a lot of energy on the tyres. So if you want a cold weekend or a snow condition, I think Spa is not too bad. Better than Fuji or Le Mans. So yeah, it was okay. As I said, I think it's not over yet. There are some very black clouds in 10-12, 10-13. So we need to remain very focused, and I think it's going to be a very long race.
We saw the spin. What happened?
Yeah, I touched the AstroTurf, and I lost the control, and I was very lucky that there is runoff areas. So yeah, this kind of mistakes, from my side or driver errors is something that we need to avoid, and for next time I need to be more focused.
Talked about black clouds there, but I think the blacker clouds are not in the sky. There's a replay of the spin. The blacker clouds on the other side of the Toyota garage, where you could hear the electric motor spinning up on the Toyotas are trying to repair the sister car.
Yeah, the hybrid drive of the number 7 car. Definitely, it seems, what put it into the pit lane. 3 cars in the pits at the moment. Number 50 car from the LMP2 class. That's Labour competition. Nick Bull brings the car in for a pit stop. And the 54 car from the AM class Spiritual Race Ferrari that was in the lead in the class earlier on. In fact, most of the cars in the AM class, and indeed most of the cars in the Pro class, have led as well, because this is just swinging all over the place.
And here's a battle in 7th and 8th for GTE Pro with Chip Ganassi Racing, Andy Prio and the wheel, and they've been quick all day. They were on pole position, got shuttled down with different things and a penalty, but their speed is definitely quicker than the other cars that are around and about right now. But I think the problem is going to overtake the Aston that's very quick in the straight line.
Yeah, Marco Sorensen ahead of him, and Augusto Farfus further up the hill. Number 7 car is back out.
Yep. And this is critical stuff. Just trying to do the maths at the moment.
4 laps down.
They are on the cusp of being out of this.
4 laps down and in 6th position in LMP1. Let's hear from Toyota's team manager Rob Luypen, see what he can tell us about the problems for number 7.
There's so much activity going on in this Toyota garage. Thankfully, the 7 has just gone back out. Rob, explain to us what the issue was.
Yeah, we had a sensor failure on the, we say, our hybrid system, the ACB, and it's electronic braking, and this is what we had. The car had to come in. The mechanics did a good job, changed it. It's out again, and car 8 might be a bit far away, but they go still for a second, so we will give it a hard fight. It was the quickest car on track. Kamui did a good job, Mike did a good job, and yeah, bad luck. Sorry for them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we're about to see how quickly that Toyota can go, because it needs the points now. It's going to be tight as to whether or not they are mathematically out of the championship at this point. There's going to be a point or 2 in it.
Right, 3 hours to go. They are down in 6th position. They've lost 4 laps to their teammates. They need to have the most monumental series of stints. Jose Maria Lopez takes the number 7 car out. Back with our GT battle. Andy Prio all over the back of Marco Sorensen. They go by Pat Lindsay in the 2nd place GTE AM Porsche, who tries to stay out of the way, and Prio into the pit lane. So that's the end of that battle, at least temporarily. Davide Rigon also in the pits. He's come in from 2nd place, hasn't he, in the Ferrari? So now this is the battle for 2nd. The Porsche of Richard Lietz in 2nd. The Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi in 3rd position. And again, catching the Porsche has been the easier part of the job. Getting by, not easy at all.
And Lietz has just been given a black and white flag for abusing track limits.
Right.
That's your last warning, boy.
So that'll either be cutting the inside at turn 4 Rédillon, as we saw there, or running wide at Blanchiment, or possibly both.
I think use means consistently doing it as well.
Yeah. You saw him there weaving left to right to left to right again, all the way down the straight into Rivage. So he knows he's really under pressure, just does not want to give away the position. Richard Lietz in 2nd, Alessandro Pierguidi in 3rd, Alex Lynn up the road by 7.5 seconds in the Aston Martin. Lynn last time round 2 minutes 17.6. This battle they're lapping 2 minutes 17.8. So not much in it in terms of pace. The Aston Martin sprinted away though early in its tyre life, and now it's just able to cling on to that margin, but only really because these two are at it hammer and tongs behind.
Alex Lynn there just holding on to that 7.5 second gap. But this particular one, I think if Pierguidi does get past Lietz, and remember Lietz has got a broken diffuser at the rear which is flapping around a little bit, that will reduce his efficiency slightly, but more importantly reduce rear downforce. But I think there, if he's able to get past, then he'll disappear off in the distance and take chase after Lynn.
So a lock up from the 88 Porsche that was nudged off into the gravel earlier on, into the pits. Late call, very late call for Richard Lietz. Dived in at the last moment for his pit stop, giving Alessandro Pierguidi no indication whatsoever that was coming. Guidi up to 2nd place.
As we are in the lead because Lynn's in the pits.
Oh, Lynn's in the pits as well, so the Ferrari leads in GTE Pro. Midway point of a Spa 6 hours that started on a cold Saturday afternoon at Spa-Francorchamps in the Belgian Ardennes. After overnight snow had melted away, it was bright, sunny, and the track was dry as Jetpack Man entertained the crowds and bemused Jackie Hicks No matter what he's driven in his career, it had to be safer than that. At the start, Toyota's 1-2, ahead of the battle between SMP and Rebellion. The LMP2 championship leaders trying to keep themselves out of trouble in the first corner. Everybody safely through La Source for the first time. The GT battle raged right from the very start. Pole had gone to the 67 Ford. Everybody else was in second place at Les Combes. Then rain turned very quickly into heavy snow. The first safety car for snow in an FIA World Championship, surely. It snowed heavily and then cleared into rain. By the time we went green again, the sun was shining. Number 7 Toyota still led, ahead of the number 8 car, but the rest of the planet was in all sorts of disarray, with GT and LMP2 cars firmly up in the top half dozen. As things continued to dry, various different marques found themselves at the front. BMW briefly resurgent, then Porsche and Ferrari came after being 7th to 10th in qualifying to be the strongest cars on the drying track. A mistake from Mike Conway gave the lead away to the number 8 Toyota, but that was then to come back shortly afterwards. In the LMP2 class, contact from the number 37 Jackie Chan car, Jordan King putting the number 4 by Colles car off into the barriers. He then served a penalty for that. Into the pit lane came the number 7 car from behind the resultant safety car. Battle between LMP2 leader and recovering overall leader Stoffel van Dorn, not only dealing with snow in his very first ever stint in a sports car, but also having the race lead until Mike Conway caught him and passed him. Trouble then, as Fritz van Aert nudged Nicky Team's Aston into the barriers. He would serve a penalty for that. Aston recovering, taking the lead in the GT class from Porsche at around the 2.5-hour mark, and easing away as Porsche's tyre strategy started to play out against them. In the AM class, the 98 Aston lost out to the Project 1 Porsche, and the AM class being led by the Clearwater for Racing Ferrari car number 61. The battle between the Toyotas appears to have ended halfway through the race. Number 7 in the garage, losing 4 laps. Number 7 Toyota lost the lead and 4 laps with a hybrid drive problem to the number 8 car, and has dropped down outside of the top 10 overall in 6th position in LMP1. Graham Goodwin battles all the way down the order. This is for the lead of LMP2. Hope Bin Tung ahead of Pierre Thirier. The championship battle is encapsulated in this as well. Second, just ahead of first in the points in P2.
Yes, very much so, and we've got a raft of penalties to come. One of them is going to come the way the 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing car. That'll be 5 seconds added to their next pit stop, but 3 drive-through penalties. The 61 car, that's the class leader in GTE AM, the 29, the Racing Team Netherlands Dallara in LMP2, and the number 11, the second place car overall, all for non-respect of the full course yellow procedure. That means there's one that we've not seen, at least I haven't seen, because we did hear that the number 91 car, I think, was...
they were being examined as well.
They've dropped back from being where they were before, which was leading the GTE Pro class, but shower expected in about 15 minutes, by the way. It's topsy-turvy stuff all around this, isn't it?
Well, the last shower that arrived at the bottom part of the track and was there for about 2 laps and really didn't affect anybody. Nobody went off, didn't really make anybody think about tyres, so let's hope that the next shower passes as well. Here's our race leader then. Kazuki Nakajima took over after Fernando Alonso's double stint.
By my reckoning, I think that pit stop and the associated problems have cost the number 7 car something like 11 minutes. So there's something like 11 minutes back from the lead. That means 9 minutes back from the second place car.
It's 4 laps off the lead currently, and now on the tail of the LMP2 field. That is 20 seconds behind Nick de Vries, who's just taken over the Racing Team Netherlands car. Battle for second place in the GTE Pro class could be very significant with that penalty for 61, the leader. So Matthias Lauda in the green Aston Martin. Right behind him is Jörg Bergmeister, the pro in at Team Project 1. Talking to him this morning as we were looking at the snow that sat in the trees opposite the pit lane, he said we could be at the VLN for any VLN race, any Nürburgring Nordschleife long distance enduro, of which he's probably had more than a few in his life. Bergmeister now all over the back of Matthias Lauda for second. And when that time gets added to the 61 cars next stop, Clearwater Racing, we've got Matt Griffin at the wheel at the moment, will lose the AM class lead.
And with just over half distance gone, if you're tuning in for the first time of this race and you're wondering why these cars have got the rain lights actually showing at the rear, you would not believe the scenes in the first hour of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. As Martin Haven quite rightly says, heavy snow, the like of which I've never seen anything remotely close to a race at this kind of level.
It was like English county cricket in June, really, wasn't it? That much snow. So Matthias Lauda with Jo Bergmeister underneath, and Bergmeister cuts the corner at La Source, tries to get a run on the Aston. By the way, the second place car is in the pits. Vitaly Petrov hands over the SMP Dallara to Nat Berton. Down through the midst of them comes, is that Andre Lotre? It is, in the #1 Rebellion.
Sorry, correct you there.
I beg your pardon, yes. Nat Berton is up to second for Rebellion.
Because Petrov has just taken his drive-through, so that's cost him second position overall. He comes back out something like 10 seconds back, I think, from Nat Berton.
Side by side for second in the AM class, around the outside, Jörg Bergmeister. And the track is now dry enough all the way across for that move to work. Alan Manich, fantastic racing for 3 hours so far. We got just about another 3 hours of it to go.
Yes, you're right. It's been, well, a race that I would never have believed at the beginning when I woke up this morning when I saw the snow on the ground. But I would also have never believed that there was so little incidents when I take in terms of cars going off track and things like that. It's been quite incredible, actually. And a few stars have sort of shone that we haven't seen before. Heinemar Hansen, for example, in the Jackie Chan DC racing car, who's in right now, I think has done a stunning job as one of them. And also the other thing, I have to say, Kobayashi has been fantastic again, who's in, unfortunately, is now having to come back through after their car having a problem. So Dalalana has been, like this man here at the back here, has been in this car for pretty much all of the race so far, and he's a gentleman driver.
Well, he's only just handed over to Matthias Lauda, that's absolutely right. So,
very, very tricky conditions, and tricky conditions to stay on track, never mind.
He was quite looking forward to it as a Canadian. He said, you know, this is... Normally you don't drive a race car, you drive a street car in this sort of weather, but yeah, he was quite looking forward to it. Nick de Vries, by the way, has just been through the pit lane. The number 29 Racing Team Netherlands car served a penalty, and yeah, dived by the Ford and then wanted to go into the pit lane. That's possibly not the safest way of doing that.
No, but he was able to get it done. Both of them managed to survive. Tell you what, that Ford's pretty quick, though.
It's coming now, and we saw this yesterday, didn't we? The Fords, well, just came on strong. And that's happening right now. Oddly enough, we said this earlier in the race, Alan, the cars further down the order in the GTE Pro Stakes are now doing the quicker laps. And I don't know if Felix da Costa, quickest of the lot, 2:14.208. Compare that to Alessandro Pierguidi's 2:17.2.
The one thing we've got to just keep in mind is with the allocation of tyres, who's on what tyre in terms of used and news and half-side new and things like that, especially around here, because as you know, I heard Fernando Alonso earlier on saying it's better than Le Mans Fuji if you've got very cold conditions because of the tyre energy. And the left side tyres do get a bit of a kick in around here.
And it's possible that some of these teams aren't going to be caught out with that tyre allocation. Some of the weather forecasts showed a lot more rain through the length of this race. And
just point out, we've got 2 hours and 45 minutes. We could still have a lot more rain, but you're absolutely right.
What I mean is that we did see them cycling through those tyres in qualifying more than we normally would, because they weren't expected to have to lead on that allocation as much as usual.
Right, and who was advocating yesterday? Yeah, throw another set of slicks at it. We're not going to need any tomorrow. Yeah,
but at the same time, you know, in terms of the Ford, it was to get that point for pole position.
Yeah.
And you never know. I'm always of the preference to try and fight the battle you know, which is today, as opposed to the battle that you're not 100% sure of, which is tomorrow.
Take the points, always take the points. 5th and 6th, Giancarlo Fisichella in the Spirit of Race Ferrari, chasing Matt Campbell, the factory junior driver in the 77 Dempsey Proton car. G-Drive's Job van Uytert goes by him. He's in 3rd in LMP2. And we talked briefly to Jean-Eric Verne as he got out of the car, came up to the booth to have a chat with us. about racing in the rain, the snow, the hail, the sleet, and all the other vile conditions at the beginning. And he was, yeah, definitely somewhere between blind panic, a total lack of visibility, and actually quite good fun in the end. And he also said he was quite surprised how, especially even among the gentleman drivers, there should by rights have been cars spearing off everywhere, and there just weren't.
Yep, huge discipline, but I think it rather focused attention, didn't it, that weather?
Yeah, very possibly. Jose Maria Lopez in the Toyota is no longer the last prototype in the field, or in fact that's the number 4 car you just see going by this battle, but the last sort of still leading because he's just passed Nick de Vries in the Racing Team Netherlands car. But Lopez 5 laps behind the leader. No, 4 laps behind the leader. De Vries has now got another lap down with that drive through for the 29 car. So Matt Campbell holding off Giancarlo Fisichella. Gaps come down from 6/10ths to 1400ths of a second.
These two cars,
1400ths.
They are back in the position, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes, Matt Campbell, the number 77 car, Le Mans winner in the first iteration of the Le Mans 24 Hours in this super season, going on to a stellar performance at the 12 Hours in Bathurst at the beginning of the year. And another of the huge depth of talent that Porsche have got available to them and will have available to them, sure, for a long time.
Look on the right-hand side, what passed us by.
I mean, I think it's what's on both sides.
Yeah, yeah.
And when you see it on one side is one thing, but when you've got both sides of it coming at you, then and it has got quite dark in here.
Shower of slush expected. Again, things you don't often read on race timing screens. Is expected in about 5 minutes. Sleet
kids,
and snow.
Get your raspberry sauce in your straw.
Yeah, get your raspberry ripples ready. Toyota lead from Rebellion and SMP. Kazuki Nakajima is a lap ahead of the field. Nat Berton is 12 seconds ahead of Vitaly Petrov. And Matt Campbell is about 12 inches ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella. 66 Ford is in the lead, in the pits rather, comes in from second in the GTE Pro class. Olivier Plat taking over from Stefan Mucker. Or is he now handing back? I forget. He's handing back, isn't he, I think? And Fizzy on the inside of Matt Campbell. And again, you wonder how long the varied tyres have been on these two cars. Fisichella and Campbell, I think, both got into the car about the same time. 77 Dempsey Proton car is the better of their 2 machines because it's the one that didn't get shunted off into the gravel and lose several laps.
And then puncture.
And then a puncture as well, yes. Almost as soon as he went out on slicks, the 88 car had to come back in with a puncture.
This pair, by the way, 90 seconds off the class lead.
Yeah, Paul Dalla has handed over the 98 Aston that is currently in 3rd to Matthias Lauda. That frees him up for Louise Beckett-style duty. Let's hear from him now.
Paul Dalla is finally out of the car. You have put in a tremendous drive so far. You started, you went through all those conditions, then you had to rush back in and take over from Nicky again. Not Nicky, Matthias.
That's right, yeah. No, listen, I've done my fair share today. It's crazy out there. I've never seen or been in a race where it was actually snowing and we were flat out. So really unique conditions. I think we're in for some more again. So we knew it was going to come. You know, thankfully, you know, listen, even in all those conditions, there was lots of good battling and lots of good driving. Everyone was keeping it clean and, you know, by and large, no big accidents. So it all worked.
What did you liken the snow coming towards you when you spoke to me earlier?
Oh, yeah, no, it was a Star Wars moment where we were going into hyperspace. Listen, as a Canadian, you think I'm used to the snow, but I'll tell you, I've never seen anything like that.
You're going to put your feet up now, or you're done?
I'm done. I'm going to let the guys do the hard work from here on in.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let the guys do the hard work. Well, hang on a minute.
That's because that was easy. Really, there could be nothing more Canadian than that, other than if he'd been attacked by a bear as he got out of the car, exactly. Really.
Hey, Pedro, let's stick the old guy in the snow. Hey,
this'll be fun.
Good idea, Matthias. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Yeah, in fairness, exactly as John Eric Verne said, you know, the gentleman drivers, a lot of whom started the races in the 2 Pro-Am classes, LMP2 and GT-Am, all of them absolutely stand-up job and have been. And actually, you saw during the interview, change here between a 51 and a 92.
That was side-to-side contact a little, wasn't it? Yeah. Off goes the 92.
And that was battle for fourth. Kevin Estre versus James Collado. And it is hailing. Paul Dall'Anna, you just saw in the interview, looking out at the garage door, and I was on the talk back to Louise saying, it's coming down behind you. It is starting again.
Yellow flags at turn 1 as Pacific have been caught out by now. Heavy rain on the start-finish straight.
Well, rain and hail, I think. So I think we ought to persuade Louise to step out to the garage. And, oh, now a real flurry, definitely, Lou. What's the weather doing down in the pit lane?
Absolutely chucking it down.
I have just stepped into the Rebellion garage, I have to say. Bruno Senna's just getting ready to jump into the number 1. He's looking out. I don't know if it's a happy smile or a, oh my word, what am I getting into smile?
I think it may be the latter. We'll leave you with that thought. Yeah, no, it's sleeting again on the front straight. As you can see here from the onboard, though, the battle with a 92 Porsche. Right behind him is the AF Corsa Ferrari of James Collado. It's dry, it's still dry, it's still dry. We're climbing the hill through Blanchimont. It's still dry.
No, it's not. Not now.
Yeah, it is. There's no spray, but look, in the pit lane, it's hail.
It's hail.
It's, I'm going to make a joke here. It's Hail Kaz Nakajima, and he may well have timed this one absolutely spot on, because there is a big cloud engulfing Spa-Francorchamps. The grooviest tyres you can find, please, Mr. Tyreman, and I'll have 4 of them nicely heated. They are going to play on the side of caution, absolutely on the number 8 car. 2 SMPs are in as well from 3rd and 5th. So the Rebellions stay out. Now, SMP came in, Toyota came in late the last time. Number 8 car is not going to make that mistake again. And when you've got a 4-lap advantage over your only championship rival, caution, 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 caution.
In these situations, caution, caution, caution anyway, because you know you're quick when it's wet, you know you're quick when it's dry, and you're leading the race. And the reality is that the sister car isn't going to get back to lead the race and something dramatic happens, so why take any risks? It's the others that are going to look to try to take advantage of it, with Petrov, for example, in the SMP pitting, the Rebellion of Berton not pitting, and so therefore it's looking to see which way you can roll the dice if you're 2nd or 3rd. The thing that I would be trying not to do at this moment in time is doing what the Porsche up ahead of Richard Leitz was, get onto the curb, and Leitz just running wide, but he'll still keep the position.
In and out for the 67 Ford. Harry Tinkler back aboard that car. De Costa stays aboard the 82.
Everyone is coming in now, aren't they? There are yellow flags out here. As we come down the hill at Speaker's Corner. Not sure why it was yellow. We got no indication there are yellow flags.
Could have been a slippery flag warning. It just looked like yellow for us, but got to be careful. And this is where you tread so carefully.
Nobody is staying out, are they? Not with any sense. The Rebellions, I think, may have miscued on this quite badly. They may turn out in 2 laps to be heroes, but the weather radar doesn't show it that way.
1's pitted, 3 stayed out.
Yeah, it's a 3.
98 is in. Now, this might change the lead, don't forget, because the 61 Ferrari's got a longer pit stop to serve than the 98 Aston.
And the other thing that it could do is, because it's going to be wet again, if you look at LMP2, a majority of the pit lane would probably suggest the Michelin wet has got a little bit more performance than the Dunlop wet. And so G-Drive is on the Dunlop, and most of the opposition are actually on Michelin's.
Yeah, Jackie Chan DC Racing leader with Hope Inturn. He's just changed tyres. Nico Lapierre 2nd for Cinetec Alpine. So there's a Dunlop leader versus a Michelin car in 2nd place. We saw Ho going by the Alpine earlier on. Nico Lapierre taking it over at this stop. Hope Inturn staying in the 38 car. Jot van Uytert comes into the pit lane in 3rd for G-Drive. So we'll wait and see if the driver change to Roman Rusinov. Yes, send the Russian out in the snow. Excellent, perfect. That's a choice.
That's cost them a little bit of time. It's a longer pit stop. They lost something like 13 seconds in that stop with the driver change.
Well, now, it may be that they're thinking, OK, if this snows like before, we're going to have a long safety car period, so that's the perfect time for Roman to be consuming some of his time without losing anything to pros in other cars. Porsches are all in, and the entire GT Pro field is in, with the exception of Aston Martin's Alex Lynn, the leader, who went by the pits. I'll have none of your grooved tyre softness.
And goes to the lead.
Well, he was in the lead, but he will now be considerably in the lead. Louise Beckett, you're down there in the chaos and the hail of the pit lane. All nice and orderly?
It definitely isn't orderly. There's so many cars coming in and out of this pit lane. I have a feeling there may be a few penalties or investigations at least coming up for unsafe releases. But, fingers crossed not.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. Alex Lynn, the leader, has not stopped.
Is he still on slicks, though? Because he looks to be going very well for a slick-tyred car.
Well, either that, or he didn't do an outlap, or he came in a lap before anybody else. I don't think he did. He did come in.
I think he's on.
Oh, no, hang on. I'll take it back. He's made 6 pit stops, so he has. So he's stayed out. He's come in early and has stayed in the lead. And up to second is Harry Tinkle in the 67 Ford. So there's some fairly sharp pit work. He has stopped as well. BMW's Antonio Felix da Costa in 3rd position.
Ford team did turn Harry round very quickly indeed, just 43 seconds.
Well, that car was 7th.
Yeah, but remember as well, they were out of sync on the pit stops with the drive-through and everything else, so the fuel mileages might have been a little bit different, so they maybe didn't have to fuel to the same levels as others. But whichever way, it's brought them right back into contention.
Yeah. Well, here is the battle between the 91 Porsche and the 95 Aston Martin. This is now for 7th place. Marco Sorensen, we ride on board in the Dane train. Right in front of him, Richard Leitz. Don't forget, earlier on, Richard Leitz was the leader in the GT Pro class, and then the Porsche's tyres just had enough. Look at the difference between what we had, bright blue, and what we're getting, blackety black, black, black.
Are you sure we're getting the blackety black cloud?
I'm not sure. Actually, the cloud in front of us is moving from La Source down
but it's like
the wrong way.
It's like a 45-degree angle, and so therefore it's coming across. It's pretty difficult to predict.
Coming down the pit straight, whatever it is currently moist. The hail has stopped outside us. It's now just coming down with fairly consistent rain.
Like sunshine at the source.
Well, the other team that this can give as strategy option, who is basically going to really struggle to get onto the podium, but I think now has got a few more things to play with, is going to be the number 7 Toyota with Jose Maria Lopez at the wheel. Because every time there's a changeover of tyre, they can gain about 30 seconds. Just purely and simply if they get it right at the right time, and if they get it wrong, then they're out of the picture anyway. And so from that perspective, I would suggest that they would be quite happy with this potential mix-up, more than if it was a straight dry run to the end of the race.
Lee Tota with full lap advantage now.
Look at this battle. James Collado, Davide Rigon in the Ferraris, ahead of Richard Leitz, Marco Sorensen by a couple of seconds. The Ferraris nose to tail. There they are, and the Porsche and the Aston are closing in fast. Well, Ferrari qualified 9th and 10th out of 10 cars in the pro field. They rose right up into having 2nd and 3rd places at the end of the slippery conditions, and they now are apparently sinking back down the order there, 5th and 6th, with 7th and 8th right behind them. And if I continued that sentence much longer, it would have been right in the middle of them, because the Porsche is gobbling up Davide Rigon in the 2nd of these Ferraris, metre by metre. Drives a long way around the outside, loses a bit of ground to Richard Leitz, and then somehow comes back. The Porsche has got all the traction he needs, and the Ferrari really struggling now. Just ahead of Davide Rigon is his teammate James Collado. And you can see here from the Porsche on the throttle, the Ferrari's just holding him up at the moment. He can't find a way by just yet. Three and a half hours into the 24 hours of Spa, 6 hours of Spa, and our 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th different set of weather conditions. Again, bright and sunny. There's some gorgeous rainbows somewhere to get the photographers excited. As if they weren't excited enough by all the snow that they woke up to this morning. Social media will be alive with the weird weather of Spa. Again, dazzling sunshine breaks over the pit straight as the battle for 7th place, or 5th place, comes up towards us. We're riding with a 7th place Porsche.
The sun has just come out once more.
Yeah,
Gasling is in the box here.
There you go. From darkness into the light they come.
Tell you someone that's reveling in these conditions in LMP2 is Pastor Maldonado. Quickest car in the category, apart from the Dallara of Nick de Vries. That's the only other person in the 29s. De Vries and Maldonado certainly getting 1.5 to 2 seconds quicker than anybody else right now.
Maldonado in 4th place in the 31 Dragon Speed car. This is the battle for 3rd in the GTE Pro class. Antonio Felix da Costa. Again, the BMW seems very sensitive to changes in moisture levels and track temperature. I'm not sure whether everybody went, you think everyone went straight onto full wet, or did somebody gamble on an intermediate tyre? It doesn't look like there's too much difference.
I think they'd probably be on a full wet. I think it's just more their ability to get the power down and the grip that they produce from it. And the Porsche's a bit better than the BMW at this moment in time. Estra down the inside now, as he comes down into Pouhon. He's not quite there. He's going to have to do it into a corner, or certainly with a corner with no straight after, if he can physically do that. And I think this is going, as they both get up onto the curb. Nice stuff. Now he's got his
nose to tail contact. I was going to say he's going to have to try and dive bomb him into pit path.
He's done it round the outside.
Yeah, I think he picked up the back of the BMW there as they came through the double left. Well, through he goes. So 92 car moves up into 3rd position in the GTE Pro class. Aston Martin, Ford, Porsche, BMW, Ferrari. That's the top 5 in GTE Pro. But you've just seen the way the Porsche disposed of the BMW. Porsche of Richard Leeds not quite able to dispose of the 2 Ferraris yet.
The cars that are really slow in this condition are the 2 Fords. They're 2nd and 10th in category, but they're significantly slower than pretty much everybody around and about them.
Oh, that was just the tiniest of touches there between the Porsche and the BMW.
Yeah, Kevin Estra is catching Harry Tincknell, and at quite a rate, despite that battle.
Yeah. 3 seconds a lap. It's a huge amount.
That is a huge amount.
But you can see the amount of grip that Estra had over the BMW, and I presume the Ford is in the same position. That he's just struggling with grip. At the other side, you've got Pla, who's also, well, he's a second slower than, or 2.5 slower than Tincknell is. So the Fords are really not in good shape right now.
The Porsches in the 2-minute 34s, almost everybody else in the 2-minute 35s, apart from the BMWs. Antonio Felix da Costa, 2-minute 36 last time round. Olivier Pla, 2 minutes 37, so he is really struggling for pace at the tail of the field.
Yeah. Now the Porsche's got a nice run in the Ferrari. Will he have the straight line speed to be able to get it done, though? He's got a beautiful run. Ferrari, I presume, will go to the inside to cover off.
Eventually.
Yes, he does. Yeah, but that was okay because it was nice and gentle.
And the Porsche on the outside, but he's on the rubbered up bit of the track. There's a little bit less grip perhaps there potentially than the Ferrari has offline in these conditions.
It's trying to compromise him through this right to get the run down the inside into the hairpin. And he's got there. The Ferrari was able to keep it over the curb.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say the Ferrari compromised himself as Davide Rigon mounted the curb. But in fact, he kept the momentum rather than losing too much traction. Neither car got an over-preponderance of grip at the tail at the moment, have they, in these conditions, both of them sliding off the corners.
Yeah, they both went in a little bit deep into that corner. And the Porsche's as wide as the Clyde.
Quite a long way, D. And behind the Marco Sorensen, he's lapping at the same speed of these cars. He is creeping ever so slowly closer in the Aston Martin. And through between them comes the number 7 Toyota. And this car still down in 12th place. Jose Maria Lopez has got by the number 50 Laber car, the 29 Racing Team Netherlands LMP2 car. And he's still a long way from being where they wanted to be.
But he's 4 seconds a lap, 4-5 seconds a lap quicker than the competition around and about. The only other car that's sort of half near him, actually, is SMP of Sorokin in terms of lap time. But regarding sort of third, second, third and fourth, then he's significantly quicker. But, you know, he's a few laps down.
Yeah.
3 laps down, in fact.
Sorokin's been consistently that quick for the last couple of 3 laps now. He's working on the gap to Bruno Senna ahead for 4th overall.
The Ferrari's still just hanging on in front of the Porsche now. This is the Porsche with the damaged rear diffuser, isn't it? The 91 car. So he's just not quite got the edge that the 92 has.
But at the same time, depending on the car balance and what it's actually doing, if it's dropped off a bit of a rear aero, but he had understeer, then it could actually balance it out again.
This trio, by the way, just beginning to drop that Aston Martin that's in touch. Sorensen just dropping off the back of this.
I wonder if, was it that car that we saw that had the tyre temperatures or just really lost pace compared to the other Aston Martin when it was wet earlier on?
It was very wet, though. It was when it was really, really wet.
It was when it was really wet. It is drying up, isn't it?
Well, it was snowing then, and air temperature was under 2 degrees, I think, under 3 degrees anyway.
Yes, it was.
Here we go. This is the point where he can compromise the 71 so he can't get back across and then cut back, but the 71 was able to sort of get the job done enough that actually compromised the Porsche as well.
Davide Rigon saw that one coming, didn't he? And he's making Leeds go the long way around the outside. Never going to happen at a corner as tight as Rivage. Toyota number 8 still leading the race in LMP1. LMP2 leader Ho Pin Tung for Jackie Chan DC Racing. Toyota leads by a lap over SMP. The battle first to second in LMP2 is 4 seconds. The lead gap in GT Pro, which is Alex Lynn's Aston ahead of Harry Tincknell in the 67 Ford, is 16 seconds. And the lead battle in GTE AM, which is Clearwater ahead of Project One, is 52 seconds. So the Clearwater Racing Ferrari, despite a longer pit stop serving a penalty, did it when everybody else was scrambling for wets, and in fact neither lost the position nor an awful lot of ground. Empty pit lane at the moment. There is nobody in. And Louise is going to go and get a drink, which means almost immediately everybody will start coming in for slicks. Predict that within a couple of minutes.
Another prediction, I think there'll be a change for second place overall with Estra right on the back of the Ford now. So third place Porsche GT is right on the back of the Ford GT in second, and caught him up quite pretty quickly.
Chance for the Porsche here as the Ferrari is held offline by the LMP1 Rebellion. Porsche didn't quite get the opportunity it needed, but he's going to have a lunge here. So Davide Rigon will paint his car on the inside, force Richard Leeds to go outside, and Leeds drift out very wide indeed.
Gets a better run though.
Yeah. He's going to have to be braver than a brave thing on brave day, going down the inside into Eau Rouge in these conditions. And I think perhaps very sensibly decides that's not the way to go. Climbing the Kemmel Straight. Blue lights flashing, blue flags waving to alert slower cars the presence of a P car coming by. That already cleared these guys. Can't insinuate himself down the inside, can he, Richard Leeds? Davide Rigon doing a sterling job in defence. He's not got anything in terms of pace, but he has got track position. He's determined to hang on to that.
Further up the road, Kevin Estra in the other Porsche, right with Harry Tincknell now. Tincknell is clearly struggling for pace. 2:37 last time around to a 2:34 Estra.
Yeah, problem is Estra's next lap will also be whatever Harry does, minus a couple of tenths, because he'll be stuck behind the Ford at the pace the Ford is doing, unless he gets a good run and goes right by him.
A bit more tellingly, Estra's last lap quicker as well by almost 3 seconds than the leader, Alex Lynn, who's now 16.5 seconds up the road from that battle.
Well, Harry Tincknell currently not too far ahead of this battle. He's in Piff Paff with Kevin Estra right behind him. There you go. That is the battle for second place. Harry Tincknell clinging on. Track is starting to dry, so the longer he hangs on, the more chance of his tyres going away or coming back. I mean, what's the problem?
The Ford, I think, in the wet condition is not at its best. They struggle generally to get the tyre temperature into it. That's historically what we've seen since this car came out. So the drier it gets, I think the better it is for the Ford. And so right now he'll be trying like mad to hang on to this second place, just purely because overtaking is so difficult, because they also are a little bit hampered in straight line speed.
Yeah, they've got barely more than 20 minutes, by the way, on this drying track before the next rain is currently expected at just about 25 to 6 local time.
By which time these wets will be absolutely cream crackered, and so a big cloudburst now might trigger another catalogue of pit stops for wet weather tyres with some groove left on them.
Oh, you're so negative.
It's the opposite of ideal.
I'm used to paying for my own tyres.
For even the big brains on the pit wall here, what do you do in those circumstances with a very narrow window where a dry tyre might be optimum?
You do two things. You suck it and you sing. Oh, Harry Tincknell with a big handful there.
This is where he gets done. The only thing that could maybe help him is that
the Rebellion.
LMP1.
Yeah, the Rebellion just... Well, the Porsche gets the brake it needs. The Rebellion wasn't alongside in the wrong place. So the Porsche Kevin Escher pulls out of the slipstream and Harry accepts the inevitable. Porsche goes around the outside into second place.
Start to be a dry line to one Blanchimont. Copy that. Save the tyres, we expect more rain.
That was the answer. Dry line towards Blanchimont. Save the tyres, we expect more rain. So no immediate plans to bring that car in.
Yeah. Well, teams are all seeing the same forecast that we are seeing, which says that showers are expected within 15-20 minutes. Nevertheless, if you're hanging on a tyre that's already squirming on its tread blocks because it's overheated itself, that 20 minutes will feel like an absolute lifetime. And how close is that going to then bring them to a required fuel stop? Not close enough for it actually to also be done at the same time, or needed to be done at the same time. But I should think most people, if they have to come in for tyres, will have to fuel up as well. The ideal situation is you've got enough rubber left and you cling on. Whether that's the way it works or not remains to be seen. Davide Rigon in the Ferrari. You can see how much drier it is down at the bottom of the track. These cars are now going to start deliberately hunting out the wet patches. Rigon in 6th position. Richard Leitz was all over him. Can't stay with him in 7th. And you sense that the Porsche might be starting to eat its tyres a little.
Well, a scenario to keep an eye on, particularly if you're watching us and keeping an eye on timing and scoring.
LMP2 battle for the lead, perhaps? Was that where you were going? This is Nitek Alpine and Jackie Chan DC Racing battle, second versus first.
That was going to be my second point. But the first point is, despite the fact that number 7, Toyota, is down in 7th, 6th in LMP1, for the Drivers' Championship, every single position from here on in matters, because the Drivers' Championship is the LMP Drivers' Championship, which means points are awarded in the order of the finishing for P1 and P2 cars. Yeah. So every P2 car that P1 car, the delayed number 7 Toyota, can go by, gives them more points in that battle and makes it less of a foregone conclusion when we get to the 125.
Exactly right. Now for number 17, we'll be cursing the apparent reliability currently of the SMP cars. Could you not just chuck it in the tyres like you did last time and all that sort of stuff?
Well, 2:15 last time around from Paquito Lopez means he was fully 20 seconds quicker than Francois Perraudot ahead in the TBS racing car for 11th, and with 28 seconds the gap.
Well, and don't forget that when they came out of the pits, they weren't doing 221s, they were doing 240s. It was so wet. So that car is going an awful lot quicker, and it will be, or the two Toyotas will be kinder on their tyres because they're spreading the effort a bit more than the rear-wheel drive LMP1 cars. Meanwhile, the battle for our lead in LMP2, Nico Lapierre was 1 second behind Jackie Chan DC Racing, and who's at the wheel, Ho Pin Tung, is not 1 second behind any long. There's the Alpine Brains Trust. They're in second place. They're the points leaders. And Ho rides the curbs, Nico right behind him. all over the back of the 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car. Lapierre got in with this last change of tyres. He was the man who jumped into the car to take over from Andre Negrão. Ho Pin Tung in his second stint. So he's gone from dry to wet to dry.
Championship positions for these cars are significant. In the Drivers' Championship, it's the 36 car, 1 point ahead of the crew in the 30 and the 38. In the Teams' Championship, these two sit second and third, just behind the 37 car, which is some way back. Still obviously a point apart, but just 5 points back. So this is, at this moment in the race, the race not just for the lead of the class, but the lead for both championships, teams and drivers.
Just saw a pit stop as well for the 37 Jackie Chan DC racing car. Will Stevens at the wheel as he heads back out. And that car currently in 6th position in LMP2.
Which, by the way, leapfrogs the number 7 car up another position into 11th. And still working that gap.
Still 6th in LMP1.
Will be through to 10th, I think, on this lap, catching Francois Perraudot. Like a cheetah on a tortoise at the moment.
Pictures with words. Past the mind bleach. I just don't even want to know about a cheetah on a tortoise. Dragon Speed in 4th, chasing G-Drive in 3rd. Ahead of them, though, the number 38 Jackie Chan DC racing car, leading from this car. We ride on board with Nicolas Lapierre. And they come up to our GT AM class leader. That's the Clearwater Racing, the red and black Ferrari of Matt Griffin. Dutch-born Ho Pin Tung ahead of Frenchman Nicolas Lapierre.
Retain the lead, Matt Griffin, despite that drive-through, 43 seconds to the good. Charlie Eastwood now left to chase Bergmeister for second.
It was a 5-second penalty added to their pit stop time, wasn't it? And so as a result, actually, when everybody came in to change onto wets, that was... they actually had a very handy advantage. He was about a third of a lap in front anyway, so it wasn't too much of a problem.
15 minutes for the next predicted shower, level 2, so significant enough. Level 2. Not one to be shrugged off.
Nicolas Lapierre's got his wiper on flappy speed 5 there, hasn't he? Absolutely thrashing away. The smell of melted rubber from the windscreen wiper, he can't slow down. He suddenly seems to be losing pace though against Ho Pin Tung.
Big slide as well there.
Is it raining there now?
No, it's not raining.
Doesn't
I think it's just
like
his
it.
tyre. He's struggling a little bit. He's on a different tyre, remember. Lapierre's on the Michelin and then Ho Pin Tung's on the Dunlop.
But he was all over the back of him up until the last lap. And now
if
the
he's got a
car's...
softer tyre, a softer wet tyre, then it will be better in the wetter conditions, and as it gets drier, it'll overheat. And so I think it's more a relationship between the tyre manufacturers at this moment in time than necessarily anything that Nicola's doing. You can see the cars really moving around behind him, and that's a suggestion that that tyre is overheating.
Prediction for the next shower has just moved out a little. Another 4 minutes out to about 20 to the hour, so 20 minutes away.
That's exactly what Nicolas Lapierre wanted to hear at this moment.
Exactly. The next rain can't come soon enough. The question is, how much tyre is he going to have left if it rains again?
It's not the tyre you'll have left in terms of the rubber. It's a lap time loss, and is it going to be more than if you pitted?
Yeah. And if you do pit, what you're going to put on, if rain is due in 15 minutes, you can't go for a slick and then you won't even make up the time you've lost in the pit lane before you need to come back into the pit lane. Here's our overall leaders: Sebastian Buemi, Kazuki Nakajima and Fernando Alonso. Buemi started the race. Fernando did the next group of stints. And now Kazuki Nakajima is the race leader. Lap ahead of Vitaly Petrov for SMP Racing. In 3rd place, Nat Berton for Rebellion. 4th place, Rebellion. 5th place, SMP. 6th place, the number 7 Toyota.
Is it wet everywhere? Is it wet everywhere?
It is quite dry from 30 to 70. The rest is still wet.
There's another risk of shower in 10 minutes.
Sometimes you get on the radio and you go, do these people not have a television in the garage? I mean, honestly, you ask any viewer at home, is it wet everywhere? And they'll say, no, there's a clear dry line for about a third of the circuit minimum.
It doesn't appear to be drying as quickly as it has previously. It doesn't appear to be drying quite as spectacularly quickly. The other thing to say, by the way, is that next shower is due to take around 40 minutes on track.
in the pits is Louise Beckett. Louise, there's one car in the pits and he's come to you. What's he doing?
Ford has come in, wets have come off, and a set of slicks have gone on. He's just on it, you can hear behind me, he's just on his way out now.
Right, interesting. Thank you very much.
Well, the 66, it was at the back of the field anyway.
Nothing to lose.
And he was dropping off a second a lap from the rest of the field. And so it was a case of rolling the dice and going for it. And exactly the point there was the prediction of how quickly it's drying up. But, you know, you ask a question, yes, they do have television monitors, yes, they do have that, but there's one person that can actually judge it better than anybody else, and that's the person sitting in the car, because he feels what the track grip is giving you. And there is the Ford going out as if it's going to the grid on those slick tyres, just gingerly going up over the top of the hill.
Well, there are slicks also ready for the 67, should they plump for those. But with Harry Tingle in third, I would think that plumping for slicks would be the last thing that he'd want to do right now. Olivier Pla, nothing to lose and potentially everything to gain.
But the problem is, Harry's losing time spectacularly at the moment, 3 seconds a lap. And all the cars, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars behind him within reach over the next 2 laps.
In fairness, he was 2 seconds quicker than the leader in the class. He's only losing time to the cars behind him. He's actually gaining on the leader.
Yeah, but he's still 16 seconds off, so it's been an average hold, I would have said, to Alex Lynn in there. However, remember, well, basically, I think he's in the pits now, so yeah, they have made that commitment, and the Ford of Harry Tingle is in the pits, I presume for slicks as well.
Yeah, blimey O'Reilly. Okay, well, they're going for a gamble. Louise Beckett, you're there.
Yes, I am. Well, near there. And they have exactly done the same thing as the set 66.
So 67 goes no driver change.
No driver change.
So that makes sense. Again, if you're going to change the tyre in changeable conditions, you try and keep the driver in because he knows where and how wet it was and where and how dry it was, so he can make the best use of those tyres. But that's just thoughtless. That's thoughtless pit stoppery because Louise was just trying to go for a cup of tea. So, well done for Ford.
Slicks on the BMW as well.
Yeah, 81 is in, Nicky Katzberg. Slicks are going on the 81 BMW.
Used slicks as well.
Yeah.
Well, I've done their...
Now, they may perhaps have done some qualifying laps. They might have done a bit of free practice. But what they don't have is the release agent on the carcass. On the tread. Meanwhile, that moves our battle a little further up the order. Davide Rigon clinging to 4th place behind Alex Lynn, Kevin Estre and James Collado. So behind him, Richard Leeds now trying to close in for 5th. And despite her lovely warming cup of tea, Louise Beckett in the pit lane complaining that it's getting cold.
Gotta say, just looking at the times of the middle sector on the outlap, Olivier Pla on those slick tyres was 20 seconds, or 16 seconds actually, off the pace of Alex Lynn in the Aston Martin. 16 seconds in that middle sector is pretty huge, but he's made it around, so it's going to be in lap 2 and 3 that he would actually generate enough temperature on this section of circuit to be able to withstand what it is like at the top of the hill and through that sector 2. That's going to be the critical thing, is getting these first 2 laps in and being able to then generate some tyre temperature to be able to survive.
LMP2 leaders squirreling through the bus stop. Nico Lapierre there, the car all at 6s and 7s, didn't want to stop, didn't want to turn, really didn't want to put the power down either. Hopintug still keeping himself just away in the lead of LMP2 as they come between the 71 Ferrari of Davide Rigon and the 91 Porsche. Next up is the resuming number 7 car. Jose Maria Lopez chasing past Maldonado.
In points terms, up to 9th position now, but of course in points terms, the 26 car is invisible, being a guest car here.
Yep.
So 9th position in the Drivers' Championship.
What Lopez needs now is for everybody to pit and for them to stay out somehow and survive on slicks in the rain, and that's not happening.
Yeah, but he is 4 seconds quicker than anybody else on track at this moment in time.
Now here's the second of the Astons. Marco Sorensen has finally closed on Richard Leeds, an indication perhaps of how the pace has dropped off for the Ferrari and the Porsche, because the Aston Martin was dropped behind them to the tune of about 7 or 8 seconds, and he's clearly no longer 7 or 8 seconds behind the Porsche. Porsche losing grip as the rain returns to the Ferrari and the Aston.
And the rain is supposed to return for about 40 minutes. So that's not just a small bit of rain, that's consistent drizzle.
Yeah.
So a few drops right now, and then in about 10 minutes' time, significantly more moisture.
Be interesting to see not just how the GT battle seesaws again. I'd love somebody to work out on the stats how much rain equals how much loss or gain of time on what tyres they all were, and so on and so on and so forth. But also, in our LMP2 battle, if it now rains and helps Nico Lapierre bring the critical temperature of his Michelin wet down, does that allow him more performance to catch Hope in Tung? And does the Dunlop not hold itself up quite as well as it gets wetter? So there's all those little conundrums that we don't know any of the answers to.
I just remember that Nicolas Lapierre is now only still less than 2 seconds behind Hope in Tung. It's not as if he's dropped off the face of the cliff. He's still right in the mix of it, and 42 seconds ahead of G-driver Roman Rupert.
Well, Louise is down at dragon speed. Pastor Maldonado is in the car, so here's a chance to chat to his teammate Anthony Davidson.
Anthony Davidson has been out of the car for quite some time, but you were explaining to me earlier about struggling with tyres and trying to get them up to temperature. What does these conditions mean for that?
Well, yeah, we're seeing much lower track temps and air temp compared to free practice when we were last ran in the rain. So the car had quite a different feeling, just struggling to get the tyres all up to temperature and to keep them there. And with all the safety car periods, it makes it even harder. You've seen cars spinning even on slicks in the dry. So yeah, much colder today than it's been all week, and hence the snow.
I can see you're shivering. You need to go and get warm.
I need more body fat, that's what I need.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Well, that's all going on. Change in the lead for GT Pro. 97 car of Alex Lynn drops back behind Kevin Estre. So 92, Porsche takes the lead. I think it's about to lap. Is that the 67 or 66? Up the inside of the Ford.
66 Ford's gamble on slicks has not gone well. They'll be in the pits this time round.
All right, we believe so, we believe so. We think in 2 laps is a crossover to slicks, but we think rain is still coming.
Crossover to slicks, 2 laps they're predicting for that car. That's the lead car of Kevin Estre. However, saying that, if I look at the slick tyre car of Harry Tinknell, which is significantly quicker than its sister car, then I would suggest that it's probably going to be on this lap or the next lap.
Well, I was going to say, do these people not have a television? Can they not see Olivier Plat and what his slicks are not doing to help him as their car goes breezing right by him?
Or you could look at Tinknell, which is 12 seconds quicker on that lap.
That's strange, isn't it, that you've got the same car with ostensibly equally quick drivers, diametrically opposite results from the same tyre.
Depends whether you've switched it on. You know, and if you're on the wrong end of the level and you're on the bottom end, then it suddenly doesn't work at all. And around here, the last thing you want is a tyre that doesn't work, because it's just far too fast to take any risk on it.
Black and white flag is going away of Olivier Beretta for not respecting blue flags. It's the MR racing car down in 7th in GTR.
Well, they a bit of a naughty boy this weekend. He's been a naughty boy, Olivier. He's had a few discussions, shall we say.
Not taking any significant notice of his severe reprimands from the stewards early in free practice.
Beretta must do better.
2 hours remain in the 6 hours of Spa, round 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. It started dry and cold. We had a safety car for snow. We've had rain, sleet. Everything except for prancing unicorns has been thrown at the drivers so far. With 2 hours to go, still no closer to knowing which of our GT contenders is going to come out on top in the Pro or the AM class, which of our LMP2 front runners is going to win it. But in the overall battle for supremacy, the number 8 Toyota has a very significant advantage, not over the rest of the field, but also over its sister car, which had a major hybrid drive problem and lost 4 laps. And with it, a chance perhaps of victory overall here and closing the gap before the season finale at Le Mans in the middle of June.
Marco Sorensen well in touch with the 5th place 91 Porsche, just as Alex Lynn drops off the back of the now leading 92. Palado closing for that second position, currently occupied by the 97 Aston Martin.
Silence in the booth ensues as cups of tea arrive in the background, courtesy of the fragrant Fiona. Marvellous. And Louise in the pit lane still hunting for a friendly garage with a kettle and some PG tips.
Pit stop, the woes for the 66 Ford are piled on as their last pit stop to put those slicks on is under investigation now.
A bit of a trouble in the pits this particular weekend because the drive-through penalty for an unsafe release. They've had another investigation. It's not been ideal running, considering that they were on pole position and strong all the way through the weekend.
And they've spread it around because they had a drive-through for 67. Now the 66 pit stop is under investigation, so been finger and thumbs with both cars.
Okay, you go back to the slick or the wet debate, and right now Tinknell has just equalled his wet time on the slick tyre, so and he's gone a second quicker on the first sector than on the previous lap. So I think that time crossover is exactly now if you were to want to go for it. The biggest thing is that the rain shower is now turned to slush or hail showers.
Yeah. In 4 minutes.
Yeah. If you dive for the pits now, it might be for more livable wet weather tyres and not for slick tyres. I think the window for slicks is being slammed very firmly in your face. And unfortunately for Harry Tinknell, just as they're really coming on song, I think they're going to be about as useful as last year's racing car. Let's hear from Aston Martin.
Marco, looks like more weather is coming. More weather is coming. Stay out for now, please.
Yeah, no what's it Sherlock, definitely. Stay on the track and let's deal with what arrives when it arrives, because trying to predict this is a mug's game.
Well, what's going to be going on here, I'm sure, is that you're going to have numbers of these drivers who can feel the fact that what they can see, the fact the track is getting drier, can feel the performance going out their car and just wanting to know what's going on. The number 8 car, by the way, making its way ahead of the field. Just stuck behind this train of GT cars at the moment. Jimmy Bruni looking on.
Talk about the number 8 car. The number 7 car, I think this is probably Jose Maria Lopez's best run ever in WEC. Yeah. His speed in this stint in difficult conditions is 2, 3, 4 seconds quicker than the sister car and about 8 seconds quicker than any other LMP car. He's been absolutely on it. Okay, he has to go for it, and the 8 doesn't, but in that respect, he's still delivering the goods.
But I'm sure, you're right about the pace. I'm sure if he was in front of the number 8 car, he'd be going for it just as much to try and clear away. Because again, with the weather the way it is, there's no guarantee that you're not going to get hamstrung by a safety car or the wrong pit stops.
Tyres, come into the tyres, then Da Costa is now 226. Tinknell on a 230 on the slick tyres, and everybody else, the 6 slick tyres are definitely quicker than all of the wets right now. Crossover's already been. So the thing is that now it's like this, you're too late if you're still on a wet, if it is going to be dry. Clearly, if it's about to tip it down with rain in a few laps, then that's a different matter.
Well, the balance there is if Harry has made up more ground or has lost less ground than he would have lost had he stayed on a wet. And I think the answer is absolutely yes, he has lost much less ground and probably made up some ground. Olivier Pla, no, they were 10th, they are still 10th, and that gamble doesn't seem to have worked for them either. So
it depends when the rain comes. That's a bit, I don't think that whole thing's gambled out yet. I think it depends when the rain comes, and it depends how much the other tyres overheat on the other wets. Because if these guys, because they've abused their wets long and there's no tread depth left in them, and there is a heavy rain shower, they have to go to another wet anyway, so it induces another stop. So I think the real thing is now, can they just push it, go through, and how much rubber's left on their wet tyre driving in the dry until this next rain shower comes?
Well, the answer to that is there, right beside the racing line. I was going to say, look at the amount of rubber debris there is, even in the middle of Eau Rouge, just inches off the racing line through the centre. It's just a sea of bits of black tyre rubber, all of which has been rolled off these big, fat blocks of tread on the wet weather tyres. There's the damaged 95 car, a little bit less of it every time it comes out of the pit lane. They haven't been bothering with the gaffer yet. That's Marco Sorensen still chasing Richard Leeds. And behind is the 88 Dempsey Proton car. That's still at the bottom of the top 10 after losing several laps, being pushed off into the gravel.
Yeah, Alex Lynn about to lose another place, by the way, already down to third with James Collado ahead. Davide Rigon is right there now, less than 2 seconds back at the last timing.
And here we are on board with Davide Rigon. That's Alex Lynn, led early in this stint in the GTE Pro class, and that is the change inside 97. Davide Rigon goes through for third.
This is the battle for LMP1 overall, LMP2, sorry, overall lead with Nicolas Lapierre right behind now the Jackie Chan DC Racing of Hope in Tongue. Now, if you remember a little while ago, we were talking about the difference between the Michelin and the Dunlops, and the fact that Lapierre seemed to be struggling a bit with his rear tyres, which seems to have now came around the other way. Here's Negrao.
Yeah, let's see what the 36 cars know about it.
Andre Negrao's just talking about maybe a race in Rio. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Of course, to be really nice. It's too cold for Brazil here.
Now, I was just asking you about tyres. How are they performing for you? And particularly right now for Nico?
Now we have been waiting for some storm coming for the next 7 minutes. So we have to wait this on the track. And then we decide if we still put the wets, or we can put the intermediates, or the dry, or the slicks.
So he's on wets at the moment, waiting for the rain to come.
Yeah, we're on the wets now. In more 3 minutes, we coming to see if it's dry or wet, or we're still in the wets.
And are you going to keep up with that 38?
Yeah, we have to. We have to fight into the end. We are fighting for the championship lead, and then we expect to be arriving P1, just to create a little gap for Le Mans.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, that shower's arrived, and it started to snow. It looks more like sleet now, but it is beginning to come down, and come down fairly heavily. So, and if anything, the prediction has worsened. It now says showers increasing level 2 to 3. Still 40 minutes of this predicted.
Here the Michelin tyre men at work at a very busy racetrack at Les Combes. Here's the race director.
Raining at T1.
Okay, racing at T1. Okay, we know that. Meanwhile, Ferrari around the outside of the Aston Martin and Porsche up the inside. Alex Lynn, the meat in the sandwich.
But the mark of Alex Lynn's drop back is that Marco Sorensen's the next car back.
Yeah.
So having led the field in GTE Pro not that long ago, Sorensen is now on the verge of overtaking his teammates.
And that is Richard Leeds in a Porsche, who has got ahead of Davide Rigon to close on Alex Lynn. And as you say, Marco Sorensen coming up from behind in the 95 Aston Martin. So it looks maybe as though the Ferrari driver, Davide Rigon, has used a little too much of his tyre. The Porsche definitely is working well, and so too, it seems, is Marco Sorensen in the second of the 2 yellow Astons. Through goes the yellow Racing Team Netherlands car, and it's snow again on the pit straight. This is not hail, this is big fat flakes of snow. I'm just going to
Lapierre's in the pits. Nicolas Lapierre is in the pits in the second place. Signatec Alpine.
Leader in the pits as well. Nakajima rolls down pit lane.
Wrapping my hands around my lovely warm mug of tea. SMP Racing, Sergei Sorokin has just left the pits. So too has Will Stevens for Jackie Chan DC Racing.
New wet tyres going on the Toyota. The last lap of Tinkle on those slicks, 8 seconds quicker than this group, but he's probably going to lose 8 seconds on this particular lap.
Yeah, exactly right. Just as they're coming good, he's going to have to dive into the pits along with everybody else. No, Alex Lynn stays out. So too does the 98 Aston and Matthias Lauda. So too does the Porsche. Yellow flags at turn 14. That is the lowest part of the circuit, just before Stavelot. And you can see everybody scrambling for grip. Here comes the Aston on Aston battle. Through goes Richard Leeds, gets ahead of Alex Lynn. Marco Sorensen with the orange nostrils. We ride on board down into Eau Rouge in what is not yet full snow at the bottom of the hill. But it is much less dry than it was last lap, Alan.
Yeah, but I tell you what, this is a very difficult time to make a decision, because even there, the slicks are still quicker on this lap, actually, than the wet tyres around and about them. But it's on that crossover point.
And it's snowing heavily down on the Kemmel Straight as well. You can just see it falling slowly from the sky. Harry Tinkle on the dry part of the track may be quicker now, but it's not going to stay that way, is it? He's going to have to scramble for the pit lane. How long will these guys hang on? One more lap or in this time? What would be your call, Alan?
Well, it depends on what their tyre life is, but I would say at this moment in time, you sort of keep on going as long as possible, because they're on a wet tyre anyway. It's if you're on a slick, as the two Astons are going at it down the hill through Speaker's Corner. They should give each other enough room. They do. But it's going to be the 97, which is on the right-hand side as we look at it.
Touched! Alex Lynn with green, Marco Sorensen with orange, and Lynn goes, OK, if you want it that bad, off you go, Sunbeam. I bet you Lynn is coming in this lap.
Yeah, it's a 66 up ahead. And yes, I think you're right, he will be.
He's going to get a 66 forward of Olivier Platt is going to go a lap down to Richard Leitz, who's in third in the class in that Porsche.
Good news, bad news on the weather front. The good news is it's only supposed to be now lasting till 10 past the hour, so 10 minutes shorter. The bad news is it's going to be level 4. A heavier shower incoming really now. That is proper rain, snow, sleet.
Well, one little touch there, and Alex Lynn goes, OK, that's enough for me. I'm not playing that game.
I think he was actually, I think Lynn, he was outside. They were outside of the mirror view going back, and so he wasn't 100% sure where he was.
Agreed. 38 is in, our LMP2 leader. So too is Signitech Alpine from second. So too is Dragon Speed from fourth. So too is TDS Racing Team Netherlands and Labra from 7th, 8th and 9th. And the Jackie Chan DC Racing car, twice a winner so far this season. That puts 36, Nico Lapierre in the lead. It looks dry as they come down out of La Source. It doesn't look like it's snowing very much there. It is snowing less here, very much lighter on the pit straight. And out comes the 38 car. Now the chances are they will have gone onto fresh wet weather tyres.
Oh, look at this now.
Yeah. Now, if you're on a slick, this is not what you need in any way. That's Antonio Felix da Costa, is it? Being gobbled up by everybody else in the BMW. Da Costa has yet to come in. Nicky Katzberg has taken over the other BMW. Olivier Platt is in. Oh, 66 car, the BMW rides over the curbs. He's keeping up decent speed though, Alan, because the Signitech Alpine LMP2 car should be much quicker, but isn't much quicker.
I think he's slightly wary of the car ahead.
I would think that's probably right, Graham, as it's a slight fear.
Got
right behind him, he's got the Toyota, who's not going to give two hoots.
It's the number 8 car. Yep. It's the leader. By the way, just being told 3-minute stop and go penalty for the Bicolis for breach in the technical regulations. They're out of it though.
I was going to say for Bicolis it never rains but it snows, but of course that's slightly immaterial because that's the same for everybody.
7 car, by the way, is now up into 7th position overall.
67 in for wets, and it's actually surprisingly fast on its sister car was in half a lap earlier. So that's them back out. It's going to be 20 minutes of wet, so it's probably going to be 25, 30, 40 minutes before it's sort of back at that point of switching over.
Yep.
But it's really quite strange, the lap time deltas between a slick and what you would think it would be a definite wet track.
I'm going to talk to the guys afterwards, won't it, to just see exactly what they were finding out there.
I just looked at the, it was 1.5 seconds in the middle sector, which is where all the corners are. And to lose that on a slick when we were seeing snow suggests that the slick tyre was working better. So again, coming back to the comment of do the pits not have televisions, the driver is the one that's feeling what the grip is actually giving back.
Visually, looks slightly left heavy at this moment. As I say, it just tips it again.
Yeah, it's definitely coming back, isn't it? Well, here's our race leader, Fernando Alonso. Look how calm he looks. If you were sitting in the, quote, passenger seat, tiny little enclave beside him, you would be anything but calm, particularly as he takes his eyes off the road and looks down as you're whistling up the Kemmel Straight at who knows what velocity. Behind him is our LMP2 leader. Nico Lapierre has stayed out, as the Toyotas have. Everybody else in LMP2 has pitted, which must mean they've gone for fresher wets. What does Fernando think?
Do you want to have the wet boost schedule? Do you want to have the wet boost schedule? Yes, at the moment I'm answering. Let me the wet schedule be alpha 42 for wet boost schedule.
Right, that's what he was looking down on the straight doing, wasn't he? Because that is about a minute ago, that message.
I don't know what he was doing. To be honest, I don't know what he was doing, but I know what it was. Is that basically it's a smoother boosting of the hybrid power as it comes down. And look at this. That's sort of hail and snow together. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah. I think really we need Louise to go out and tell us exactly what it's like in the pit lane, because from what our view is, it is really tricky.
On board with the Aston Martin as he goes right by the Porsche. Marco Sorensen passes Davide Rigon.
But that was the 91 car, absolutely fully sideways out of Speaker's corner.
Well held, sir, well held. Out of the pit lane comes 95.
This is where I would start to think about playing strategy to make sure I'd track position in case there was a safety car again.
Yeah. So stay out, Fernando Alonso.
Oh, without question for them, because he's a lap ahead.
Relatively same conditions there.
Yeah.
Safety car. I'm not surprised. Out of our window now, it is absolutely atrocious weather.
Shocking. It's pitch black, and it is hurling it down, and that's all over the western part.
Safety car deployed. Leader slow down. Leader slow down. Safety car deployed.
And you might think perhaps Fernando Alonso is going, well, what on earth took you quite so long there? So look at the weather that is sitting over us now. The darkest, heaviest of the weather is that red and orange patch, and we are in the crosshairs right in the middle of it. So this will clear out a little bit in maybe 15 or 20 minutes, but it will leave the track very wet indeed. And anybody who didn't make a pit stop now, or didn't make a pit stop before now, may well be ruining that mistake. I tell you what, never mind the hardy spectators, all the men and women in orange, as well as our TV camera crews who are out in all of this and barely able to warm up, never mind dry out. All the volunteers who are helping keep the racing drivers safe and keep the race on track. Fantastic, hats off to them.
We are about 11 minutes from the point where full points can be awarded in this race. And, well, I've not seen the latest weather forecast.
Well, from the map that we saw on the radar, 20 minutes from now, it could be bright blue skies again. I mean, the way today has gone, it looks like there is nothing else coming until the next big shower, obviously.
It's insane weather here today. We've literally have gone from rain, hail, sleet, snow, full snow, as we've got right now, to bright sunshine.
Well, like they were saying,
with and without wind.
They always say in Miami, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. Here, sometimes we've had to wait, 15 or 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
But it has changed.
Now, who might this safety car help? But it certainly could help the number 7 Toyota, so it will close the gaps ahead. Looking to leapfrog as many cars as possible.
Yeah, he won't pick up any laps, though. He'll still be 4 laps back, so he will still...
potentially points. That's the point here. He's not going to challenge on pace in any way, shape or form.
Either checking for a break in the weather, or he spotted an interesting-looking fan get-up in the grandstands. Boys on the cameras, I do, sir. I can't say enough good things. I really sorry about the weather. Well, again, you can see here, out around the back of the circuit, how much of the trees have been cut back and cut down. 3 degrees, that's air temperature. Track will be getting close to single digits. It'll be, again, the mercury falls, the track temperature plummets with all this ice on it. Well, Alex Lynn has handed over the 97 Aston Martin to teammate Maxime Martin. Let the Belgian deal with the Belgian weather. Let's hear what Alex has got to say.
Alex Lynn's been speaking to the team. They've been congratulating you. That was such a great drive from you.
Yeah, it was an interesting couple of hours. Yeah, I mean, typical Spa. A lot of wet, a lot of dry. Trying to make some inspired tyre calls, but the car's working well. I think we stayed on the full wet, whereas some guys risked going on the intermediate. So I think from our side, we lost a little bit of time there, but in the dry and in the full rain, I think we're looking okay.
And I suppose it evened out then, especially when this comes.
Yeah, and you know, the safety car sort of really evened it out, and I think in the pro category right now is so close. So if we can try and get a result today, I'll be really proud of the team.
And how did you feel out there?
It went by quite quickly. Yeah, a lot of overtaking manoeuvres, and yeah, just trying to judge the weather and trying to look out the window and see what's going to go on.
It was great to watch.
Oh, I'm glad everyone enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I think everybody's enjoying it, apart from the marshals, the cameramen, and maybe some of the drivers as well. But it's funny, isn't it? You know, some of the worst conditions for driving any race car that we've seen in a long while. Drivers are getting out with these idiot grins on their faces just because this is so unusual. It's exactly what Paul Dalla said. It's like warp drive in Star Wars.
So Nicky, just so you know, we are P6, very close to the podium. The cars are not very far ahead. The top 3 cars have not pitted, that's why they're ahead of us. But they will fuel in the next 5 or 6 laps, and they are on old, completely damaged wet tyres.
Now, Alan, that's what you want to hear as a driver. You're in the top 6, okay, so much so good. You're behind a safety car. You've got fresh wets. You've got a full tank of fuel. They haven't. You know you've got a potential upper hand when we go green.
Yes, but the word in there is potential. And the fact is that there's an hour and a half going to be probably still to run when the safety car comes back in, and I can be pretty sure that the other teams who are ahead are those ones saying, look, you've got a minute and a half gap over the guys that have got the fresh wets behind. You'll be fine, you'll have that, and you'll be able to judge it. So to me, it's all a little bit of mental gamesmanship between the engineer and the driver right now to say, yeah, we're not quite there, but we have got that potential.
Just
what
look
I
at the
prefer
way
to listen to, be honest with you, is the message to Alonso saying you've got a lap gap and you're the quickest car in the field.
Yeah. Look at the weather that we've had, from bright sun to driving snow and sleet, back through wet weather conditions to bright sun and a dry track, and then back again. Winter, spring, almost nearly summer, and then back through 2 cycles of winter again. We had a safety car earlier for snow. We now got a safety car for hail. And the fine hail showers should gradually decrease as the big storm moves through. We were forecast a storm for about 4 p.m. and we had one then as well.
Does we expect this to continue for 20 minutes more, probably, and the worst is past now. Normally it should improve. Okay.
And dramatically, a spin right in front of the number 7 car from one of the 2 rebellions in Eau Rouge behind the safety car.
That's, I'm just looking which one that was. It was the one.
Okay, car number 1 dropped back a little bit in the safety car queue. Luckily, nobody hit him. And here is our group of cars trying to catch up. There we go, a series of wave-bys on board with the rebellion.
Down the hill, there's a little puddle here on the left hand. Oh, just as he turned in.
Yeah.
Didn't even get to the compression. Oops.
Yeah, that may not be the only one either. There's a few cars getting a wave by. You can see some of our GTE AM field. Everybody with their rain lights on. They've been on from the beginning of the race. Graham Goodwin, the snow outside us is definitely big fat flakes of snow, but very much reduced in quantity and volume.
Very much so, more rain now than snow on the start-finish straight. Just looking at the kind of net effects that we've got behind the safety car, one of them is we're back to a lead battle in GTM. What had been a mighty advantage for Clearwater Racing is now back to just, well, a second and a half at the last timing beat, but that's clearly at the reduced speed behind the safety car. In the GT Pro contest, which has just been epic all afternoon without the weather, it's nose to tail. Kevin Estre with James Collado behind, and then not so much further back, Ricard Leitz, David Origon, a bit more of a gap, Maxime Martin, Nicky Thiem. It just looks like a Christmas card, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's not dream conditions for anybody, I don't think, really.
Fairly miserable Christmas card, but yeah. Christmas card.
Yes, I was going to say, what's your Christmas like? Suddenly there's a whole picture of Christmas in the Goodwin household.
Yeah, yes, it's exactly like this.
Grey, wet, miserable.
And that's just me. So LMP2 still, nose to tail as it has been throughout, but Nico Lapierre ahead of Gabriel Aubry now. Jose Maria Lopez close by and looking set to pounce.
Yes, but I think the person that's looking set to pounce there is the one that's in third in category, the Dragon Speed of Pastor Maldonado, because he was mightily quick in the greasy and wet conditions earlier on. If we remember back to who was the quickest of the LMP2s, then it was Pastor. So I would say Pastor's definitely one to watch in this condition. Dragon Speed already have won in difficult wet conditions. If we think back to some of the other races earlier in the year, there was some Daytona that they won as well,
yes,
24 hours.
Yeah.
And they absolutely demoralised everybody at the first ELMS round at Paul Ricard.
And what was the conditions like when he won his Grand Prix?
It was sunny and dry.
I thought it was miserably wet.
No, it was Barcelona. We're talking about Barcelona Formula 1 Grand Prix. Frank Williams' 70th birthday, and it was a beautiful, sunny, dry day.
Completely misremembered.
It was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Yep.
Perhaps the final hurrah for the Williams Grand Prix team.
But great to see. Pastor has been enjoying himself in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Hope we can get to see him again next season. Yeah. Because this race and the Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, to come at the end of the Super Season, 2018-19, before we embark on 8 races for what should be then. Is that someone's windscreen we were looking through?
No, I think that was a flag in the crowd. Fernando Alonso, Nico Lapierre, Kevin Escher, Matt Griffin are the leaders in our 4 classes. And Alonso with a lap over anybody, nobody else with a significant advantage in their class. LMP2 lead 2 seconds, GT Pro lead 1 second, GT Am lead 1 second.
This looks immeasurably better than it did 5 minutes ago now. And
yeah, right now, 1 more lap, building speed up. I'm ready to go green. I don't know about you boys.
Yeah, but it's those puddles. That's the thing. It's the standing water at this moment in time, and it's it definitely does look better. It's rain that's dropping down as opposed to snow right now.
Well, the other thing that our race director will want is for the cars that are being waved by to catch the back of the safety car queue, and that will take at least another lap, so maybe 2 more behind safety car. He'll immediately now announce that safety car's in this lap, just to confuse me.
To see the bottom of a rouge here without the spray to see exactly what caught out. You can see there is water.
It's that river there, not this one here, but that one there.
That one there.
Yeah. When I say that one, that was obviously the one that the safety car was crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, an hour and a half to go. Safety car is still out, now getting more an improved weather forecast. Becoming intermittent, these showers, decreasing now until 18:10. So the weather forecast is literally changing by the moment.
Down in the pit lane, Louise Beckett, it looks from our window above you that it's pretty much stopped raining, sleeting, snowing, hailing and everything else. Is it Is the air dry where you are?
Yes, it definitely is much different to it was a few minutes ago. Yes, it is drying for sure.
Excellent.
And actually, I can see a little bit of light coming through the sky.
You can see the lights.
So, great. So Louise can go back onto soft rubber. And we're waiting now for the 98 Aston, and remember the remainder of the AM class cars that have been waved by, because the top two in the AM class were behind the rest of them in the safety car queue, so the others were looking to lose a lap. So we're waiting for the AM class cars to catch the safety car. You would hope that they'll do that in time for us to go green at the end of the next lap round.
Yeah, it's going to vastly compress the GTM pack, this safety car. Griffin, Bergmeister, more or less nose to tail in the queue, maybe a car or two between them, but rapidly catching the pack now. Are remaining 1, 2, 3, 4 cars.
Great view on the right of Nico Lapierre's Alpine of the little data screen that the race control use. That reflects all the flag signals on the track. If you're coming up to a yellow flag zone, it'll flash yellow for the yellow flag. If it's green, it goes green. Safety car here, obviously. The race director can actually send messages, text messages, directly to the driver in the car. So if you're exceeding track limits, he'll show you a black and white, or it'll say track limits, turn 4, or whatever. So the driver is never in any doubt what race control want to convey to him in terms of flag signals or other messages. You can do that individually to the team, to a whole class, to all the cars in the field, like the safety car message there. So a really interesting step forward in terms of safety that you can obviously fit in GT and prototype cars, which perhaps is coming the way of single-seaters, but a little bit less.
Not relying on seeing flags in these conditions, and particularly when you're in close contention with another car.
And the critical thing is, when light levels are low, or when the visibility is low because of spray and so on, drivers are aware particularly of the caution flags, the yellow flags to keep the track workers, to keep the marshals and other competitors safe. But it also rules out any argument. Oh, I didn't see the flag. Yes, you did, because the car sends a message back to race control to say, yes, I've got that signal.
Absolutely right.
So all of that post-race arguing gets ironed out as well. And it means that when the race director throws a full course yellow or a safety car, he knows that everybody in a car knows. And that's a huge safety step.
Pits are open now behind the safety car. And it's about to get very busy indeed, I think, for Louise Beckett.
Well, while the cars are out, let's hear from Louise Beckett. Louise, we've been looking at what happens with the tyres, who's making changes when, fuel and so on, but of course all of this jiggery-pokery could potentially affect driver time minimum and maximums in their stints, and Dragon Speed have got an issue.
Yes, Roberto needs to do 1 more minute.
Oh.
Just one. How frustrating is that?
Well, in terms of the points, his third position at the moment is not in danger, because the car that would overhaul them is the Chief Drive Racing car, and that will not be scoring points, but it would mean they would not stand on the podium. Shouldn't set the podium, it's dangerous.
Now, what's interesting here is compared to the race in Fuji a couple of years ago, when it started very, very wet, where quite a number of the teams didn't put their lowest rated driver in at all, their bronze rated driver in at all, and in fact when the race ended, quite a number of them hadn't sat in a car. Quite a lot of the teams here have expected this race to go clearly a lot more distance, and have actually either started gentleman drivers or have rostered them in. So there's been no indication that that might be the case. Unfortunately, obviously, that means that Dragon Speed are going to have a bit of a shuffle of the pack. Speaking of which, as the safety car comes up to the hairpin at La Source, the 98 Aston Martin leading the AM cars, by the time they get to the bus stop, will have caught the safety car queue. We could go green next time round.
David Estrade brings in the 92. It's a driver change for the 92 car.
And that's because we could go green next time round.
Absolutely.
He will be out the back of the safety car queue before they have finished their driver change, tyres and fuel. The pit lane exit will be green again. He'll be able to leave. This is a really, really good gap.
Also in are the top 2 cars in GTM, Clearwater Racing and Team Project One. So they'll be looking to take advantage, together with the 77 and 86 Gulf, 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche and the 86 Gulf Racing Porsche. It's going to be a great big mix-up here. Rebellion Racing's number 1 comes in, Bruno Senna, after that spin behind the safety car at Eau Rouge, the standing water on what is next week going to be part of the Rallycross track.
Yep. Might as well be this one. They have missed their window of opportunity, the World Rallycross. Can you imagine if it had been World Rallycross today? Sleet, snow, it would have been
lovely.
It would have been peak Rallycross. There would have been no more Rallycross than that. Eau Rouge, snow, Rallycross cars. You're kidding me. You know, next week it'll be dry and sunny and there'll be so much dust they won't be able to see.
That said, we've got, I'm sure, a hefty mix here of regular endurance racing fans from around Northern Europe and beyond. By the way, the stands, in part because the weather's been so appalling, but in part because it has been gripping stuff. Stand has been completely full where there's shelter. And in addition to which, because we've got Stoffel van Dorn here, because he's done so very well, I'm sure we've got some new fans here for the FI World Endurance Championship. And if you are here, and you are listening, and you are watching, you are very welcome. Yeah. It isn't always like this with the weather, I should say, but actually...
But it is with the racing.
But it does throw all these curveballs time after time after time.
OK, we're heading down into Pith Path, and just as we get down to Stavelot, now, we're not on our timing screens saying safety car in this lap. I can't see any good reason why it wouldn't be. Only cars that have pitted are now trying to catch up the safety car queue. Devil take the hindmost there. They made their call to come into the pits. Yep. It's not the race director's duty to bring them back up. Baron von Clutch, ladies and gentlemen, front and centre there in the press room. Peter Leung.
The infamous Gary Watkins there on the right-hand side.
All the way over from Canada. And that's where Canadians live, you know.
Gary Watkins, we shouldn't make that clear.
No.
He's anything but Canadian, despite the check suit and shirts.
Gary Watkins, fresh from yet another Dr. Feelgood gig.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can say about Gary. Excellent journalist.
Feelgood is one of them.
Fresh is not one of them. Come on.
Bruno Senna in the pit lane in the number 1 Rebellion from the back of the safety car queue after his looping spin. Clearly he wants more grooves on his rubber. Most of the AM class field came in, as well as Michael Christensen taking over the 92 Porsche.
I'm guessing we've got
still
one more lap
on the safety car.
One more lap, surely, and this must be ready to go.
Yeah. But it's barely raining anywhere.
But a number of cars making their way down the pit lane now.
Yeah. Well, it may be that... See, race director announces that the pit lane is open to allow people the opportunity of maybe a couple of laps more safety car to jump in and do their pit stops.
Lead 2 cars in GT Pro are in the 51 and the 91.
Which are both Ferraris.
No, 51 AF Corsa, 91 Porsche.
Oh, sorry,
AF Corsa 71 will go through the lead with Davide Rigon. Also in the 67 Ford in the hands of Harry Tingle.
Yeah, don't forget he was on
slicks.
Yes. So did well to hang on behind the safety car, didn't centre it away down in the corners, and comes in for full wets.
Matthias Lauda is in currently from 3rd in GTE AM.
Barring weather, this will be the final stop for a GT car with an hour and 20 on the board, yes? Yes.
Close to.
Yes.
Close to.
They'll do 90 minutes in decent conditions.
So having come in those conditions, even been on the safety car on slicks, if you're looking for Harry Tinkle in pit lane, Louise, he'll be the tall guy with the Devon accent with eyes the size of saucers.
Now, I was going to say that normally I'm the first to know it's snowing and Louise and Alan are the last to know.
Absolutely.
Except, of course, for all those fans in that dangly crane thing that's 300 feet above the ground. But I noticed they've winched that down to the ground now since the last storm. So I'm now, along with Harry Tinknell, the first to know that the snow is returning.
It's a cryogenics experiment this afternoon up there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think for a lot of the fans, they will be rediscovering body parts in the next 48 hours that they thought were lost forever in a field somewhere in Hampshire.
With that big mix-up in GTM with the pit stops for the 2 lead cars, it is Charlie Eastwood to the front of the pack now. Charlie Eastwood from Giancarlo Fisichella, Luis Perez Companc, with his first race return to the WC after the practice shunt that eliminated the 61 car at Sebring.
I was going to say, I could have sworn he was in Sebring, but you're absolutely right, didn't get to start.
So what we've got in third position is a man who owns an ice cream company, and in fourth position, a man who owns a sweetie company.
Who owns an ice cream van.
Absolutely. And Pedro Lamy, he's a bit of an animal.
Oh dear, if you're not a British television viewer, you won't know what that means at all. Never mind. So, still no indication that the safety car is due to pull in. And actually, I think this is becoming a slightly self-fulfilling prophecy. It is starting to get less dry around the back of the circuit. I wonder if there's a little bit of drivel arriving. Oh yes, here he is. It's Alan McNish.
By less dry, you mean wetter? Or just less? Yeah. I was trying to work that one out. So, the order behind the safety car, Toyota Gazoo Racing's number 8 car with Fernando Alonso aboard, leads fellow ex-Formula 1 man Vitaly Petrov in the number 11 SMP Racing car. SMP have had a stellar weekend here, fast all weekend and reliable too. Third, Thomas Laurent in the number 3 Rebellion Racing car. If you're joining us late, you'll be wondering what's happened to the second Toyota. We'll come to that in a short while. Then the second SMP and second Rebellion cars round out the top 5. Then we get to what will become a nose-to-tail battle for the hotly contested LMP2 lead and championship lead, because that will be settled with the settlement of that battle between the Signatic Alpine 36, currently in the hands of Nico Lapierre, Gabriel Aubry. There we go. They are separated by the second Jackie Chan DC racing car, Gabriel Aubry in the 38. Then we come to the 8th place car, and that is the number 7 Toyota, after a problem for the electronic braking system, part of the hybrid system. Fritz, yes please. Didn't see any mayo there.
Yeah, there was mayonnaise in the left-hand one.
Was there? Okay, but so that's cost them something like 11 minutes. They've been fighting back into points contention in the Drivers' Championship, but that's hurt them badly against the team car. GTE has been mesmerising all afternoon. AF Corsa's 71 car in the hands of Davide Rigon leads from the 2 Aston Martins, Martin Martin in the 97, from Nicky Thiem in the 95, then the 2 BMWs, Acosta and Katzberg in the 82 and 81, then the 2 Porsches, Christensen and Leitz in the 92 and 91. The 2 Fords at the moment to prop up the order. They've had a somewhat pendular progress up and down the grid. And then we have GTM, which at the moment is in something of a state of flux, with the final pit stops still to be seen from a couple of these cars. That is the lead car at the moment. One orange light on the side of Charlie Eastwood's car. This is the car that set pole position in the class with one of 4 qualifying records set in qualifying yesterday, all 4 classes. It wouldn't have done it if it had happened today, that's for sure, in these astounding weather conditions.
Behind him, Giancarlo Fisichella in the Silver Spirit Race Ferrari. 7 pit stops for the TF Sport car and 8 for the Ferrari behind. So Tom Ferrier with the bobble hat on.
And next to him, Mike Pickup, ex-Le Mans entrant with PK Sport.
Yep. And a doyen of British GT racing.
Absolutely.
Okay, finally, I think about 20 minutes later than perhaps might have been possible, safety car's about to come in. Grant Goodwin, just to confirm, we are now at the place where if we go red, it'll be full points, correct?
100%.
Okay, so now anybody who's not leading their class wants it to go all the way, and anybody who is leading their class is quite happy for a red flag.
Oh, they'd love it. Yeah.
So we are about to go green this time round. An hour and a quarter of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps left. The weather, again, is starting to clear off. And again, all the cars are aware. Safety car in this lap, it says, in your cockpit. No excuses for not being fully on the ball when Fernando Alonso drops the hammer. Right behind him in the queue, Nico Lapierre in the Signatec Alpine car. And we ride with the 38 car, 4th in the safety car queue with his teammate between him and Lapierre. I guarantee 37 won't be in the way.
5th in the queue is the second Toyota, and would be looking to get one of those laps back from the leader.
Well, I think the leader leader's definitely not going to stop that when the other car comes up behind, because it was quicker generally before the full course yellow came out, and the safety car came out, I should say. But now already Fernando Alonso has gone, and they cannot overtake until that line there, which is the safety car line 1, and now overtaking is possible.
Now, I'm surprised that Hopington was so far behind the number 37 car, because he had no run at all on Nico Lapierre in 36. Here comes the Toyota, though. It'll use the hybrid drive off the corner to try and boost past one or maybe two of these LMP2 cars. It's
Fourth position, Martin, fourth position. To go past Hopington, that will be a position on track and in the points.
Goes by on the left-hand side, so he moves up into 7th place overall. He still remains in 6th position in the LMP1. So Nicola Lapierre is our LMP2 leader. TF Sport ahead of Spirit to Race Giancarlo Fisichella versus Notex Formula 1 driver Charlie Eastwood. Charlie, his first run in qualifying, ended up with the TF Sport car in pole position, and through on the inside goes Fisichella. No, it's not, that's the Porsche.
Fisichella's right behind him now as they come up over the hill. Charlie Eastwood's in the blue Aston Martin, right behind him in the silver Ferrari. And this is the battle for the lead of GTE AM.
Well, this is the spray the drivers have to deal with. This is perhaps the most difficult part of the track. Up the long Kemmel Straight. Need a little bit more breeze to help clear the spray away. And there is the Spirit of Race Ferrari, still right behind the number 19 TF Sport Aston. Clearwater Racing's Luis Perez Companc is 3rd in his red and black Ferrari. Ferrari battle for the lead of the race. AF Corsa versus Aston Martin Racing. 71 is Davide Rigon. Maxime Martin, the Belgian driver, right behind him, trying to take the lead away. And the fortunes of Ferrari, who qualified the last 2 cars on the grid but have run 1-2 or 2-3, and Aston Martin, who've been up and down depending on how wet it is, change again. Aston Martin back in front. This time it's not Alex Lynn, it is Maxime Martin that puts the 97 at the top of the timing tower for the GTE Pro class. Well, that of the 2 Astons definitely seems to have the pace at the moment.
And have not won this season. Maxime Martin and Alex Lynn, they've been battling away, stuck with the programme when the tyres were clearly going off and away from their best, and they reap the rewards as the weather turned back to them off for the 95. The other Aston.
That's the sister car. Nicky Teams at the wheel there. He loses out to Nicky Katzberg, who goes by Antonio Felix Costa. Oh, now that's a good break, because Nicky Team comes right back on behind the blue Aston. That's the number 90 car that leads in the AM class. So did the Ferrari get by?
No.
I don't think he did. No, the Ferrari lost out because the Dempsey Proton Porsche has just gone by the Ferrari. There's the Ferrari of Giancarlo Fisichella.
I think there was actually a touch. I think Fisichella wanted to come through, and there was a little bit of a touch into Stavolo.
That's Dempsey Proton Porsche in front. So the Dempsey Proton Porsche of Ricardo Pera has taken the lead of the class away from the Aston Martin of Charlie Eastwood.
The 88. That's the 88.
Oh, it is the 88. Not the 77. There's the 77 with the blue highlights. Yes, you're right. There was a bit of bumping and boring in the 95 Aston, which is a pro-driven car.
That's Fisichella's fun. Fisichella has looked it around at the final.
Was there contact from the Porsche behind, or was that just aggressive throttle?
Watch it again. Right.
Hard to tell from that angle as well. Could have been either, frankly. Ooh, 95 struggling for grip as well.
Was that the earlier off, though?
Yes, it was. This is let off at Piff Paff.
Really, this is the we've got DTM Aston Martin.
Is this Mid-Ohio?
This is the first Rallycross advantage. All platforms covered.
Oh, BMW down the escape road.
I was about to say earlier on, actually, as we restarted, BMW yet to win in WEC racing with the M-Tech M8s, but they might be able to pull something out of the fire here, because they were 3rd and 4th before all the off-track excursions. 92 car is Michael Christensen, and it's Nicky Katzberg in the other machine, the one that went off at Les Combes.
Yeah, and rather compromised the Ferrari to his teammates in coming back.
Look at that, the Ferrari on the curbs there. James Collard, the wheel's just spinning as it bounces off the limiter.
Watch this.
Yeah.
And watch the BMW here.
The BMW did the right thing. It kept to the one line. It just happened to be the sister car was basically did a block pass on it.
Yeah.
And so I've got to say that I think it was more circumstantial than anything else.
Up into 6th position now for the delayed Toyota.
In fact, that Toyota was Davide Rigon. James Collard was a couple of spots further back, but the Ferraris are now starting to struggle for grip here.
Significant changes. Well, in P2, the Jackie Chan car has dropped back behind Pastor Maldonado. A spot on, Alan McNish.
And Maldonado has pulled in 4 seconds to the Signatech of Lapierre as well in the last 2 laps.
Fisichella is trying to fight his way back past a Rebellion who has just come by. And off goes the car that was 4th.
The championship leader.
Egidio Perfetti. Now, did he get helped? He was on the curbs on the inside. No. That's what helped him. He nearly took the Clearwater Racing Ferrari off as well. That was Luis Perez Compact. That was the battle for 3rd, wheel to wheel in Piff Paff.
That's going to need help to get out of there.
This may well be a full course yellow.
I think he's out.
Is he out of the gravel? Yep. Yes, he's moving again. Yes, he is. He's got the 98 Aston behind him as well. So that car coming up with Pedro Lamy at the wheel. That's had a turn in the lead in the GTE AM class as well, but the 98 Aston is currently down in 30th. Ooh, Pastor Maldonado with a fit of the head staggers, but he's challenging for the lead.
He's 1.5 seconds off when they started this after the safety car. Then he was 8 seconds off Nicolas Lapierre.
6 seconds faster last time round than Lapierre.
Remember, they've got to put the gentleman driver back into that Dragon Speed car.
Yeah, we were just hearing from Louise that Rodriguez needs Gonzalez needs 1 more minute on his drive time. Yes, apparently so.
Yeah, but you do it on the last minute.
Yeah, exactly. But they've got to put him back in, which means they have to stop. So that means Pastor has to get ahead and get away.
Question for Graham. Are you allowed to pass in the pit lane? Are you allowed to finish the race in the pit lane?
No.
And there you've got Maldonado round the outside of Lapierre.
Wow.
Easy.
Further question for Graham. If the race does not go to the full 6 hours, does it matter?
No, in terms of drive time,
yeah.
If it's the call from race control and you have clearly put in the effort to try to get the driver time in, the answer is I think that would be absolutely fine.
Well, nobody got excluded when they didn't put any gentleman drivers in Fuji a couple of years ago.
That was force majeure, though, because of the time allocation. It was very early in the race where they red flagged the whole thing.
Yeah, but they deliberately kept their gentleman drivers out, so they didn't have to put them in. Yeah, so
debris on track, start-finish straights. We're hearing another strong shower. Coming in 20 minutes.
Oh, hang on. Full Canadian conditions. There's a bear on the right.
Bear on the right.
On the start-finish.
Get Paul Delana straight back in.
There you go. That's what you were saying.
It's actually a piece of carbon that's right outside our commentary box window at the start and finish line itself. It's
a mirror.
It's a mirror off the Fisichella Ferrari. We saw it dangling on its little bit of electric cable, and it's clearly dangling no more.
He's hit the quick release button.
Or somebody else's car, as it's otherwise known. So on board with the, of course, a Ferrari number 51 car. Now, as you watch the 38 Hope in Tung-driven car come down the straight, look to the left-hand side of the car. You can't quite see it there, and it's just about, just before they go under the bridge. So everybody's staying right. Of course, somebody will forget when they're trying to overtake and go to the left and twonk the mirror.
66 minutes remaining.
Yes, unfortunately, now we're 2 or 3 laps from behind the safety car. There is no gap in the traffic for Marshall to run out, so that's going to have to wait there until somebody strikes it and knocks it out the way. Toyota lead in LMP1 from Rebellion in 2nd place, SMP 3rd and 4th.
That's just happened. Thomas Laurent going by, Vitaly Petrov on track.
There is Petrov, and right behind him, not too far behind him, is Sergei Sorokin.
But a lap down.
Yeah.
So it's the Rebellion just up ahead, Thomas Laurent.
I think it's actually Sorokin ahead on the road.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's just under a lap down.
Got an hour to go, and both the SMP cars still running and running quickly.
But not as quick as Thomas Laurent, the Rebellion, though.
Oh, absolutely. Laurent, you can just see the tail of his car in those shots clearing off in the distance.
There too.
Yeah. Laurent trying to close on Hope in Tung. Hope in Tung, Jackie Chan DC racing car. lying in 3rd place in LMP2.
Yeah, when remember Thomas Laurent, when he finished 2nd at Le Mans on his debut as a young 19, 20-year-old, he was in that Jackie Chan DC racing car as well.
Almost an overall win in an LMP2 car. I mean, I can remember seeing his very early races in LMP3 cars in Asia. It's been a stellar rise for him.
And he's been a standout in European Le Mans Series racing as well, and now he's just converted that so well into the world stage. There's the 3rd place car, Vitaly Petrov. 3 red lights on the side. Behind him, not too slow. There's the other car. Fernando Alonso has a still 4-lap lead over the 2nd Toyota, Jose Maria Lopez. That doesn't look like decreasing anytime soon.
Yeah, but we talk about performance here. 2:19 for both of the Toyotas on the last lap, and well, now just having crossed the line, SMP is on a 2:29, so it's 10 seconds a lap.
Pastor Maldonado is quicker than any of the non-hybrid P1s at the moment. Significantly quicker, 2 seconds quicker than Laurent last time around, 4 seconds quicker than Petrov.
Yeah, the hybrid cars with their 4-wheel drive out of the slower corners are doing 2:19, 2:21s, and he's doing, what did he do last time round? 2:25, Pastor Maldonado. Given how long a lap it is, it's pretty impressive
and
stuff.
in fairness, so is Nick de Vries further down the pack and trying to make inroads into Norman Nato's rather mighty 2-minute gap.
Here's a good battle, 4th, 5th and 6th. You've got a Porsche in a Ferrari sandwich as you come down to Eau Rouge.
On board the 51 AF Corsa car, and this is James Collado making adjustments there to something in the traction control perhaps of his Ferrari, or trying to find Popmaster on radio 2.
Bit of a lock-up at the rear, changing down gears, coming into La Source.
Leeds backing it in.
Ricardo Perra, by the way, has taken the lead in GTM in the 77 Porsche, ahead of Charlie Eastwood. He's pulling away now.
This is all still really tippy-toey stuff, isn't it, Alan? You can see the cars moving around so much. There's barely enough grip to drive and really not enough to be driven at this kind of competitive level.
Yeah, it's very, very tricky because, you know, it is wet, as you say. And the thing is, you need to try to get up onto the curbs, like we saw the Ferrari at the top of Lake Holm and then the Porsche there as you come down the hill. However, the curbs are generally a lot slipperier than the track. And the issue is that when you basically lose longitudinal grip in the wet, but you lose significantly more lateral grip. So as soon as you turn in, then your cutter just slides away from underneath you. And it's predicting that slide every single corner.
This has been a fantastic endurance race. I mean, real discipline from the drivers, pros and AMs. Yes, we've had a bit of rubbing. Yes, there's been a little bit of contact here and there, but real common sense in what have been, I've never seen conditions like this coming and going. You'll see it come and stay. You'll see it threatened.
I think we've had 3 incidents that involve contact.
And 2 of them into the first corner with people misjudging, pulling back in for the braking line. But Porsche now catching up. He's not really got many places to go as he comes towards Blanchimont. It's more a case of trying to line everything up for the exit, but the Ferrari's still pretty quick through there. See what he's like on the brakes.
Yeah, Michael Christensen has to worry about the back door as well as the front, doesn't he? Because he's trying to find a way by the Ferrari in front, 71 car of Davide Rigon. But if he miscues and drifts out wide, the other car goes straight back by him.
Yeah, here he is. He's got a good drive. He was a little bit off the rubber line coming up out of the final corner, so I don't think he'll overtake into the hairpin, but he has actually done it. But he's run wide.
Himself. Yeah. Ferrari drifts in wide, in narrow. But he keeps the momentum up, kept the car legal as well within the white line, so he didn't gain a position. He's on the inside. He's going to hang on to this, is he? Oh, Davide Rigon being brave. Here comes James Collado from behind. This could be a change between the Ferraris. Rigon could lose 2 places. He does. And that's the advantage that James Collado had there. He could pace himself through Eau Rouge for the climb up the hill and go breezing by his teammate.
Yeah.
Well, I say breezing.
He's gone past.
Yeah. Rigon there just breathed off the throttle so that we don't have 2 red cars in a messy heap at the top of the hill.
And that's the kind of action we've seen from the off here. as the race comes back and the conditions come back and the tyres come back to cars going up and down the order.
Great shots from the hypermotion camera.
I was going to say, Rigon gave up a little bit too late, and that was the reason that he got caught on the second one. Yeah, I could understand him why he wanted to give it a go, but when you look at it, the amount of curb that the Ferrari is able to mount is quite incredible in these conditions, especially Collado.
See how wet it is, the streams of spray coming up. We've just seen the Porsche move up the order. Here's his teammate, Kevin Estre.
Kevin, you're watching on as that Ferrari battle continues with the Porsches.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy race so far. We drove in every condition, snow, drying track. You need to be lucky with the strategy a little bit because the rain is coming and going, and you need to be on the right tires. But we've done a mistake on the strategy at the beginning. Then we made the right call, I think, the last time. But there's still 1 hour to go, and yeah, it's a tough one.
I know you were reporting to the engineers something about the lights. Is it what's happening in the car?
No, everything's fine. We just were thinking of maybe saving some more extra fuel on the safety car, but everything okay.
Okay, thank you.
Final hour of the Spa 6 hours, round 7 of 8 of the FIA World Endurance Championship Super Season 2018-19. We're within an hour of perhaps championship titles being decided. Graham Goodwin not in the overall driver's title, although should they stay up front, the crew of the number 8 Toyota will take another step away from their teammates. In terms of manufacturers' crowns, then we are looking at the potential of having some of the titles tied up at the end of this race.
Porsche looking good here. For them not to come away with the championship win, it would have had to have been an absolutely mesmerising performance from the Ferraris and a terrible performance from them. That's not been the case.
Well, let's hear from the Aston Martin team. They've gone front to back in this race.
Heavy rain on its way, heavy rain on its way. That's our last stop for the race. We were still 10 seconds off before wet times.
Well, Nicky team in the 95 Aston Martin. That car's been in the wars, got nerfed off the track. It's bearing accident damage. They're down in 9th place. They've been up in the top 3. But currently it's the sister car that's, well, I don't want to say it now, with still an hour or so to go, that is living the charmed life. 97, Maxime Martin and Alex Lynn have been leading the race for about the last couple of hours, give or take a few moments. 97 is out front at the moment in GTE Pro. But again, as the weather conditions changed, it's not Porsche, it's not Ferrari, it's not Ford that have been challenging. We now have a 2-3 from BMW. Antonio Felix da Costa and Nicky Katzberg running 2nd and 3rd in the class. Yet to win a race, they're 10 seconds off the lead. And last time round, Maxime Martin 234, 236, 235 for the BMWs. Not much to choose between them. As the weather continues to get dry before it gets wetter again, if we see those gaps grow, will they then close up as the rain returns? BMW would do better if it stayed drier, would they?
We've seen periods of real competitiveness from every single one of the factory teams in this race. As this weather has come and gone, as the tyres have come and gone, it's been a fantastic GTE Pro race, absolutely fantastic. I'm really glad that I'm not writing the race report for this one, because it's going to be a long one.
And then the rain came, then the snow, then the hail, and then. And the problem is picking the bones out of it.
Oh, yeah.
If you're just dealing with the 2 BMWs, then if they're both on the same tyre, you've got some chance of knowing what the weather has done, what the temperatures have done. You know, you have all the stats, you've got to follow it regarding the lap times. But then what anybody else was doing, you have to scrutinise them with the same forensic detail to know what they were doing and whether your performance was because of you or because of them.
And if you're watching this race trackside or hopefully on the TV with us, and you've been with us for the last 5 hours, and you're thinking, sun's out, wonderful, glorious end in the final hour, what we're looking at is the next strong shower up to level 3 or 4 is expected from 1843 until 1915. That's in 10 minutes' time. We're going to go around again.
Yeah. So half an hour race from 45 minutes before the end to maybe 15 minutes before the end. So again, all the performance parameters we see now, particularly among the GT cars, which seem to be the most sensitive to the weather, may well change and then change back again.
Absolutely.
So up and down like the Assyrian Empire, I think, would be the way that you describe the GT Pro battle here.
But, you know, I'm sure the guys will be exhausted at the end of this one. Let's have a listen into what's going on with the 8 Toyota.
We expect more rain in 10 minutes, more rain in 10 minutes.
Simple as that. He's also listening to me. I feel what we're going to get from the guys after this is they've found this thoroughly enjoyable. Yeah. It really has been something to feel exhilarated when they get out the cars.
Well, let's hear from Sebastian Buemi, another of the number 8 Toyota drivers, another of those who's got an idiot grin of delight all over his face.
Sebastian Buemi's looking on as Fernando Alonso is leading the race here in Spa, and what a race it has been. Can you believe this?
Not really, but what's good at least is that we could race, you know, we didn't have only a red flag so I think so far the race direction has done a great job just to neutralize when it's a little bit too crazy, and we are lucky that it dries up quite quickly so we can race again. So far it's been quite interesting.
Interesting and enjoyable?
Well, I would say when you see the snow, it's maybe a little bit too much, but I think they've done so far a good job in knowing when to neutralize and when to let it go.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, let's get back to our on-track battle. Porsche versus Ferrari. Michael Christensen versus James Collado for 4th place in the GTE Pro class. The number 8 Toyota out front. Sebastian Buemi just stopping a little short of saying it was fun, but an awful lot of drivers have come out going, this is, crazy fun. This is roller coaster crazy fun, maybe.
And yeah, I think he was absolutely right. One point he made there, what a stellar job race control had done this time around. This has been really challenging afternoon for Eduardo Freitas, for Yannick Dalmas and the team. And I think, we could have a good old moan and say they've left the safety car out maybe a lap or so too long, but it's been very well controlled in circumstances which, let's face it, could have been far more chaotic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've done a superb job. Very few cars off the road, which again is testament to the driving quality of this field. Never mind the quality of the machinery as well, because some of the weather has been frankly atrocious. Now the Porsche being reeled in hand over fist here by the Ferrari. James Collado looking to try and make the pass for 4th position. And the Ferrari's starting to come back into it again as the track conditions get a little less wet. And look, they're passing the Rebellion that has got more power than it's got grit off the corner. So it manages to ease ahead in a straight line, but that's a problem for Christensen. A slow LMP1 car in front means that he can't use the line that he wants out of the corner. That allows the Ferrari to close as well. We're into the final hour of the race here at Spa-Francorchamps, the penultimate race of the season. Five hours into the 6 hours at Spa, and after a snowy overnight start to the race, blue skies and dry track for the beginning of the 6 hours. Chilly conditions though, and the forecast of potential turmoil from snow and rain showers on the horizon. At the start, Toyota 1-2 from the battle in LMP1 between Rebellion and SMP. LMP2 leaders trying to stay out of trouble. And Gero van der Garde making inroads into the field in the Racing Team Netherlands Dallara. The GT Pro battle was frantic right from the start. The 67 pole sitting forward, keeping his nose in front in the opening encounters. But then the snow arrived. A safety car for snow to bring the field under control. As that disappeared and the rain stopped, we went green once more. And in drying conditions, the battle between the number 7 and the number 8 Toyota was resumed. The 7-pole car had lost the lead, regained it, and then would lose it again. And as the conditions changed, so did the balance of power in GTE. BMW slipping down the order, Porsche moving up, Ferrari going from top to bottom. And then the first safety car for an incident, and then a second incident again. 2 prototype cars misjudging the braking at La Source. Aston Martin battling with Porsche for the lead of the GTE Pro Class and the GTE AM category. Featured both cars as well. Ferrari in the action as well as the track dried, both in the Pro-Ams and in the All-Pro class. And then the end of the actual race, realistically, between the Toyotas, the number 7 car with a hybrid drive problem, pushed into the garage, lost 4 laps to number 8. Lead battle in LMP2 with the championship top 2 battling at the front of the field. Once more, the return of hail and snow heralding a change from slicks back onto wets, and another change in the balance of power. The Aston Martin losing the lead as Porsche came back in the ascendancy in the Pro and AM classes. 2/3 race distance, and it was starting to dry again. Once more, Ferrari seemed to have plenty of grip, at least until the snow and the hail arrived and scrambled the safety car yet another time. Shuffling the field around as we went green once more. Close battles in GTE AM and in the Pro class, and in the LMP2 category as well. Giancarlo Fisichella getting nudged out of the way by the Pro 92 Porsche as he battled for second. Final pit stops coming up at the moment. We're looking at the battle again, Porsche versus Ferrari in the GTE Pro class. The 92 car, Michael Christensen, James Collado left, right, centre, and all over the runoff area as he tried to get by. Closing in behind is the other AF Corsa car of Davide Rigon. In the pit lane, from the lead in LMP2, Nico Lapierre for Signatec Alpine. In the pit lane from third, Mikhail Alishin, and also in the pit lane, Antonio Felix da Costa, who was in second place in the GTE Pro class in his BMW. He has made his final stop as well. 47 minutes on the clock. Alan McNish, all done and dusted, nothing more to see here, obviously.
Well, certainly LMP1 looks that way, but I think everywhere else is pretty much an open topic right now. It's certainly, when you look at the LMP2 battle, Pastor Maldonado has pulled a bit of a gap, but as you say, he's still got that pit stop. I think they, in that Dragon Speed car, have probably got the pace capability to deliver a victory, but as you say, 47 minutes to go. The sky's getting a bit darker. I'm sure there's going to be another rain storm coming through. But this one, you know, Fritz Enzinger, who's the head of Porsche Motorsport, but also the Volkswagen Group Motorsport there, is he going to get a victory out of this? Porsche are in the mix, the third with Christensen right now, but I don't think they're going to be able to hang on.
Well, you might get a victory here next weekend in the World Rallycross with the Polos, I don't know, who knows? Lot to be done here, and as you say, in the last lap, suddenly it's got very, very dark overhead in the pits, and it is starting to rain, and it has got very, very dark at the bottom of the track as well, at the far end of the lap. So it looks as though more wet weather is going to arrive, and in fact we now have hail reported at La Source, so, and it's outside our windows and in the pit lane.
This feels slightly early for a pit stop from Dragon Speed for their final one. It's about 40 minutes, I thought, on fuel for those.
Lapierre did the same thing.
Yeah.
And remember, wet, they use less fuel, so they maybe be able to stretch it a little bit. So there was a note from the race director there. I would presume it's just advising about the weather and the different areas of risk as the lead Toyota Fernando Alonso comes in. He stays in for this final stint, and he'll run through to the end. I would expect they can do about 22, 23 laps in the wet.
Fresh wet weather tyres for him, should be no major issues there. Pastor Maldonado has left the pit lane, still in the 31 Dragon Speed car. If they are going to put Ricardo Gonzalez in for the final lap, then it's going to be the final lap, isn't it?
It'll be a splash at the end. Also in, both S&Ps have been in and out. They sit third and fourth. I'm you're just going to keep an eye on the gap, 5th to 6th with that second Toyota. It's under 2 minutes. We have 45 minutes to go. There's a big difference in lap time between the rebellion of Bruno Senna, the #1 car, and Paquito Lopez, who Alan said earlier, he was at his best run in a Toyota so far. I'll agree with that.
I'm also going to say, of the 45 minutes on the top, Graham, we're not going to have 45 minutes of green, not if these black clouds are anything to go by.
Which could work in the Toyota's favour, depending on when that safety car comes out.
As long as it is a safety car and not a full course yellow, because that will set the field in aspic and he won't be able to gain and won't lose, but he won't gain. Battle for second place, Nicky Katzberg's BMW being chased by Michael Christensen in the 92 Porsche, ahead of James Collado in the Ferrari by, like inches there.
Yeah, Collado, I think, rather straight-lined rally on there.
He kind of rather tried to straight line the inside of Les Combes as well. The Ferrari, Alan was saying, as you can see there, having profligate use of the curbs, but it seems to get away with it. It seems to maintain its traction on the paint, which the Porsche doesn't so much.
Well, it's the outside wheels that are getting the grip on it, so it's able to do it. And there's some cars accept curb loading more than others in the dry and the wet. There's the second place rebellion of Thomas Laurent in. Change of tyres for the final one, but as we saw there on the previous graphic, the rain is coming, and it's going to come everywhere all at once. And already it started here at the first corner, looking out the comms box window. So these cars battling for position are just going to get into more tricky weather as they come around the rest of the lap.
You just saw the BMW of Nicky Katzberg ahead of this shot. Katzberg second in GTE Pro. Second place Toyota's in. This will be its final stop for fuel. I'm sure Lopez will stay in. No real reason to replace him. It's not like he's done anything other than an absolutely standout job there.
Tipping it down now, absolutely tipping it down again.
Gerard Neveu there checking the weather app, I'm sure, with Pierre Fillon. And in the background, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich. You know him, don't you?
Yeah.
Or Sir, as he's known to Alan Minish.
You worked with him before?
Or once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice. Oh.
Signed a couple of papers before in our past.
Much more snow falling on the pit straight. Wait till you see this battle coming past the pits here. It's already heavy snow as they get up towards the bus stop, and there is even more of it as they come through the bus stop chicane. So there's second, third and fourth. Into the pits comes the Porsche, and that moves the Ferrari up to third. Michael Christensen into the pits for the final stop in the 92 Porsche. Let's hear from Jackie Chan Racing's Hope Hinton.
Yes, the 38 is currently leading in the so close LMP2 battle as always. Hope Hinton, what can we expect for the rest of this race?
Well, it's hard to believe, but it's literally every lap flat out in whatever conditions it is so far. It's been extremely close with number 36 Alpine, of course also in the beginning with all the other cars, so yeah. I think it's also a matter of being slightly lucky while we're doing something. Being slightly lucky with any potential safety cars, yellows, whatsoever. So we got called out once, so hopefully we'll be in our favor from now on.
Pit stops playing part of the game as well, and we can see they're just about to have one.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is just a regular scheduled pit stop. Hopefully it's going to be our last one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you are, he answered our question. It was due to be the last one, surely. So they gained the lead when Dragon Speed, when G-Drive, and I beg your pardon, when Cinetech came in with Nico Lapierre. There is Lapierre wriggling along behind the G-Drive car of Jean-Eric Verne. Verne told us earlier when he was in the booth that he will go through to the end of the race now. So the 38, Gabriel Aubry, is at the wheel of the Jackie Chan DC racing car. Safety car is out. That's a really bad time to need a pit stop, because they will lose a lap to the field if they come in now. If they don't, they may run out of fuel.
Yeah, but it's...
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Leader, please slow down. Leader, please slow down. Within the possibilities, cars line up behind the safety car. Safety car deployed.
The problem is not that it's wet, Alan. The problem is that it is ice from the hail, and wet weather tyres can't cope with that.
Yeah, I think it's also the visibility. You know, Louise just down in the pit lane just shouted visibility, visibility, because she can't see anything down the pit lane. You can see also there in terms of on the safety car just sitting there with the snow on the top.
That is the WC Christmas car right there.
Louise is actually at the height that the hail is bouncing up to. That's why she can't see it. So it's double height hail.
I think the visibility is worse than we've seen at any point at this moment.
apart from the previous show or the
one before that. Yeah, no, I think we're definitely in unprecedented territory as far as weather goes, because this isn't the Bobsleigh World Championships. This is definitely the World Endurance Championship. Now, with 40 minutes remaining, the showers are due to decrease again within the next 5 or 10 minutes. So this could be what keeps the race going to the end. If we have a safety car now, we can manage what happens when the conditions are really at their worst, and then we may be able to release them for another 25 or 30 minutes racing. Louise Beckett, nice little quote down there in the pit lane. Tell us the story.
A local photographer's just said to me, in Belgium we have 4 seasons and we wanted to show you them all today. And
Yeah.
they certainly have.
Yeah, once would have been sufficient, but we've rolled through the entire calendar about 3 times already. We've had 3 winters today, and that doesn't include the one that happened this morning at breakfast time. So safety car is out for the fourth time?
For the multiple time.
Yeah.
How many fingers and toes?
1 full course yellow, and I think this is the 4th safety car period. So all the teams still swaddled up against the cold weather. Although actually, I thought frankly it was quite warm by now down in the pit lane. Louise may beg to differ quite loudly in my ears. Louise, first world problems of pit reporters?
When I spoke to Sebastian Buemi, I said, how are you doing? He said, I'm all right. How are you doing? I said, I'm cold and I've got soaking wet feet. But, you know, enough about me. Let's get on with the racing.
Louise Beckett for the World Endurance Championship. Cold, wet, miserable in the pit lane at Spa. There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah, frizzy hair. Of all the crimes that the weather has perpetrated today, Louise's frizzy hair is the greatest by quite some margin. So safety cars out. Let's have a quick run through our field. You can see all the positions on the ticker at the bottom. Currently running through our LMP, our GT Pro class. 19th overall is the 92 Porsche. That's in 5th in the category, ahead of Andy Priaulx in 6th place. So the safety car is out, and that's a problem for the Gulf Racing car Mike Wainwright, facing the wrong way. And again, you know, even at this speed, ice is ice. And you sort of forget in a racing car that such a thing exists when you're not on a road, but it does. And hail is ice. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't be starting that up in a hurry either. Super Étendard, is that an Alouette? I don't know. Who knows? Graham, any clues? Answers on the postcard.
It's a Dauphin.
Oh, is it? Well, what it's not is a Croque Monsieur. On-board view from Fernando Alonso, and the fans are still hiking around the track here at Spa-Francorchamps as Mike Wainwright runs out of grip a 2nd time in the same lap, this time at the bus stop. And the real problem now for everybody is tyre temperature as well as the ice on the track from the hail. And the slower you drive, the less you lean on the tyre, the more like mahogany they become. And also the brakes, if they are well out of their temperature range, i.e. if they're not very hot, then nothing, everything. All of a sudden, there's this massive grab, so you've got wooden brakes and wooden tyres. It's not a pleasant place to be. So Mike Wainwright has had 2 get-out-of-jail cards that he's had to play on that lap. Fortunately here, we have runoff areas at Spa-Francorchamps that allow him to do that. Years ago, there may not have been a second opportunity. Safety car leads the field around with 35 minutes still on the clock. Fernando Alonso, the race leader in the number 8 Toyota. A lap ahead of the Rebellion of Thomas Laurent. He's in the number 3 car. 3rd and 4th, SMP Racing's 11 and 17, Michael Elishin and Sergei Sorokin. Bruno Senna in 5th position in the number 1 Rebellion. And in 6th position is the number 7 Toyota that started on pole and led about the first third of the race, with Kamui Kobayashi now at the helm. Graham Goodwin, a hybrid drive sensor issue cost them 4 laps in the pits. And when you've got equal teammates like that and equal machinery, as Alan McNish knows, both to his cost and to his benefit in all his years at Audi and Porsche, it takes one glitch in the car or one driver error and that's it, game over.
Absolutely. A sensor in the electronic braking system, which is the system that harvests the energy for the hybrid system, but it cost them those 11 minutes. And whilst they've pulled back on the positions, but no real time on the leader. It does mean, though, the ground that the number 7 car has made up means that the championship for LMP1 will go to the Le Mans 24 Hours, as it absolutely should. But as things stand at the moment, the championship that will be settled is the manufacturer's title in GT, because Porsche are going to take home a haul of points, enough to mean that the 100-point advantage coming into this race is not going to be bitten into sufficiently to stop them from taking this title.
Yeah, in the pro class, Ferrari and Porsche, it's about honours even. The best Ferrari is 3rd, Porsche 4th and 5th, and the next Ferrari is in 8th. So Porsche slightly outscoring Ferrari there. In the AM class, Porsche 1st and 4th, the best Ferrari is in 3rd there.
That's not a sugar lump, by the way.
No, it is still hailing.
That's a hailstorm.
It is hailing much more lightly, and actually the visibility is less of an issue than the amount of ice that's still falling on the track. For those of you that are regular viewers of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, we had a long red flag for a hailstorm a few years ago because the hail froze on the wet track and cars simply could not get up the hills on their slick tyres. Now everybody here is on wets, but that doesn't make the ice any less icy. After all, we drive around on groove tyres in our road cars all the time, and Graham, ice is still a bit of a problem.
I'm just going to point out here that ice is always icy.
Thank you very much. And as a non-winter sports specialist, I absolutely bow to that depth of knowledge.
And in truth, it's very strange because sticks aren't always sticky.
No, that's very true indeed. Okay,
only
33 more minutes of this to survive, folks.
Well, 24.5 hours of the FI World Endurance Championship Super Season racing still to go, plus 3 minutes. In terms of the championship, as we watch some stunning pictures from this astonishing weather we've had this weekend.
Again, whatever else, you know, I know how cold and wet and miserable the photographers are, but have they ever had a day where they've had such dramatic imagery for so long?
It's fair to say that they are cold and wet. They are always miserable. They are photographers. The LMP1 stakes we've just explained. LMP2 has got stories still to tell here as the snow begins to stick to the camera lens again. The lead car, the Dragon Speed car, we think needs a splash of fuel and a change of driver before the end here, so will tumble back down. The 26 car can take the race win here, but will not score championship points. The next 2 cars, the 36 and the 38, are both in title contention and a point apart in the title battle. The further down the order they finish next to each other, the closer the title battle gets when we go into a higher scoring. Trouble for the Labra car, turn around under safety car conditions.
That's Erwan Kred. Well, right now, our title contenders, the 36 car Cinetic Alpine and 38 car Jacaranda DC Racing are 3rd and 4th in LMP2. Make that 2nd and 3rd because G Drive is invisible for points, doesn't count because it's a one-off entry, a second one-off entry. And if Dragon Speed are forced to pit past Maldonado from the lead for that single minute or minimum of 1 lap that their gentleman driver has to do, that makes Cinetic Alpine and Jackie Chan DC Racing 1st and 2nd, and the points difference between them then would be going into Le Mans.
If they're 1st and 2nd, it would be 6 or 7 points depending on which way around it finished. So it's going to be tight either way. Remember, Le Mans 24 Hours has more points than a regular 6-hour race. More still next year.
So we're now waving by some of our lap cars. In fact, the GTE AM cars that are in amongst all the others are being waved by. So the 54 Spirit of Race Ferrari, 56 Team Project 1 Porsche has been waved by.
As far as the points in the GTE Pro Drivers' Championship are concerned, I'm not ready to call that yet. I'm not ready to call that yet. There is a potential champion to be crowned here this weekend, depending on the way in which the cars finish, and they are so close together at the moment. You know, we could have a Porsche win this race and their nearest contender be down in 6th or 7th. It could be very different in half an hour's time.
Yeah, absolutely.
GTM, by the way, we have a number of cars still potentially entitled to contention. That off for Team Project One could end up sending this to Le Mans for a decider. Let's wait and see how things turn out when this goes back to green, because again we've got potential battles for significant positions in the last half hour if this goes back to green. I think it's going to go back to green.
Great view there of the track on a pit straight, how far downhill the pits are, how far downhill the old pits are, how far further downhill the rallycross track is there, that light sandy coloured, because it's made of sand, start-finish loop there. Great elevation changes all around this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. It's nestled in the valleys in the mountains, and again, the TV pictures rarely do it justice, but on a day like today, they certainly make it look as spectacular as it really is. Now, the wave around has been completed. We're going to have to wait at least another lap for the cars that have been waved by the safety car to catch the queue up, so that the leading Toyota doesn't hit stragglers. And the other slight fly in the ointment is that showers are expected to increase from now until 7:15, i.e. 15 minutes before the end of the race.
Showers are increasing from 7:15 until the end of the race.
Okay, so we may go green, and it might then get a bit rainy before the end.
One point to make here is on the last safety car, you might remember that when the cars were released, the number 7 Toyota was quite close to unlapping itself at least once from the team car. It's still close to unlapping itself once in the team car, because it's still behind the 8 car on the road.
Yeah, but it's now got 60 minutes fewer than it had the last time we were released, so my prediction is that ain't happening. We'll wait and see.
Go with you on that one there, Martin. I think he's going to struggle to be able to get further up than 6th place overall right now.
And even if he unlaps himself, it won't be another position. How far is he? The real secret is how far is he behind Bruno Senna, because that's where the points come in.
That's why this has cost him, because clearly Bruno Senna was ahead of him on the road, on the head of the lead car on the road, which means Bruno's at the back now of the safety car chain, rather than the 8 having been ahead of the 7, and he could have got that lap back.
We are going to get at least another lap after this behind safety car, I'm afraid, because the cars that have been released, well, they're heading up towards Blanchimont. We're almost down at Stavelot. The leaders are coming through Piff Paff. In fact, they're not even now, are they? Still out of Rivage, so going to be at least another lap behind the safety car. I don't think, other than perhaps Dragon Speed, anybody needs a pit stop any longer to make it through to the end.
Well, this will have helped them. If they needed to do it on fuel, this will have helped them enormously. It may very well be that just the Dragon Speed car, if what we're being told is correct, and I've no reason to think differently,
exactly,
needs that splash.
As of now, your points see Porsche 103 points ahead of Ferrari. And the battle then, the battle then might be between the manufacturers for 3rd place rather than for 2nd place even. Ferrari looked to be a little bit far ahead, but again, as ever, with points and a half at Le Mans, nothing is quite sealed other than the top spot. So unless something drastic changes, perhaps in post-race scrutineering or in cataclysmic weather freakery, not that we've had it that today, then Porsche look like they will be the world champions in the GT class in the manufacturers' tables.
Absolutely. So top, I mean, the reason I'm not going to call the driver's side in GT or even bother with where we are right now, the top 9 separated on the road, albeit on the safety car, by just 18 seconds. And we've seen those gaps just tumble in various conditions. It can. We've seen what the Aston Martin be streets ahead in some conditions and 5 seconds off in others.
Well, right now, the Aston Martin has the advantage being there, the 4th car in the safety car queue, but 2 cars behind him is Nicky Catsburg's BMW, and that is 2nd in the GTE Pro class. So it's not far away by any stretch of the imagination. So Nicky Katzberg is a couple of cars behind. Right behind Katzberg is James Collado. In terms of drivers' standings, 160 plays 129. That is a very big gap in favour of the team of car number 8 of the 2 Toyota drivers, or of the 6 Toyota drivers. And Giorgi Gazou Racing again, safely ahead of Rebellion. You have to think, unless they have some cataclysmic disasters at Le Mans, the car now looks like it should be fast and reliable. There should be no major dramas for them to take the manufacturer's crown as well as the driver's title. Double World Championships, perhaps Sebastian Buemi heading that way, and Fernando Alonso adding a 3rd FIA World Championship title to his 2 in Formula 1. Not too many drivers have had the opportunity to do that.
No. It's an interesting one, isn't it? As I'm fond of saying, as a learned colleague has told me more than once, don't write the headlines of the Le Mans 24 Hours ever before that flag. No, absolutely. As Toyota know to their cost.
Absolutely so. Well, right now the field is actually starting to string out a little bit, because the 97 Aston is just coming out of Les Combes as the safety car. There's the Aston.
That's
on top
a great
of the picture.
shot. I've never seen that shot at Spa before. I know exactly what we're looking at, but I've never seen that shot. It really does show where it tumbles down.
Yeah. Here is our leader in the GT Pro class, the 97 Aston Martin. Look at the ice flying up there. That's a fabulous shot. That is absolutely marvellous.
It's off the wing end plates.
Yeah.
It was jammed in between the wing end plates. Inside.
And there's the 2nd Aston with the number 7 Toyota behind.
Its entry is open now.
Right, okay, so it might be another couple of laps before the safety car is released.
Well, this will be
the field is released.
An interesting one, because we're talking about the 31 Dragon Speed, who's leader in LMP2. If they do have to make a pit stop to put Gonzalez back in the car, then now is your least risk time. It's because it's under safety car and right at the beginning.
Great heli views of the track here at Spa-Francorchamps. 22 minutes remain in the penultimate race of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
81 BMW pits under the safety car, with the pit lane now open, as does the number 70 MR Racing Ferrari, Olivier Beretta.
Pits are open for what will be last chance if anybody needed fuel. Don't think they'll need much. 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing car is in. Now I'm assuming some of them, Alan McNish, were a little bit shy on fuel to make it to the end, although with a couple of safety cars in the last hour, you'd be surprised.
Yeah, it depends when they came in, if they were completely out of sync or not, but normally I would expect everybody to be able to make it, because it's going to be another couple of laps. So normally, if there's 3 laps of safety car, you save just under 1 lap of fuel. Yeah, is a rough rule of thumb.
Fernando Alonso, the race leader for Toyota. The car was beaten in qualifying by the number 7 car. Briefly got ahead a couple of times because of mistakes from the number 7 crew. And then when there was a sensor failure in the hybrid drive for the number 7 car, they were handed a 4-lap lead over effectively their real championship rivals. Rebellion and SMP battling all over in the other podium positions in LMP1. Here's our LMP2 leader, and we do believe from the team that they need to change drivers again before the end of the race. The problem is it may not go the full 6 hours, and you don't want to surrender track position even behind the safety car.
I think they're just going to run it till the very, very end to see what happens and, you know, and make plead their case. By the way, the one thing I didn't say about LMP2 is current position for the 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing crew. This is, of course, a new crew from Sebring, so they're out of the Drivers' Championship. But they way down the order, but currently lead the team's championship, the 37. This is not a good afternoon for the 37. Alan.
Right, we've got a situation here. We're behind the safety car. There's 3 cars behind the safety car, which are about 200 metres ahead of the 97 class-leading Aston Martin of Martin. Now, you've got to stay a few car lengths behind the safety car. It's not as if you can get a big grab. Now, if that safety car lights go out, then he's got a fantastic opportunity to make a break for it. However, it's against the regulations. So I'm rather surprised that he's allowed such a big gap between himself and the safety car. And it's not as if he's trying to even go quicker.
On the other hand, he will argue, and with a great degree of justification perhaps, that the cars that are being waved by are taking 2 or 3 laps behind the safety car to catch the queue. So he'll say, it was, you had the safety car out for ice, and you're saying I wasn't driving fast enough to stay with a hybrid car in LMP1.
He's not staying fast enough with a street car.
Yes, I know.
The regulations are the regulations. You see the gap there. He's now squeezing himself up, and it's not an actual issue in terms of the race start. However, if it had gone green there, he would have accelerated off, had a clean track, and it would have stretched out all of the opposition behind him. So Collado and then Leeds, Christensen, Da Costa, Prio, who are all within 10 seconds. By the time they cross the line, we'd be about 15 seconds away. And that's the reason that they want everybody to bunch up to control the safety car.
Well, I'm sure that the race director will be on the blower to all the teams going privately, close up, because I want to make this race until the finish. And if you hold up, you're going to be ending up with a penalty. The problem is now that we're expecting the rain to arrive, and it is starting to arrive again. So we've now gone from a position where it might have been more raceable, watch the safety car under braking, to a position where it is potentially less raceable. That's what Louise needs, is a touch of the Toyota hair dryers.
Not that hair dryer, I don't think.
That's
a
one-time
hair dryer.
Yeah, that will definitely make her frizzy hair
frizz.
Not better. Yes.
It'll permanently frizz.
Yeah.
17.5 minutes remain with rain predicted in about the next 7 minutes.
Interesting that the second car on the road here is all over the Toyota, trying to keep some heat in its tyres, accelerating, braking, accelerating, braking. So this is the #1 Rebellion. It's not the car that is second in the positions, but it is the car that is second on the road at the moment. This is Bruno Senna. And the reason, Alan, that he's braking hard and late and then accelerating late is to try and cycle heat through the brakes and there into the rims and there into the tyres, hopefully.
That's the theory.
Vast majority of the trailing pack are nearly with the safety car chain. Sorry.
I think there was a discussion there in the Porsche pit, and looking at the screens 3rd and 4th, I think there's an opportunity there for Christensen and Leeds to swap position. Leeds has got that damaged diffuser, and I wouldn't be surprised if they asked the 2 Porsche cars to swap places.
16.5 minutes remain in the Spa 6 hours. The safety car coming in this lap. There's your race leader, Fernando Alonso. Behind him, there, the 3rd car in the queue is the 97 GTE Pro class leaders. So the 2 pro leaders right at the front of the safety car queue. The #7 Toyota, 4 laps down, is the 4th car in the queue. Then the AF Corsa Ferrari, the red car of James Collado, 2nd in the GT class. There's the yellow Aston, that's the leader in GT. And 2nd in the GT class is just 1 prototype behind. Behind him is Richard Leeds, Michael Christensen, Antonio Felix da Costa, Andy Prio in the Ford. The GT class is very tightly bunched. In the safety car queue, so too are our LMP2 front runners. This is the championship leader in car that's third. The Jackie Chan DC Racing car that is second, that is fourth behind them, is about 3 cars further back. We go green for the final time, perhaps here at Spa-Francorchamps. 15 minutes remain on the clock. All 4 classes up for grabs. There's your GT Pro leader. Still got the 7 Toyota behind him. That won't stay behind for long, surely. You'd have thought he'd gone by now. Has he got no hybrid drive?
Can't pass to the line.
Can't pass till the line. Well remembered, everybody, apart from me. Still can't pass around the outside. He's got a little bit to go. There's the Ferrari that's second. The Porsche that's third is in the murk there. The Porsche that was trying to make the move goes out very wide. Now he's going to have his teammate really slow down to hand him an advantage. On board Signatec Alpine with Nico Lapierre. Right in front of him is the G-Drive car that's second in the class, but invisible for points. And how far behind is Gabriel Aubry in the 38 Jackie Chan DC Racing car? Classic duel between 2 top French LMP racers. Jean-Eric Verne. It's wet. Yeah. All the time behind the safety car when we think we could easily go green. As soon as you pick up the speed, you realise the race director was right all along. There's the Ford. That's the 67 car of Andy Priaulx. He's in 5th in the Pro class. 2nd place in LMP2 is G-Drive's Jean-Eric Verne. Pastor Maldonado still leads in the 31 car for Dragon Speed. All arms and elbows. Through goes an SMP car. And here the Aston Martin. This is the car of Nicky Thiem on Davide Rigon. He gets on the inside of the Ferrari. Thiem trying to take away 6th place in the class. Rigon says no. Right in front of them is Andy Priaulx. He's struggling for pace in the Ford. Drive-through penalty for the 91 Porsche for causing an incident. That's the car that lies 3rd in class, Richard Leeds.
That's why they were talking about switching position, because they would know that was coming. And here we're on board. They're slipping and sliding around with Rigon there, trying to get past. But I think the Aston's the one with the pace at this moment in time. The
incident was where he tagged Giancarlo Fisichella's Ferrari from behind when Fisi spun. We saw a replay from onboard the Porsche where there was contact, which he couldn't see or couldn't define from the outside. Maxime Martin in the Aston, James Collado in the Ferrari. This is for the lead. This is perhaps to win here in Spa. Belgium versus Great Britain.
And could keep the championship alive. Could.
If Ferrari win, you mean, not if Aston Martin win. Yes, James Collado, the reigning champion, looking to try and get by the Aston.
More rain and sleet and snow, and it's coming down now again at the start-finish line.
Well, let's see if they can survive it to the finish. There's Fisichella's car. This is where he loses the mirror, maybe. No, that was another incident, but that is the one that's going to cause the drive-through for the 91 car.
Yeah, that was clearly his fault there.
67 Ford of Andy Priaulx, 31 is the LMP2 leader, right behind the blue Ford. And behind the blue Ford and the LMP2 car is Davide Rigon in the Ferrari. Through goes Pastor Maldonado. Maldonado carving his way through traffic.
He's got a 4-second gap over Jean-Eric Verne in second right now. The question is, does he have to make another pit stop? That I think we will find out, as Graham said, at the checkered flag.
Here's the GT Pro Class lead. Aston piling on the speed up the hill. The wetter it is, the better the Aston Martin likes it. More snow falling. Well, it's the final race of the season, November here in May. Almost. Look at this, ridiculous. The weather conditions just absolutely beg a belief here. The drivers have survived them so well. James Collado in the Ferrari rides the curbs. Headlights ablaze behind him. Who's that behind on the road? That's the Porsche in 3rd place, Richard Leeds.
Red flag.
And the red flag is out. And that means at the end of the last lap, Fernando Alonso wins in LMP1. Dragon Speed's Pastor Maldonado wins in LMP2. Aston Martin win. Maxime Martin will claim victory here at home ahead of the Ferrari and the Porsche, although the Porsche will have a 30-second penalty.
Red flag, red flag, red flag. Car 8, please slow down to 80 kilometers an hour. I know it's race. Car 8, please slow down to 80 kilometers an hour. There will be no cool down lap. All cars will be driven directly to Parc Fermé. All cars will be driven directly to Parc Fermé.
All right, in the end...
Car 8, car 31, car 97 and car 77 will go to the pre-podium ceremony.
So in the end, we lost...
I apologize, there is no pre-podium ceremony. There is no pre-podium ceremony.
In the end, we lost 11 minutes of racing only from the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, despite rain, hail, sleet, snow, everything in between. The only thing we didn't get was a plague of frogs. Ricardo Pera for Dempsey Proton, the 77 car, first to the line. Victory then for the Dragon Speed team, their only car in this race after LMP1 car had electronic supply problems that didn't make it through. So they claim victory in the LMP2 category, and Toyota's number 8 car wins overall. Graham Goodwin.
I think that means, with the certainty of a time penalty for the 91 car, that the 92 crew secure the World Championship.
Wow. Now that is massive, because you saw Michael Christensen fly off there at La Source and potentially lose a handful of positions.
So very unofficially, and with my very dodgy maths, that's what I think. But congratulations to the Aston Martin racing team.
No question.
And in particular to Maxime Martin, you know, hometown boy.
Well, and Alex Lynn, you know.
Alex Lynn, I mean, fabulous stuff. And they've been looking for a win all season, and it's great to see them. A very different looking crew for Aston Martin Racing. Take nothing away either, by the way, Martin, from both Rebellion Racing and S&P Racing. Been a great battle between the two.
Well, you got to say, actually, again, it is Christmas come early. Santa, if we see Santa before the end of the programme, I would not be remotely surprised. I mean, just look at this.
It's staggering.
Yeah, we've already passed May Day. The Russians were telling us in SMP it's already, you know, it's 20 degrees Celsius in Moscow. You know, this is deep winter again, a real cold snap here over these last 24 hours here in Belgium. And for the fans who came out to watch a great race, do you know what? They watched a great race. They did. And they stayed, yeah. And the marshals and the camera crew, the TV camera crew particularly, well done to all of you guys. And for the number 8 and the number 7 Toyota team, very different emotions. You saw Mike Conway there. They looked like they had the car, they looked like they had the pace. But that's not always enough. You can't win a World Championship on luck alone, but Graham, you can't win it without luck going your way.
It's been a staggering afternoon, absolutely amazing. If you've been here, you will never forget this, never forget it. I've never seen weather conditions like this as often as this in a 6-hour race. It's quite incredible. We've seen the LMP1 Championship will go down to the Le Mans 24 Hours. The LMP2 Championship sees the lead in the class in the Drivers' Championship extend just to 4 points.
Louise Beckett asking, have Toyota won the manufacturer's title?
There is no manufacturer's title. It's a team's championship, which they inevitably will have won. I think probably by...
They were 100 points ahead, weren't they? So when we saw that graphic earlier on.
Porsche have secured the manufacturer's title in GTE Pro, and subject to official confirmation, I'm pretty certain the 92 Porsche team have secured the driver's title. Not done my maths yet for GTM, so bear with me.
So I think we've had some stunning drives today, but who's your driver of the day?
That's everybody who survived this, because one snow shower is one thing, one hailstorm is one thing. This has been on and off. We're now getting dazzled by bright sunshine, so almost that we can't see the TV monitors. That's what sort of a weird day it is. It is snowing like it is Santa on his way, and there's bright sunshine as well. I think anybody, and actually particularly and perhaps most especially the gentleman drivers, to go out in this and survive it. Who threw the car off the road? No one. I mean, it's just been ridiculous. So, Toyota, world champions. And that was pretty much expected coming in here, unless there was some catastrophic disaster. And the weather did its best to throw catastrophe at us, Graham. But I just think all the teams, all the drivers just responded phenomenally, and race control as well. Absolutely. Really played a blinder too.
First things first, the marshals, the fans, and you know what, our cameramen and women, absolute heroes today. Race control, stellar job by the team there, and all the drivers, world champions, and quite right, they should celebrate that. Great stuff from Toyota Gazoo Racing. You can only race what's against you.
Yep.
And if you do that with real speed and with ironclad reliability, which we've had for the vast majority of the races so far this season, ironically not quite today for the chasing number 7 car, well, you deserve the plaudits.
Well, again, that driver's title battle continues to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The final race of Super Season, as it will be now for all World Endurance Championship seasons. The grand finale will be the one that pays the most points, pays the biggest dividends, but also brings the biggest challenge of them all. And again, uniquely here, for the second time in one World Championship season, we have raced at Spa-Francorchamps. The first time ever, I think, in a World Championship race. We have had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 snow showers, sleet, hail and everything else. And just a remarkable day, as you say. It is one for the record books, but also one for the memory.
So LMP1 goes to the wire, LMP2 most certainly goes to the wire and is very close indeed. We'll get to the GT classes after you've had a chance to describe this race in highlights, Martin.
Oh, thanks. Six hours of Spa-Francorchamps. We awoke on Saturday morning to snow on the ground after an overnight snowfall. By the time the cars came to the grid, the track was dry, the sun was in the sky, but there was always the forecast of malevolent weather on its way. Never mind, the crowd had packed in to watch Toyota, who dominated qualifying, lead at the start as the LMP battle raged in LMP1 and LMP2. A busy track, a classic track. Wet or dry, Spa-Francorchamps is never less than a thrill and a huge challenge. That's why the drivers love it. In the closely tight confines of the GT battle, it was all too evident it was going to be a long, tough race. And that's before the first safety car for snow of several in this race. Going green once more, Toyota 1 and 2 battling for supremacy, with Rebellion and SMP, who had fared well in the mixed conditions when Toyota miscued their tyre stops. In the GT class, who hasn't led this race? Aston have, Ferrari have, Porsche have, BMW did as well. Trouble early on, contact for the Bicoles car, and then also for the 95 Aston Martin. Aston continuing to battle with Porsche, taking the lead in the GTE Pro class as conditions changed to suit the Aston. But in the AM class, the change in conditions better suited the newer Porsches. And the Ferrari also worked its way past the 98 Aston. Trouble struck the number 7 car, a sensor in its hybrid system, robbed it of the lead and of 4 vital laps before the midway point. The chase was always going to be on. The chase in LMP2 between the newly reliveried 38 Jackie Chan car and a 36 Signatec Alpine machine. Toyota number 8, after gaining the lead and the big advantage, making no chances, erring on the side of caution. In the GT category, that was not an option open to any of our teams. They fought tooth and nail through sleet, hail, rain and snow. And the AM class battles were just as tough. Aston Martin out front, Ferrari giving chase with Porsche. And as ice and snow returned, again, more safety car periods. Light levels plunged, grit levels disappeared. And then it all stopped. The sun came back out and the track would dry once more, again changing the power balance. Dempsey Proton won in GTE Pro Am, Aston Martin in GTE Pro. Dragon Speed in LMP2, Toyota won overall.
I'm going to revise something I've said earlier, apologies. We've got to wait to find out what penalty the 91 gets for not having served their drive-through.
Normally it'll be a 30-second add to their race time,
which is going to hurt them very badly in terms of the overall finishing order. The situation in the, presuming they get that penalty, and then presuming 92 then gets points for third, that will give the 92 car a 40-point advantage over the only other car that can beat them, which is the 91 car, less whatever points the 91 car scores.
Yeah, okay. So,
with 39 points to come.
Has not reflected, because
Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
Oh, yes, it has. Yes, it's down just ahead of the final Ford. Yeah, OK, so, yeah, because of the safety car, everybody was so jammed together that it was an non-reflective 30-second penalty. Dropped them way back down where it might have been half an hour earlier.
Is that
much
half a
less.
point? If they're 9th, is that half a point?
You're the man there. I was watching the Dempsey Proton team. Christian Reed, the winner again, won last time out in Sebring with that team. So another victory. They add more points to their tally, which started again at 0, didn't it?
That means that if it's 2 points for the 91 car, that means they are 38 points behind, with 39 points to be gained with pole,
including pole,
and the win.
Blimey O'Reilly.
So if the 92 car scores pole at Le Mans, they are world champions.
Well, there's Fernando Alonso and his teammates, the number 8 car, the overall winners. Second in the AM class, by the way, leading into the final 90 minutes was TF Sport. Charlie Eastwood bringing the car across the line in second place, so a podium for them. Clearwater Racing on the podium in 3rd position. That's the AM class podium. Pro class in GT, 97 Aston ahead of the 51 Ferrari and the 91 Porsche. That's why Richard Leitz was looking quite so happy. Dragon Speed, G-Drive and Signatech, although because G-Drive are invisible for points, it's Dragon Speed, Signatech and Jackie Chan's 38 car. And there's the SMP car, that crew that finished 3rd, the number 11 machine. In second place, Rebellion with their number 3 car and the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing car on the top step of the overall podium. Snow? What snow? Here we are again at sunny Spa-Francorchamps. Let's hear from one of our winning drivers, Kazuki Nakajima.
Kazuki Nakajima is now showered in sunlight. How beautiful is this after a crazy day? Congratulations, that was well earned.
Yeah, it was a crazy day with the crazy weather. We didn't expect to have a snow in May, but yeah, for us to win this race was quite lucky. Very unlucky for our sister car, and yeah, feel sorry for them. And yeah, it's difficult to enjoy this, but anyway, for the team, we secured the manufacturer's title, so it's a very important result. And now we head to Le Mans, and yeah, we still finish Le Mans in a good way. So still, we need to keep pushing.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you enjoy your podium. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you to the frizzy-haired Louise Beckett.
One other quick additional point, that's a win for Dragon Speed, should that be confirmed, keeps them just in the title fight going to Le Mans.
I look forward to seeing the official points. Well, here for Rebellion, the team of car number 11, Vitaly Petrov and Mikhail Alishin, joined this weekend by the man who started the car, Stoffel van Doorn, and I'm sure that probably added 10% to the gate. And if he was coming to World Rallycross next weekend, you can see the track down there, he'd probably add another 10%. But look at that.
Look at
just
it now.
What a beautiful... Okay, can we go and get the last 7 minutes?
It's not surprising this place is as green as it is it?
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Fantastic views again down on Spa-Francorchamps. And again, the elevation changes that the TV cameras so often mask because you're looking straight down or straight up a straight. A great view.
That's a happy Jappy, and quite rightly should be so. That was a fantastic drive from Stoffel van Dorn.
I wonder when's the last time he was on a podium in a racing car?
A couple of weeks ago.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Finished on the podium in Formula E.
All right, there you go.
So yeah, very happy little run for him. Yep, rightfully deserved.
Found himself two very happy hunting grounds if he can continue racing in Formula E and find a top manufacturer's drive in the World Endurance Championship. There's a few drivers who are combining that very nicely.
Nathaniel Berton,
Jean-Eric Verne, Nat Berton.
On the podium in the WC overall for the first time.
Sharing the car with starting driver Thomas Laurent. The number 3 Rebellion car with Gustavo Menezes. And our race winners from Toyota Gazoo Racing, the crew of the number 8 car, Sebastian Buemi, Kazuki Nakajima, and Fernando Alonso.
World champions, today world champion in the manufacturer championship. Et on va laisser les pilotes monter sur le podium.
At least for their efforts here, they get a sizable piece of cabin baggage to take home.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Toyota Gazoo Racing, car number 8, the winners of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps for the second time this season. Graham Goodwin. Again, you know, there are so many little historic footnotes in this super season.
It is an extraordinary time in endurance racing for all sorts of reasons. And if you've been with us for the last 6 hours and more, you've been with us for one of the most extraordinary races.
No question at all. So from our LMP field, LMP1 field, we have a representative from 3 different teams. Third place, SMP Racing. Second place, Rebellion, with the number 11 and the number 3 car, respectively. Fernando Alonso claimed his first ever sports car race win at the Spa 6 Hours 2018. Here in the same season, he returns to the scene of that triumph with teammates Sebastian Buemi and Kazuki Nakajima, and they claim their second straight win in Spa in a single World Championship season. They extend their overall drivers' title lead, and they head to the season finale, the trifling insignificance that is the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2019. And bearing in mind what we've just seen in the last 7 hours, I can't begin to imagine how much drama waits in store at the Circuit de la Sarthe. We have just over 5 weeks to discover who will be our champions for the super season. Second weekend of June will come very soon indeed. There's an endurance test in Monza, then there's the official test weekend at Le Mans for everybody to finally get their ducks in a row. But Alan McNish, Toyota will have to manage this inter-Nissan battle, because the number 7 crew will desperately want to win the driver's crown, and so will their teammates in the number 8 car.
Yeah, and with the points differences at Le Mans, it's possible that it can go either way. I think the number 8 who won here today will obviously play a little bit the risk game at the beginning of the race, not necessarily push and look overall as the bottle managed to survive. but look to try and get the championship done and dusted first, whereas from Toyota's point of view, they don't really care as long as they try and win both Le Mans 24 hours and also the driver's title, whichever way it goes internally. Well,
yeah,
again, whichever brother wins.
Exactly. And for Toyota, an opportunity that no manufacturer has ever had to win 2 Le Mans in one season. So that is definitely something that they would love to do, to win after 30 years of trying, and then to come back and do it again immediately. That would be a great way to cement their place in the history books at the end of this super season. However, fate often has a hand, as Toyota know, to their cost, perhaps more than almost any other driver, team or manufacturer at Le Mans. You never are done until Le Mans says you are done. So Toyota win here at Spa-Francorchamps for the 2nd year in a row. They take the team's title in LMP. And that is, well, first of all, having survived this race is just reward to have a little swig from the bottle, but also to come out on top in some very trying conditions. Job well done.
John Stakes there, the team manager of Toyota Gazoo Racing, on the left-hand side. As you can see, he's been there right from the beginning. In fact, he was there when they were round the last time in the GT1 era. And so he's seen the sort of rise of their GT1 program, the rise of Formula One, and now the rise of this.
He was chatting there to Philippe Leloup, who started his career with Hugues de Schoenack at Orica and became a more permanent member of the Toyota crew. Of course, Hugues de Schoenack always in the background. Sun beams down on the podium for the GTE Pro Field. 3rd place for the crew of the 91 Porsche. After some titanic battles, and at no point really until the final 5 minutes did we know who was going to be there.
92 Porsche, that's Michael Christensen. Yep. The 91 car still should not have
Yes, beg your pardon, 92.
But what a fantastic win for this pair. Paul Howarth, the team manager. 40 years Paul celebrated recently at Prodrive.
14, I think, you'll find, if you check. He's certainly not been working at any job for 40 years. He just had a hard paper round. James Calado and Alessandro Pierguidi finished 2nd, but a home win for Maxime Martin and teammate Alex Lynn. British national anthem for Aston Martin Racing, who claim GTE Pro victory for the 2nd time this season. 2 words could best describe the GT battle: Topsy and Turvy.
Roland Brunserada from the FIA, and also local native of the Belgian country, giving out the trophies. Someone that's
president of the RCBF as well, the Belgian Motorsport Federation. I have a feeling. But as you say, a very familiar face at race circuits around the world.
And also an ex-race director in Formula One as well.
Indeed. So Alex Lynn, Maxime Martin. Not sure how many laps they led, but you sort of have the feeling they probably led more than anybody else, particularly in the 2nd half of the race. Paul Howarth was saying to me last night, we need it to rain. He didn't mention the hail, snow, lice, rivers of blood, but they got the weather they wanted, and they got their 2nd win of the season. And remarkably, given how competitive they were in some of the wettest weather, no sign at all of BMW in the top order. At the end of the race, they just sag way down out of all contention. And the Fords, they needed to be dry. They didn't need the weather they got, so...
I think they needed it to be dry, hot and sunny.
Yes. So that is our pro podium job done.
the formation, man.
3,
1.
But he's so close. Only Le Mans decides. You don't choose. Le Mans chooses you. And Alan McNish, when it does, that's one of the sweetest feelings you can have as a racing driver.
Winning any race is obviously a sweet feeling, but the taste of that champagne on the podium alone is that little bit special. There is no question about it, and this year it will be even more special because it will be the crowning of a world championship as well, more than likely. And so I think there's going to be a lot of celebrations. These guys go into it with a very, very good position. They managed to survive everything today when it was going the ups and downs, finished third overall, however second in the points due to the fact that the second place G-Drive car isn't registered for this one.
And take the lead in both the teams and the drivers' championships for LMP2 as a result of that. That's rather topsy-turvy finish in LMP2 as well. So they'll go in with a marginal points advantage.
So Nico Lapierre, Andre Negrand, Pierre Thirier on the podium, joining them from G-Drive, Roman Rusinov, the bearded Jean-Eric Verne, and 25-year-old Dutchman Joop van Uitert.
In his WEC debut.
In his WEC debut, indeed. Top step of the podium, though. They never needed that extra minute. The 31 Dragon Speed car. They claim victory at Davidson. Pastor Maldonado and Roberto Gonzalez.
Got to say, what a season for them, winning the Daytona 24 Hours, first round of the ALMS, and then here in Spa.
Be a busy month for Elton Julian, the team owner of Dragon Speed. They finished the 6 hours of Spa. They head next to the Indianapolis 500 to make the team's debut there, and then hurry back for the Le Mans 24 hours. That's not a bad-looking roster for a team.
Huge dramas await for Dragon Speed in the coming weeks.
No question. Well, the month of May is one that a huge number of Americans spend focusing on Indianapolis, and team boss Elton Julian, hence the American anthem, will be among them with an entrance hat on this year.
Good to see 2014 WEC World Champion and Davidson back on the top step of the podium again, where he belongs.
Great final stints as well from Pastor Maldonado to cement that, and started strongly. And the team really pulled together superbly well. Big result for them. And as we said, G-Drive, second place finish here, but as far as points are going, they're not a full season entry, so they're invisible. So that means that the Senior Tech Alpine team take the points for second. The 38 car, Jackie Chan DC Racing, take the points for third. And the fact that they're not on the podium here, if it pays off that they end up winning the title, they'll care a little less.
And lest we forget, because we've been talking this one up all weekend, it was a victory for Michelin in the tyre battle in LMP2.
Yep. Again, that was as much guesswork for the tyre companies as it was for the drivers and the teams, I reckon. If you knew what was coming, then you could probably not have to come here as an engineer because you'd have won the lottery. Dragon Speed, G-Drive, Senior Tech Alpine, the top three. In terms of points, the 26 car is invisible. So in terms of points, Dragon Speed, Cinetic Alpine and Jackie Chan DC Racing's number 38 car ahead of TDS. Racing Team Netherlands, who led early on, rallied to a top 6 finish ahead of the 37 Jackie Chan DC car. That car did not have the luck with them, really, did they? And so they dropped down to 3rd place, 1 behind their teammates, who are 4 off the lead. So 5 points cover our championship contenders as we head to Le Mans. That's impressive.
Top 4 are still in contention with more points on offer, of course, at Le Mans than a normal race. So could that be, well, a real result for Dragon Speed? Who knows what dramas it'll throw at the LMP2 class.
And that's reflected in the driver's standings as well. So our Malaysians no longer competing in the 37 car. So Jasman Jafar and Abel Jeffrey not going to feature in the rest of the season, but from Roberto Gonzalez up, that is where our champion is likely to come from.
And of course, because it's different now for the teams in the Drivers' Championship, the Dragon Speed duo rather, because Ant Davidson hasn't done all the rounds, goes up to 3rd position.
Yep.
Cracking stuff.
And our final podium will be for our Pro-Am GT drivers, the GT Am class. Jean-Eric Verne appears to have insinuated himself into the Clearwater Racing Ferrari lineup. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. He's trying to get out of shot as they came out to celebrate a 3rd position.
It's Luis Perez Compact in his return to the championship with the 2 Matts, Matteo Grassoni, Matt Griffin. Then a fine result from the 90 car, TF Sport, TF Corsa, as I like to call them. They're in so many championships.
Yeah. TF Sport, Charlie Eastwood with a big smile on his face, the tall figure of Ewan Hankey, and Sally Yollett with them. And then our winners for the 2nd race in a row, the 77 Dempsey Proton car, Christian Reed, Ricardo Pera, and Australia's Matt Campbell there, factory hot shoe.
Anybody care to bet that they can't win the championship from here, the 77 car?
Is it mathematically possible still?
Oh yes, 30 points away, 39 points available.
Yeah. The German anthem for the Dempsey Proton competition team. I've got to say, actually, Graham, Christian Reed looks barely any older than when he was racing for Proton competition, Felbermeyer Proton.
20 years ago.
20 years ago with his father, Gerald, in the FIA GT Championship.
It was great to actually see they were always so closely aligned with the Feldmeyer family and with the ELMS car, running the Feldmeyer colours for this season. Was Feldmeyer Jr. at the ELMS first round, and it was great to see his dad there too.
Well, they were the 2 father-son combos, weren't they? The Reeds and the Feldmeyers, Horst Senior and Junior.
Well, this could be one heck of a comeback.
I think Adam Manish needs to ask Christian Reed what the secret is, because he looks a hell of a lot older than he did 20 years ago in the FIA GT Championship.
Looking quite hurt now.
Maybe it's the mileage.
To be honest, it's having to commentate with you. But anyway, congratulations.
Tough paper round in Monaco. Guys. Fantastic effort from them.
I think to be honest with you, the pro drivers is one thing, but the AM guys, I think, absolutely stunning. Very pleased to see Charlie Eastwood having a strong run there as well, having known him since the day he was born. It's good to see that the Eastwood name is back on a podium.
Could this result prove very costly indeed for the Team Project One effort? Lost time, of course, with that off, and could have been second here, could have won it.
Yep.
Coulda, shoulda.
Coulda, shoulda, but woulda.
Well, but again, you know, they got back out the gravel trap and they survived. Dempsey Proton, the winners from TF Sport in Clearwater. Team Project One finishing in 5th position. Spirit of Race, the 54 car, led for a long while. They might have won it, but they're only 16 seconds back. How much time do you think they lost getting clattered into that spin?
Second in the championship now.
You know, so it's still a very tight competition. And again, you have to say, considering the vile weather, the fact that there were no retirements from the race is astonishing. The fact that no gentleman drivers, with one exception, dropped the car, and in fact, Egidio Perfetti dropped the car in the height of a really tight car-to-car battle.
Clearwater, the last team, the first team rather, that cannot do it on points now.
So 5 teams go to Le Mans with the chance of winning the crown. Egidio Perfetti, Jürgen Bergmeister, Patrick Lindsay, still the leaders, 23 ahead of the Spirit of Race Ferrari trio, Francesco Castellacci, Giancarlo Fisichella and Thomas Floor. And Clint's son Charlie Eastwood in that car that is still in 3rd position. They have got a chance. So how far do we go down? Can the 98 team still do it here as well?
Yes.
Yes, yes. I think Matt Griffin is just potentially out of the points possibilities. But again, all of our classes, the drivers' battles go from Spa in a month's time to the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2019. The final hurrah for the super season. Join us then, please, for all the action and to see who will come out on top at what may end up being regarded as the greatest season of endurance racing we have ever seen in our lifetimes. If it's anything like as confusing as the 6 Hours of Spa, we are going to need a lot of help by the end of it. Thanks for being with us. For Graham Goodwin, for Alan McNish, Louise Beckett and the whole WEC TV crew, thanks for being with us throughout the race. I'm Martin Having saying goodbye. We'll see you in Le Mans in the middle of June. Bye for now.
For 2018. 5 minutes to the formation lap.
3,
1. Flag is waved and we